know you're wrong. Da, 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 da. You know you're wrong. Da, 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 da. Ooh. Ooh. Show know what is in the daylight. You know you're wrong. What's up, big onk? What's good with you, man? Start calling you DJ onk. No relation. Show know what is in the daylight. You know you're wrong. Da, 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 da. You know you're wrong. Oh, man, I feel good out here, dude. Boy, it was raining like crazy out here, man, the last couple of days. But I thought Jesus came back last night. Man, it was thunderstorming so hard, bro. I thought something blew up. I woke me and Tank jumped up out of our sleep. It said, whoosh. I said, the king has returned, bro. I really thought Jesus came back last night. It was flashing lights and everything. I said, oh, man. I said, Christ has returned. Bro, that's the hardest thunderstorm I've ever seen in my life, bro. I don't think I've ever seen nothing that hard. I was like, bro, what's going on outside, man? I said, man, I hate to be out here in these wee hours. I said, boy, I really thought Christ cracked the sky. Because I laid back for a minute. First it said, douche. Then it said, douche. Like, bro, it was like, I thought something blew up, bro. I said, we either in World War III or Christ has returned, one or the other. You know you're wrong. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh. Staying with my big red. 5 years ago, I could have been dead. But that ain't what Jesus said. His blood he shed. What's up, Lady T? What's happening? What's happening with you? What's happening to my beautiful people? Man, what's up with y'all? What's up with all my Hebrews and Hebriskets? Yeah, man, thought I'd come back with another string, you feel me? Like, back with another one. Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful day today. Sunny here. It's crazy because last night you couldn't even tell, boy. It was crazy. What's up, Lisa? What's up, y'all? What's good with you? Yeah, we out here in sunny San Antonio where the palm trees be. Looking like Florida. Without the gators. Without the gators and the haters. Yep. I was going to say another one, but I don't know if that's appropriate. You'll catch my drift. What's up? What's up, Monty? What's good, y'all? What's good with you? Yeah, we just out here chilling, man. I'm trying to find a good spot to set up at. Actually, I think I'm gonna set up over here. Like I said, I feel good today, man. So it's a lovely day. It's gonna be a lovely day, yeah. A lovely day, yeah. Ooh, a lovely day, yeah. A lovely day, yeah. No. And I know it's gonna be on. A lovely day. It's gonna work in your favor. Yeah. Turn into my big black woman on y'all. Big Beulah. Hold on. A lovely day, yeah. A lovely day, yeah. What's happening with y'all day, y'all? Y'all ain't out there wasting it like a bunch of Hebrews, are you? Oh, man. God's gave me a second chance at life. I'll be doggone if I waste it out there on the block, G. What's up, y'all? Press for purpose. What's up with said Steve Casual on this video talking about are y'all still there? Now why y'all gotta make me into my father, man? That's how y'all be doing on my videos. Y'all be like, oh, y'all there? Can you hear me? I said, man, look, we down south. That's how we talk. Like we say, we don't say, can you hear me? We say, you hear me? Like Daddy was saying to me, he'd be like, when he be scolding me, he be talking crazy. He'd be like, man, you hear me, man? You heard me? Like Daddy was Southern, but he had like a manly Southern. So I wasn't like talk slang like, hey, heard me. Like that Daddy was like, he would talk firm, but he would talk like man, you hear me? You hear me? Like, what no here? You hear me? Like, we put the in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't say I don't care. We say I don't care. I don't. Like, we say I don't. We say I don't. Like, I don't care. Oh, we don't say 400. We don't say 400. We say 400. Like, hey, what's up with 100? Like, give me a hundred. A honey bun, hundred. I kept saying people when I first did this channel, they kept commenting all y'all there. I'm like, why they keep saying that? And then they were saying your father always said. I'm like, well, he did, but I didn't think it was a famous phrase of his. Everybody kept saying that. I said he must have said it a whole lot, man. Cause let me wipe my screen, y'all. Oh, shoot, hold on. Gotta wipe my screen, looking blurry. A lovely day, ooh, a lovely day, a lovely day. What's up, Zay? I like the way y'all got. I like the way y'all talk. It cool. Y'all got that southern swag. Yeah, we southern. Where you come from? Tennessee's worse, man. They talk crazy. But yeah, we southern. That's how we talk. Like, we don't say schools. We say school. I ain't going to school today. And somebody was like, hey, repeat how you said it. I said, what, school? They said, yeah, how y'all say it like that? I said, that's just how we talk. Yeah. I don't say that you're. Like, everybody be like, you're. I got a homeboy dude. I'm like, but don't call me like that. You sound dumb. Yeah, what's good with y'all, man? Look, somebody said your father saved my life. Hold on, it's disappearing. Feels so good seeing you thriving. Man, you just don't know. Man, I don't think I do know. Again, I told you if I had $1 for every time. That's why I say, even we don't say every, I say Like, we don't say everybody, we say everybody. And so, like, if I had $1 for every time I heard that, man, you know what I'm saying? I was like, everybody says that. I'm like, I probably really don't know, man. Everybody keeps saying it. I keep telling people, I said, well, bro, it's just dad, you know? I'm like, that's daddy does. So I'm just like, that's just how daddy is. People like, nah, man, you don't understand, bro. Your father. That's like, nah, your daddy, man. I'm trying to tell you. I was like, what are you trying to tell me? I was like, well, he was just daddy, man. Like, that's just what, it was him. That was what he did. It's like, how does it feel being related to that, man? I'm like, the same as it does you being related to your people. I'm just, he's daddy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's a great guy, but I wasn't like, you know, oh my God, like, man, you just don't know. I mean, some of y'all don't know. That's why I said, some of y'all don't know. I was making a tease. I said, hey, all y'all that watch Pastor Darby, I was making a tease. I said, we got a whole crate collection of tapes and stuff of his first ever messages. Y'all don't want thoughts. Y'all ain't ready for that. Talk back to me. You ain't ready for that. What's up? What you say? You know what I'm saying? Hey, tell I said, hey, man, tell I said, what's up? Everybody said that, man. I'm just like, bro, I'm talking about these is Pastor Darby's first original messages. You know what I'm saying? These ain't no latest ones or the ones he did before he died. These is the ones that he did. Talking about, we started our church back in 03, 04. I got the writing on it. I was writing on the tapes. This is how you know this is old. These are cassette tapes, little small cassette tapes. I was in charge of doing the tapes and the audio visuals and all that, and the music. So you had to put the tape in there. And this is when Daddy used to preach for about 2-3 hours. So Daddy would have me put the tape in there. He would have two going at one time. Put the tapes in there. When the tape stops, you take it out, turn it over, and then put it back in there. Hey, man, I'm talking about, bro, this is 3 hours. This is 3 hours of hardcore word. And Daddy said before, he said, man, I preach harder back then than I do now. So imagine, y'all see the hymn now. I said, think about the hymn back then. I was young at the time, so I didn't really know. But I can attest to you, Daddy would be drenched in sweat, dog. He'd be up there for 3 hours, man, just preaching. And wasn't there a lot of people in our church, but he would be preaching like he's preaching to 500 people, dude. I promise you, every single time. And that's when I used to be mad. I'd be like, oh, I'm hungry, man. I said, Dad, I want some Long John Silver's, man. I want some KFC. Like, that, let's go, man. I'm going to go out to Bob Evans or Ryan's or something, you know what I'm saying? I ain't care about the word. I was young. I was a kid. And he said, I want them. So I'm crying right now because it's so real, man. Pray for me and my kids, bro. Yes, sir. I got you, man. I got you. Let me make sure. All right, ma'am. I'm sorry, man. It's hard to see y'all pictures through these. Like, y'all profiles are so small, so I can't really see it. So I want to make sure that I'm getting everybody's pronouns right. As I said, I know how that feels because, you know, people come over all the time. I said I identify as a ham sandwich and with extra mayonnaise. And if you mess my pronouns up, I will sue you. Stevie could use a good check, so I will be a victim for a couple of $1 million. Oh yeah, we got him. Yeah, that's why I said I took a picture of him and showed the chat. I said, look, y'all, look what I got. I said, I got the holy grail of messages. They said, oh my God, bro. They said, how much do you want for him? I said, I ain't selling this word, man. I ain't gonna sell that word. I said, go to Stephen Darby Ministries, man. They put them up on the website. I said, I'm not gonna sell. I don't sell his stuff, man. I keep trying to tell people, I was like, you know, I'm his son, but I'm not affiliated with like, you know, like I'm not affiliated with his market. You know what I'm saying? Like selling his stuff. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no money off of that, man. I ain't trying to do this for no money. Please, I would do things in the street. He said, I'm female. Okay, female 34. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I get that right, because, you know, you got a couple of Negroes now, his name be Doreen, or they name be Elizabeth or something. You be like, I thought you was a woman. They be like, nah, man, I'm 100% male. I'm like, why your name Elizabeth? Dude's name be Ashley or something. Like, what? What's your mama smoking? She named you that, boy. Talk about Ashley. Like, boy, can put you on a dating app. You don't know if you're talking about a man or a girl. Talking to some asexual creature. Hey, but that's crazy though, man. That's good. That's why I love to talk to y'all, man. How y'all know about us and Pastor Darby. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was saying, man. There's a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff of his, man. We got. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a pair of his shoes. You feel me? And Mama gave them to me a while back, because I remember it was some J's he used to wear. They used to wear Jordans, man. He had all these type of Jordans. And so he used to wear a lot of Jordans, man. So right before he had passed, he had these white and blue pair of I think it was Flight. It's the ones I got. I got the yellow and black pair. It's the Flight something, man. I can't think what it is. But she was like, hey, these should be sitting here. She said, you want them? And I was like, I mean, if I can fit them, yeah. So Daddy's foot size was just a little bit, it's a little bit bigger than mine. So I tried them on, and the shoe size is just a little bit too big. And so I was like, I don't really want to. I said, I wore them like once. They still brand new, because Daddy never really wore them for real. You know what I'm saying? I think he had bought them right before he had passed. And so I wore them once, and I was like, they a little too big. And so I was like, man, I'll probably just, you know, I didn't want to like just sell them or give them away. But I was like, well, let me give them away to somebody that want them, man. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that treasure Pastor Darby, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, to me, they just a pair of shoes. You know what I'm saying? But to y'all, y'all like, oh my God, I will take a partition on that. Y'all would take some of that. And I was like, well, how much is these shoes worth, Jack? He's like, well, how much? And I'm telling you, how much do you think they worth? When I told the dude I know, I was like, yeah, I said, he's in here all the time. He's been faithful, man. So I told him, I said, yeah, if you want these shoes, dog, I'll give them to you. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? It's like having a piece of Pastor D. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can have something of his. I said, I'll give y'all some of his dress socks or something. His dress socks, or, you know what I'm saying? Some of his old notes, his books. You know what I'm saying? He had a lot of stuff, man. Daddy had tons of stuff. Growing up, all we had was stuff, man. We had cluttered full of stuff, man. Because Daddy he had a little bit of everything. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, man, I could be giving this stuff away all day, man. Just get rid of it, because we don't know what to do with it. It's just too much. I said, I'll give away everything but his word. Like, I wouldn't give his word away. That's church property. I'm not affiliated with that. So, but yeah, if I wanted to, that's why I said if I was grimy and cared about money, all I would be doing was selling his messages, man. I'd be taking his messages, copying them, putting them on my page, then do a reaction video to it, debunking people's myths that they got about him being murdered. I'll be doing all that, man, trying to get some money. I'm like, I don't do this for no money. You know what I'm saying? So I guess my heart's in the right place, medically speaking. Yeah, they names over in England, they names be like Shelly Bishop or something. He's like, well, if my name isn't Shelly Bishop, I'm like, man, what kind of name is it? Hey, you take the socks. Yeah, Daddy had a lot of suit shoes too, man. Like he used to wear a lot of those. I think we still got a lot of those too. But Daddy will always kind of have like some common sandals. He used to wear I don't wear sandals at all, man. I mean, one time Daddy bought me some sandals. Man, I was mad at him the whole day for that. I was like 4 or 5 years old. And that's when, before he was a pastor, man, we was at this other church. And so he put these crappy sandals. I hate sandals, man. I still to this day, I hate sandals. Won't wear them. But I hated sandals as much as a kid, because I'm like, I don't know if it was the fact it was my feet showing or something. I thought it was weird. Even I was a little boy and I knew men shouldn't be wearing sandals. I said, that's so messed up. And so he put these sandals on me, man. I cried the whole day, because I was like, man, I was like, Daddy, I don't want to wear these. Of course, I ain't say that to him, because I'm like, you know, you say that to Daddy, he gonna pop you. But I was thinking in my mind, I was like, that's why I was crying, because I said, man, I don't want to wear these sandals. And so he had took me to the church. And so after that, so he was like, we going shoe shopping. So I said, okay, yeah, he gonna give me shoe shopping, take me get some shoes. He went and bought me a pair of Adidas sandals, some more sandals. I cried some more. I said, man, I don't want to wear these. I said, man, what about the J's? At the time, it was Skechers and K-Swiss. I said, man, Daddy, where the K-Swiss at? Like, where the Skechers, dog? Like, what is these? Like, bro, what I thought was, I don't want these. I was like, man, you got my toes out here showing, man. Like, you got me looking like a child whore. I'm like, I don't want these. I'll be showing your toes to everybody. I always thought that was fishy, man. Me and me wearing sandals. Like, we got not in the biblical times, boy. Put some socks on. Nobody want to see them bunions. Even women, too. Y'all put some socks on, too. Nobody want to see your feet unless they small and cute. And even still. Hey. I think I got a pair of his dress socks in my drawer somewhere, man. I don't really wear them because, I mean, I got a lot of stuff, man. But, I mean, y'all see these as relics, man. I'm just like, it's just a pair of shoes, a socks, it's daddy's. I'm like, it's whatever, you know what I'm saying? Even the bloodline, I'm just like, look, we just people, but people's like, no, you got anointed bloodline. I'm like, do we? I'm just T. I wish it worked like that. I wish I was so blessed that the IRS did not mess with me. I wish I was so blessed that I didn't have to pay another tax bill, another bill in general. It does not work like that. They do not care about your spirituality, your bloodline, nothing. You don't pay them their money, they coming after you. So believe me when I tell you, you are people like everybody else. You're people. Like, people think I be walking around like I doth declare, like the king crab. I was like, man, I'm just me, dude. I don't walk around thinking I'm better than people. Donald Trump ain't gonna care if I go to the White House talking about, yeah, I'm related to Pastor Darby. He might like me up just because I'm related to Pastor Darby because he don't like him. That's why I be everywhere I go. If people be staring at me with that look, I'm like, oh, they know who it is. They know who I is. They just ain't gonna say nothing to me because they know they gonna catch the 1-2. Catch the pop-out biscuit with a roll. Like, no, they ain't gonna catch that. Like, but they be staring, they be like, you look familiar. Like, no, I don't. No, I don't look familiar. You never seen me before, and you're like, what you talking about? Is that a nigga? Bro, I look like a tall Nigerian woman. That's a nigga. I was about to say, man, that's a handsome, ugly man. Get off. Anyways, so yeah, man, this stream is basically I know y'all see the title, it says 5 years ago. 5 years. So today actually marks 5 years, man. I got shot, dog. Like back in May 28th of 2020. I got shot, man, with my homie. And I was 1 out of 6 people that got shot. And so I got shot in my backside over here by my spine. The homie got shot, he got shot in the same place. His shoulder, and he got shot in his kind of like his like thigh, pelvis area or whatever. So he got hit 3 times. And then I never met the 5 other people that got shot with us. But yeah, theirs wasn't. I don't think theirs was as bad. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was a pretty crazy experience, man. Like I said, in the moment you ain't really think about it, but after a while, man, like it does kind of traumatize you a little bit. Cause I'm like, bro, cause I think the fact that it was crazy was I was thinking that it was like rubber bullets and beanbags. You know what I'm saying? So I think I'm gonna go to the whole story. But basically today is just that day, man. It's the anniversary, the 5th anniversary of that, which it don't even feel like 5 years ago, man. 2020 was so fast. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that stuff just happened. You know what I mean? I said this is why I wear a lot of these. People be asking what these dog tags is, and I said I'm like, it's not military. It's a cross. You know, I keep the cross on it with a scripture on the back. And then this is the tag that talks about like the day that happened. You know what I'm saying? So I've been having this for a couple of years. I think like a year after it happened, I made this tag, and I've been wearing it pretty much ever since. And pretty much it's just talking about like it says the date of it happening. It says GSW 45, RS 12, which means what's that, right side? Yeah, 12 stitches, like right side 12 stitches, BLM LOD, and then 1 Corinthians 15:26. You know what I'm saying? Just basically is the stuff that talks about like how life over death, you know what I'm saying? In the end, death is the last, or what is it? I forget what that scripture is. I always say it. But basically saying how we have dominion, man. Jesus has conquered the grave, you know what I'm saying, over death. And so that's why I said, like, with today being the 5 years, man, like, it's crazy. Because I'm like, I always think, man, like, what if that would have went another way? You feel me? Like, what if that definitely would have went sideways? And I'm like, man, like, what if there was no Steve? You feel me? I'm like, I keep telling people, I said, don't think just because you prayed over, you a pastor son, or you Christian, I said that stuff can't happen to you. I said, bro, stuff happens to people all the time. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said overseas Christians are dying all the time. You see Pastor Darby was Christian, he still died. You know what I'm saying? Like, once I realized that daddy can go, man, I realized that anybody can go. You know what I'm saying? That's what let me know, like, you're not immortal. You know what I'm saying? You're not untouchable. You know what I'm saying? If God wanted to flip the earth upside down and let us all fall in space right now, he could. Thank God he don't. I think it'd be pretty cool if he did, but I'm like, but I don't want to see that. Kind of. But I'm just like, it just lets you know, like, you ain't more specialer than nobody. You know what I'm saying? If God want to take you, He'll take you. And so I remember that day, man. I'm gonna get into the whole story later, but I just remember that day, man, when they was putting me to sleep. That was the scariest part, was when they was putting me to sleep. And I said, I don't know if I heard stories where people didn't wake up from their surgery, or they amnesia, or whatever it is. And I'm just like, I don't know what's happening. I said, not many people knew. My brother knew. You know what I'm saying? And one of my friends knew. Nobody else really knew what was going on. You know what I'm saying? Mama didn't know. My family didn't really know. Like I said, and I told Joe, I said, keep it on the wraps, man. I don't want nobody to know. I was never really going to tell Mom anyways. I was never going to tell her. But she found out. You know what I'm saying? But the reason I wasn't going to tell Mama was because I knew what Mama was already dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Like, with us losing Daddy, you know what I'm saying? She would have been thinking about almost losing the son. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I couldn't put my mom through that again. You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't put my mama through that type of heartbreak. And that's why I thought about it. I said, at the time, I didn't really care. I was like, well, had that been my end or my demise, whatever, I didn't really care. But I was like, but think about it. It ain't just you. You're not just living for you. I said, think about your moms, man. And I thought about, I said, think about your family. I said, dude, your mama can't take another loss like that, man. Your mama can't come and see them zip up another one of her boys. You know what I'm saying? And I said, you got to be understanding. It's like, you're not just hurting yourself. You're hurting the people that you around, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to make sure you ain't just living for you living for them. And that's the thing that really kind of hurt me, man, because I was just like, I always thought, like, if that would have went sideways, I'm like, bro, what would that have done to mama? You know what I'm saying? What would that have done to my family? Like, that would have been really tragic and terrible. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the thing that kind of messed with me for days and days after that. You know what I'm saying? And I just thought, and that's why I said, I'm like, I didn't really care, because I don't really care about me that much. I would rather it be me than any of my family. I said, I'll go right now, man. If I got to protect my family, I would die fighting for them and protecting them. So I'd rather be me than any of them. But I said, but even if that's true, I said, you got to think how that would affect them still. You know what I'm saying? And so I was like, yeah. And so that kind of messed with me for some days. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not going to lie, man. After a lot of that happened, man, I had a lot of dreams. You know what I'm saying? I had a lot of dreams. I don't even say nightmares, but they was more like just dreams, craziness. You know what I'm saying? Because, we lived in that environment, in that area all the time. So it was normal. That's why I said even your dreams was not normal, but they was normal to us. So that's why I say you got dreams of fighting, man. You got dreams of getting in a shootout. You got dreams of getting shot. I had so many of them dreams, dude. It was crazy. You know what I'm saying? You got to defend yourself, shoot back at somebody. Like, these are not normal, but it was normal to us because that's just the life that we was, not saying we lived it, but that's what we was around. And so it was just like, when that happened, that just magnified it even more. You know what I'm saying? And so that's probably why I didn't really have the reaction I had, man, when it happened, because it was so normal to us. I was like, well, I always had this type of dream. I always told myself, if something happens like this is what you do. I've been preparing myself for this for years, just in case it happens. Because again, I know stuff can happen. God forbid, but stuff can happen. I said, just because you Christian and because you pass a Darby sign, that don't make you immune to nothing, man. Stuff can happen anytime. God forbid. I pray today it never does. But I said, but I'm always preparing myself for if it does. I said, when it comes to this end time, what do you think the end times is? I said, just because that's why I don't think people understand, like, just because you Christian, who do you think the end of the book is talking about? When it's talking about if you get killed by the sword, if you get led into captivity, then that's going to happen to you. When it's talking about people was persecuted for the name of Christ, like, who do you think it's talking about? It's talking about us. So that's why I said, I'm like, bro, God forbid it's any of us, but I said, but hey, man, some of us, I keep saying, some of us might not see Christ come back. Some of us might have to go before that time, man. I'm hoping we all make it to see that. But I said, if I got to go, man, if God want me to go, if that is his will, I'm not mad about it, man. I'm going out on my own terms. You feel me? I'm like, I'm straight. So I'm already preparing my mind now. I'm making sure, like, okay, well, you got to get this done. You got to do this. You know what I'm saying? Keep a cool composure. You know what I'm saying? You might be around other people that's freaking out. You got to make sure you ain't freaking out. That's why I said somebody start shooting right now in the crowd. I said, people, the first thing around, oh my God, everybody going to be freaking out crying. And I said, the last thing you need is people doing that. You don't need me doing that because, again, if something was to happen, man, and there's a crowd of people, which is why I don't like being in crowds, it don't matter what goes on. I said, there's going to be people, Daddy always preached that. He said, man, if there was a fire in this church right now, he said, there would be people dead, not from the fire. He said, all y'all big Negroes would be trampling everybody just to get out and save your life. He said, y'all would kill people trying to save yourself. And it's true. And that's why I say, I'm like, it's sad what happens, man, and people are getting trampled and people are losing their life, man, because nobody's has enough care and enough love and the love of God, man, to be there for us people, you know what I'm saying, help out, you know what I'm saying, calm the situation. That's why I sound like, bro, you a leader, you know what I'm saying? And when times like this get hard, I said, you understand what pressure is like, you know what turmoil is like. So I said, so this is going to be good for you to teach others. You know what I'm saying? If stuff pops off, I said, this is what you got to do. I said, this is just what happens, you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said when stuff popped off, I said, and that's why I'm like, that taught me a lot about situational awareness. So anywhere I go at, man, I'm telling people, I said, look, if we go anywhere where there's crowds, I said, I'm not necessarily paranoid, but I said, but I'm just aware. And I said, especially when you're around Negroes. Like, man, please, as much as people talk about these white boys, I'm more worried about Negroes too. It's about a 50-50 balance. Because again, when the white boys do what they do, they usually coming around, they intending on hitting you. The Negroes ain't really intending on hitting you. They trying to hit somebody over, hit you way standing right there. So it ain't no better. You just happen to be innocent bystander minding your business. And that's pretty much what happened. What I got hit, man, what I got shot with. And that's why I say I'm like, basically, and this is how I said there's so many loopholes to this story. So basically, the news has said it was a dude from Memphis that came up here. He seen somebody he ain't like, he had beef with him. And they said he took a 45 and started firing. I got hit with a 45. Keep in mind, that's the same night, same time. They said, dude from Memphis, a Pooh Shiesty looking like, nigga look like Pooh Shiesty, dude. Came up here shooting at somebody. He hit 6 people. I mean, I don't know how you shoot 6, 7 people, don't kill nobody. He's a sloppy hitter. So I'm like, that sucks. But thank God it never happened. But I was like, he's a sloppy hitter. He sucks at what he does. And I said, second of all, then I asked the police, because the detective that came to me and was trying to figure out, did I see anything? Nobody has seen nothing. I got footage of it, but nobody got footage of who did it. So the detective was like, well, we don't know who did it. I said, well, how do y'all know? Y'all don't know, but the news know. I said, so how do the news know before y'all? So I said, well, everybody was getting speculation, like, well, maybe the police did it. So we don't know. We don't really know who did it. Allegedly, they said the dude did it. He's in custody. I mean, I don't know. Again, I never laid eyes on the person that did it. But that's why I was saying, I was like, but I believe it sounded like something a Negro would do, especially a Memphis Negro. Like Louisville and Memphis Negroes are just slow. And I said, dude, my homie that got shot with me, keep in mind, I was standing right here. My homie was way over there. He was on the steps, the Capitol steps. He was over there. Dude got hit. I don't know how he got hit. Keep in mind, I'm straight. He was at like a 45 degree, almost 90 degree angle. I don't know how he got hit way over there. I don't know how he got hit way over there, dude. And I said that's usually what niggas do, because niggas don't do that. Negroes be Negroes be like swaying when they do that. And I said, that let me know. I said, yep. And I said, I got shot a little lower, because like I said, like usually if it's white people or somebody else, they'll shoot upper. They'll shoot like the head, chest area. I said, I got shot a little lower. And then I seen how my friend shoots. He's a Negro too. He shoots low. And I said, that sounds like some Negroes, because Negroes don't know about aim. They don't care about aim. That's why they carry 100 round mags, because they can't hit the target. A good shooter only needs like about 6-7 shots. You know what I'm saying? That's what people like Glocks for. Glocks give you about 6-7 shots. I said, Negro walking around with a 100 round mag, I said, just know he's gonna tear stuff up, because he can't hit his target. So of course, when he can't hit his target, what's he gonna do? He gonna get more ammunition, so he can spray the block. So I was like, that sounds like something a Negro would do. And so, like I said, I was crouched down, man. I was crouched down. And had I been, I was turned the other way. And so what I was about to do, I was about to turn the other way to see what was going on. Because I'm like, okay, well, I need to see if it's nearby. Like, I need to make sure nobody about to run over me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to make sure, like, you know, dude ain't standing behind me. And right when I was about to turn around, that's when I got struck. And so had I turned around, I'm glad I got struck around that time, because had I turned around about a second later, if I would have turned around, the way I was positioned, my head was right there. So I believe it probably would have hit the left side of my head. It could have either hit the left side of my head, or, because, you know, remember, I was crouched down. So what's about right there in that area? So either I could have been crouched down like that, hit my head, or could have hit my heart right there, dog. And I said that would have been a whole totally different story. So it's like, it was almost like on God's timing, man. It was like right when I was about to turn around, that's when everything, I remember I was about to turn around, but I stayed crouched down for a little bit. And then right when I was about to pow, then that's when I got shot right there. And I said, had I been turned around, bro, that could have been my heart. That could have been the side of my head. You know what I'm saying? My eye. You know what I'm saying? That could have been crucial, fatal. You know what I'm saying? And even though a lot of people survive that stuff, it's like, it still would have been crazy, man. It would have been a lot of complications with that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said it was crazy just even being in that type of experience, man. And like I said, my homie got hit 3 times, you know what I'm saying? And so it was a pretty crazy night, man. That's why I said it was a pretty crazy night. And even though, like I said, in the end, we kind of laughed it off, you know. Well, I laughed it off. I don't know if everybody else did, but I laughed it off. It was whatever. But I'm like, you don't realize how blessed and fortunate that you is to survive it, man. Because the week after that, right around the corner, the week after that, some little homies, man, they was around the corner, man, and the little homie got shot, man. And little homie didn't make it. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't as lucky. He wasn't as blessed. And so his time was right there. And then sure enough, they put up a little tribute to him on the corner. You know what I'm saying? They gave him his little you know, tribute, whatever. And I was like, dang, that was a week later. I was like, see how homie wasn't that lucky, man. And so it let me know, I was just like, bro, that could have went a whole different way, man. That could have been you. They could have been pouring out tributes for you. They could have been putting your post up. That's why I keep telling people. I said, bro, don't think because you blessed and you covered that stuff can't happen to you, man. Stuff can happen to anybody. That's why we pray daily, man, and make sure like God still has His hand, mercy, and favor over us. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I pray none of that ever happens, man. But like I said, stuff has happened in my life before. You know what I'm saying? It ain't the first time. Like I said, my life has been near that point several times. God still seemed fit to save it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's God's way of pushing me or testing me. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, but He let you know, it's like, bro, you ain't immune. Like, just because you saved or you Christian don't mean you immune to nothing. It's like, I can let you go through whatever I want to. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you do get high and mighty. You like, I ain't not going to happen to me. And it's like, you forget. You know what I'm saying? You only a human. Like, you ain't God. You know what I'm saying? And so you forget. And that's why I said, like, you try to remember, like, I think it's a way of keeping you humble as well. And I said, during that, man, God definitely kept me humble. Because that's the first thing that came out of my mouth. I created Him. I said, God, I created you for saving me. I created you for giving me the awareness to know what to do, you know what I'm saying? For letting maybe the bullet curve, you know what I'm saying? I said maybe the bullet missed my spine, but like it must, dog. A couple of inches away. You know what I'm saying? It missed all my vital organs, missed my spine, you know what I'm saying? Missed all of that, you feel me? Like, what's up, Mike? But I was like, bro, you don't understand, like, the way it was done. I said, bro, you pretty much got shot almost in the perfect spot. They said, had it not been for the broken pelvis, which I don't know if the bullet had hit my pelvis or not, they was like, you pretty much didn't rip no arteries. They said it passed through everything. They said, and then we left it in you because we can't take it out because it's too deep in there. And so they said we have to leave it in there because it's going to be more wear and tear. But they was like, you pretty much got hit in a nice spot. Because they was like, people usually die. They said people usually die from the stuff that happens like that. They was like, you just happen to not be one of them people. And I knew right there. I threw my hands up right there. I said, that's God. I said, I knew that was God right there. You know what I'm saying? Because what they did was, like I said, I got shot in the back, but they cut me open through the front. Like they cut me open like right here, like near my bladder or whatever. And so, because they was trying to see if they can reach it, trying to see if they could see in there, because it was too like they couldn't do it from the. I can't say they can't do it from the back. That sounds so bad, but they couldn't. I can't say do it from behind. No, I can't say that. They couldn't. They couldn't operate surgery. Let's just say that. They couldn't operate surgery. So they had to, I can't say do it from the front, that's not bad too. They had to operate from the front. Let's just say they operate from the front and check and make sure everything was good. Like I say, no Diddy, I pause on everything because you never know. They were like, what'd he say? Like Diddy's like, no, all you need is some Astroglass. Like, but nah, that's why I was like, a lot of people, man, they was calling me, hitting me up. I told my brother, I said, because Joe had called me right before he put me to sleep. I was laying on the bed, and they was pushing me into the room to get served. They was going to put me to sleep. And so Joe had called me. He was like, hey, man. He was like, hey, what's good? And I told him, I said, oh, not much. I wasn't going to tell him nothing. And so he was like, yeah, man, I just heard some people got shot down there. I was like, yeah, because Joe was out there, too. He was out there, I think, at a different time. And so he was like, yeah, Joe was like, yeah, they shot me with some rubber bullets, too, man. He was like, they would shoot everybody. And then he was like, but some people got shot with some real bullets. And I told him, I was like, yeah. And he was like, was you one of the ones that got hit? I was like, yeah. I said, hey, don't tell him. He was like, Joe was just like, oh, okay. Like, Joe was just nonchalant. And that's the way I liked it, because I ain't want nobody freaking out. And I said, hey, man, don't tell mama, don't tell nobody until I know what's going on. I said, I'm about to go into surgery. I said, when I wake up, I'm going to call you. I said, I might want, because that was at the time of COVID, so you can only have like one visit to come to the hospital. So I told him, I said, yeah, I'm going to have you come to the hospital, because I didn't want mama to know. And so I was like, yeah, if anything you do, don't tell mama, because I didn't want mama to freak out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, it was already like 12 at night. So I'm like, imagine 12 at night, you hear your son got shot, and then I woke up around like 4 or 5 in the morning from surgery. So you wouldn't be able to hear nothing from me for about 4 or 5 hours. So of course you're going to be thinking, man, he's dead. Like, oh, Lord, nigga died. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you're going to be thinking. So I was like, don't tell nobody nothing, man. And so I remember they was putting me to sleep. Oh, I hated that dude. That was the worst part. It was all fun and games till they did that. I was like, yeah, this ain't funny. So secretly, I said, I was like, Lord, if I shall not wake, please take my soul. You can take. I was over praying and everything, because I was like, I don't like it, man. I ain't never been put to sleep before, so I'm like, I don't know what that's like. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never got knocked out, because I've knocked suckers out. I don't know what that's like. Because I'm like, man, this is what my enemies feel when I uppercut them. Like, man, sorry, buddies. But yeah, I was like, man, I ain't know what I was going to experience, man. And then they hit you with that. They shoot you with like some morphine, I think, or whatever it is at first. It really is like it is at the movies, dog. Really, it is. Like when you hear that ring and your vision goes hazy and it feels like you floating. I promise you, bro. Everything got hazy, dog. It felt like a phone was in my ear. It was like, It was beep. And it felt like everybody was in the distance. And it felt like you like floating off into like this heavenly metal or something. And so I'm just like, is this heaven? I seen the lights was blurred. And you know, like when you blur it, like when you get your eyes closed and the lights is kind of blurred. I was like, is that great white light that everybody talks about? I was like, is this that white light everybody talks about staying away? I was like, well, it is white. So I was like, you know how I like white things. I was like, Lord, if this is your light, I was about to grab it. And I told him, I said, hey, can y'all, because I feel like I was floating. So I was like, yeah, I don't like it. So I told him, I said, hey, man, can y'all hold my arms down? Because I feel like I'm floating off his bed. And I was like, yeah, we got you. So it was some nurses that came on each side and was holding my arms down. And then they put the mask on me and they was like, all right, now count backwards from, I said, y'all want me to count backwards from 20? They said, you want him to get to 17 watch. And so I did 20, and then I said 19, 18. I don't remember nothing else after that. I don't remember nothing else, but they hit me so fast, I was out. All I remember was I woke up, and I was on this monitor, man. I woke up in the bed. I was like, man, why am I sore, man? I felt my front sore, my back sore. Like, my throat was hurting, man. I was like, man, what happened? And so they had me hooked up to this monitor. And so it kept making this beep, 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 beep. Like, I thought I was having a heart attack or something. Like, my heart kept, like, going in and out. I don't know what that was. And so every time I would, like, sleep, it felt like I was like drifting off, like I was dying. So it kept beep beep. So I would wake up and like try to figure out like what was going on. And I was like, what is this? And so the nurse came in. She's like, oh no, you good? It's just the machine. I was like, you sure? Because I don't think I'm supposed to be feeling this. What I'm feeling. Oh, you know how these nurses neglect Negroes. I'm like, nah, I need to make sure I'm feeling what I'm feeling. And so I was high off the anesthesia. I was still high off the meds and stuff. So I don't even know what I was saying. You know how like you see people in the videos where they be high off of stuff and they be talking. I don't even know what I was saying. I remember something. I remember there was a nurse in there. It was a black nurse. And so I don't remember everything that I said, but I remember I kept calling her baby because she was so sweet. And so I said, she was like, you good? I said, oh, don't worry, baby. I said, baby girl, I'm good. I said, don't worry, baby, I got this. And I just kept calling her baby. And I was like in a flirtatious mood. I don't know why. And so I remember when I woke up and I came to, and she's like, yeah, you sure was talking. And I said, oh man. I said, what did I say? She said, I ain't gonna repeat it. I said, oh no. I said, my true player came out. I said, I couldn't hide that long. I was like, I used to be a player back in 2017. Done came out. I was like, I tried to mask it. Yeah, mask off. I was like, dang, man, I done ran game on this black nurse. Like, dang, bro. And so I was like, I don't remember nothing. I said, I don't remember anything that I said, man. All I remember was that it was like hazy and fading. And I kept floating in and out. I was still half the meds. So they took me to the room. And so they put me in the same room with my homie that got shot. They put me in the same room with him. And so this is a nigga. This is a real nigga, dude. This guy, he's a nigga. Like, when I say he's a nyucko, he's a nyucko. He's one of those. And so he was cool with me. He was rude to everybody else. I mean, this dude was rude to everybody else. But I can see why, because he was in a lot of pain. He got hit 3 times. I got hit once and I was in pain from everything they was doing. And so it's like 5 or 6 in the morning. So usually we have morning news on the TV. And so it was like late breaking coverage at channel news at 6 in the morning. There's like 7 protesters shot. Tell me why they got me on the ground with my face blurred out, but they got me all tooted and booted, with the police standing over me trying to like they made it look like I was dying. And I'm glad they kind of blurred out my face because I'm like, I don't want my people seeing this. They gonna be like, I didn't know Steve's had cakes like that. Like, buddy got tooted and booted. Buddy got a bubble butt. But they had me all tooted and booted. I was like, no, I can't even say nothing no more, man. My haters gonna go find that viral video. My kids is gonna find it. And then when I start trying to talk crazy, I'm like, shut up, Dad. That's why he was tooted on the news. I'm like, dang, bro. Like, man, nigga, right. He's right. Ain't no one gonna respect me. Like, man, had me all tooted out there. And I said, man, you gotta be kidding me. And I remember I was in so much pain. I said, no, these niggas didn't. So I remember I woke up and I was with my ex at the time. My ex had called me because I told her I was on the table when they kept sticking me with these needles and they was taking all this blood. They did more pain to me than I was even in there for. So I was in there and she was calling me because usually we would call each other around like 10, 11. And so it was already like 11 o'clock. And so I told her, I was like, hey, I'm gonna have to get back with you. I didn't want to tell her what was going on. So I was like, hey, I said, hey, I'm over mama's right now. I have to get back with you right now. And so she was like, okay, just call me whenever. And then I called her around like 5 in the morning. And so she was like, we FaceTime. She's like, where you at? And I was like, I didn't want to tell her, but I was like, I'm in the hospital. And she said, why? And I told her, I didn't want to tell her why, because I mean, of course, you don't want to tell her why you just got shot. So I told her, I said, oh, it's my leg. I said, I broke my leg. You know what I'm saying? You know, that nigga try to lie. I said, oh, it's my leg. I broke my leg and stuff. And then she looked at me. She was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'm good. Why does doctor come right over me? He said, so, sir, we just got your results back. We couldn't take the bullet out because it's too deep in you. He was like, but just know you're very lucky. I was like, man, nigga, nigga, shut up. Like, I don't want her to know that. She's on the phone, bro. Literally when he did it, that's the same time I said it. And then of course she fully woke up. She's like, oh my God, you got shot? Oh my God. I was like, it's not that bad. She started crying. And I was like, it's down. And I said, it ain't that bad. She's like, babe, what happened? Oh my gosh, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I said, look, it wasn't, I was playing. I'm like, it ain't nothing. I'm straight. And so I was like, thanks, Doc. I was like, after he said, I said, gee, thanks, Doc. I remember I looked, I said, gee, thanks, Doc. And then he walked off. I said, man, this nigga done messed up everything. And so she couldn't even go back to bed. She was like, oh my God, like, if you need anything, oh my God, I'm scared. And I'm like, stop, I'm good. I said, girl, I'm good. And so the whole day, I said, girl, go back to bed. You got to be at work in the morning. Just go back to bed. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? And so she couldn't sleep. And so I was like, I'll be all right, just text me. And so that whole day, man, I'm talking about, I don't know if Joe told people, because everybody and their mama was on my phone, man. Everybody and their mama was blowing my phone up. That's the most my phone ever went off, dude. My phone was just getting constant. So my homeboy had found out, and he's a big mouth dude. And so I think that's how he found out, because Joe told him. He found out and told everybody. Everybody come to me like, bro, are you alive, bro? What's wrong? What happened? I'm like, oh my gosh, man. All my friends found out. Everybody calling me. Everybody's like, oh my God, are you okay? I'm like, who told you? It's the same thing that happened when Pastor Darby died. Somebody told somebody, and everybody know everybody in Louisville. And so somebody that knew Daddy, that knew somebody, that knew him, that knew somebody, knew somebody, knew somebody, that knew somebody, that knew us, that know everybody, they told somebody. And then that's how I promise you, not even 12 hours, not even say 12 hours, not even 5 hours after Daddy died, bro. Literally, the city blew up, dog. Literally, everybody found out. And we was like, how do y'all know? We just found it out. I said, how do y'all know? We didn't even tell nobody yet. Everybody, my cousin and everybody, hey man, you good? Oh my God, bro. I'm like, how did you find out? Who told you? I was like, bro. And then we found out somebody that knows somebody told somebody, and they got a big mouth, and everybody done told everybody. The whole city was just like shocked. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same way, man. He told somebody, everybody found out. People calling me. And I said, I'm cool with everybody else knowing. I just didn't want mama to know. And I said, I didn't want mama to know. So mama had called me. She was like, hey, we got to go out to a Grace Retreat and do some stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to be possible. I was like, it's not going to be possible. And she said, why not? I said, Mom, I'm in the hospital. I try to play it out. I'm in the hospital. She said, what for? I was like, oh, just some complications. She's like, yeah, what complications? And so I told her, I didn't want to tell her what happened, but I saw just, my backside or whatever. She said, did somebody did somebody sexually molest you? I said, excuse me? I said, Mama, I'm appalled that you would think I would even be in that situation. I was so tight from the stitches I had to get right here. I was so tight from the surgery, I couldn't even laugh. Like, it was hard to laugh, cough, sneeze, my throat hurt, everything hurted. It was hard to talk and all that. I said, if I was to bust out laughing, I would have literally burst a staple. And so I said, Mom, I started laughing. But I think I was mainly laughing at the fact, I was like, you really think I'm gonna let a nigga do something to me? I said, Mama, I wouldn't be in a hospital. I would be in jail. Because I would have killed him and anybody else with him. I said, Mama, I don't play that stuff. Men are not going to be in the hospital talking about, yeah, I got violated. Nigga, I'm going to violate you. To the grave, buddy. Like, ain't going to be no comeback for you. And I started laughing. I said, no, Mama. I was like, I didn't want to tell her exactly what it was. I said, well, Mama, you get to have one visit to come to the hospital. I said, Mama, come to the hospital. I was going to have Joe do it, but that was during COVID. Joe has asthma. So, of course, people with asthma, they can't really be around that stuff. So I told her, I said, Mama, you come through, And so she came there and I said, so yeah, you heard about them protesters that got shot yesterday? She said, yeah. I said, I was kind of one of them, you know what I'm saying? And so she literally did she was like, what? And I was like, yeah, it wasn't that bad, Mama. I said, it was, I played it off. I'm like, yeah, it ain't that bad. And so she was like, what do you mean you got shot? And I was like, I mean, I got shot. And I said, look, and I showed her and everything. And then my gown was soaking with blood, man, because it still had like the wound still wasn't really healed, you know what I'm saying? And so she was like, dude, what happened? And so I told her. And so she was like, Mama, she tries to stay cool about it, but I could tell she was kind of like worried and stuff. And I said, that's why I didn't want to tell her, because I didn't want her to, I didn't want her to feel that way, you know what I'm saying? And so once I seen how she was feeling, that's why I didn't want her to know that. So that's what was hurting me, because I was just like, what if that would have went worse, man? And then she would have got a phone call talking about, yeah, your son laying here, you know what I'm saying? I like, she got to see them zip me up again, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be seeing them zip up Daddy, you know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't nothing that a parent wants to see, man. You don't want to see your child like that. And you don't want to see nobody like that, honestly. That's under my nose. But I was like, it was whatever, man. And so after that, I couldn't eat nothing, man. My throat was so sore from the tube they had shoved down there. No diddy, but like they had a nigga hurt, man. You know what I'm saying? And so they had me on a liquid diet, no diddy. And so it sucked, man, to just do anything. So I told him, I said, I don't like hospitals. I said, I want to go. Like, I want to get up and go. And so that's like, well, maybe we'll discharge you. We'll send a physician in here to see how you doing. And I said, I'm good, because I forgot I was high off the meds. So I'm still high off the medication. So I said, I'm good. I've been laying down. I was like, yeah, I'm straight. I stood up, man. I'm talking about the blood went straight. All that went to my head. I'm talking about I done got woozy. I'm like, bro, nigga, I'm literally doing this. I'm like, I got woozy. Everything hurts. It's tight. And so I'm just like, oh, man. And so I stand up. And then it's so tight. Like, when your head hurts, sometimes you feel like you want to throw up. And so I feel like I was about to throw up. And I was like, I just laid on the bed. And I was like, I said, I sat in the chair. I said, girl, just let me sit here for a minute. And I stayed in that chair the whole day, man. Like, the whole entire day. What's up? All right. What's up, Ariana? Ariana Marche. What's up, Bonita? Oh, I like that. Bonita Flor. Bonita Senorita. Chiquita. Ana Mana Piana. But I was, so it's crazy because I captured the whole thing on video, man, the whole shoot and everything. I was on Instagram Live with showing everybody. And so my friend, my homie at the time, she was, me and her was like best friends. And so she was watching it with her mama. And so right when she took, because her birthday's in June. So she told me, she said, hey, be careful down there. And so right when I told her, I said, oh, girl, I'm good. I said, I'll be there for your birthday. As soon as I said that, that's when somebody pop, somebody start shooting down there. And that's when you see me take off. I started taking off. And then that's when I got shot. And so she seen me running. And so after that, she had called me, her and my homeboy had called me. And so I had a lot of adrenaline pumping. I had a lot of adrenaline going, you know what I'm saying? And so my car, I was trying to walk back to my car. And I was like, I was parked down there, but I was walking way down there. I don't even know where I was going at. Like, I think the adrenaline high was taking over. And so she had called me, and she was like, with her and her mama, she FaceTimed me. She's like, oh my God, are you okay? And I was like, we thought you got killed. It was like, we didn't know you died. I said, the live stream cut off and stuff. I was like, no, I'm straight. And she was like, oh my God, do you need anything? I'm like, no, I'm straight. And so I showed them why I got shot. They was like, go to the hospital. And so, of course, niggas, we don't go to the hospital. I'm like, nah, man, it's just, you see it off movies. He's like, nah, I'm just going home and just, pull it out. Because I'm thinking it's still like a rubber bullet. So I'll just pull it out, and then I'll sew it up with like a hot iron. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing the old Negro stuff, because I'm like, man, health insurance is high. I'm like, a nigga don't have none. I can't afford to die, Negro. I was like, I'm going to do this the old criminal way. And so I was going to go home, and then I realized my leg, like I said, my backside of my leg was getting stiff. So I started walking like a penguin. Like, I was literally walking like that. Like, I see the dude to be doing the dance like that. I started walking like that, and I was like, walking like some old nigga. And so I was like, maybe I need to go home. I said, maybe I need to just go to the hospital. And I was like, because I heard how bullets can travel. And I was like, what if it hits my spine, man? I was like, I don't want this to hit my spine, end up paralyzed. Sometimes bullets can travel up to your heart or your lungs. And so that's what I was worried about. So I was like, I said, because I'm thinking my money. I said, my money's more important than my life. So I'm like, I ain't trying to spend all this money, nigga. This is a lot of money. So I asked the cops on the corner, man. It was a bunch of cops, hold like AR-15s and stuff. They was down there. And so I was like, well, let me go ahead and ask them, man. So I asked one cop. It's the best cop I've ever seen. Good white dude. He was a good dude, man. And so he came to me. I said, hey, was that y'all down there shooting, man? He said, nah. He said, nah, man. A couple of people got shot with real bullets. And I told him, I said, yeah, man, I got hit. And so he was like, hold on, man, you might have got hit with a real bullet, man. A couple people got shot. I was like, what do you mean? And so he was like, turn around, let me see. And he was like, dude, that's a real bullet. And I was like, I started laughing. I was like, what do you mean a real bullet? I said, wait, what's happening right now? He said, dude, you got shot for real. And I was like, by who? I was like, if it wasn't y'all, who did it? And so he was like, dude, he immediately went into man mode. Now, keep in mind, I'm concealed carry. We in the carry, stand your ground state, so you can conceal carry, open carry, whatever. But I let them know that, because I'm a nigga now. And I told them, I said, now listen, before y'all just search me, I do have this weapon on me, right? I said, I have a weapon. And I told him, I said, I have my hands up. I said, no, look, even though I'm shot, I'm gonna let y'all know I'm the victim here. So I said, listen, just know when you touch here, I said, these ain't abs or steel. This is the concealed carry. So, even though I do have abs or steel. Got an 8-pack, by the way. But I told him, I said, this is the concealed carry. I said, hey, man, you might want to be careful with this, because I'm concealed carry. And so I'm thinking they all gonna be like, oh, God, ah! Like, because we already out there for them. So I was like, hey, man, I want to let them know, so they don't put some more holes in me. And so he said, it's okay. So he took it off of me. He said, guys, gun, just be careful. This is concealed carry. And so he had, they got to like cut your joggers. I mean, that was my favorite joggers too, man. I was wearing some gray. I was kind of wearing gray. Like, I was wearing some gray joggers. And so they took the snips and cut them. I said, bro, you could have just pulled it. Well, nah, that would have been Diddy right there. I forgot. You can't just pull it all out. You can't pull the whole cheek out, man. That's for premium fans only. You can't do that. But I told him, I said, man, I was like, man. And so they had me on the ground sideways. And that's when people was coming with their phones recording. And so it was a woman. She was crawling. I was in the street. So she crawled to me. I don't know why she was crawling. But I guess she thought maybe I was in shock. So I was on my phone scrolling while it was taking care of everything. And so it was a black woman. She crawled to me. She was like, "Hey," and I was like, "Hey," I was like, "Why are you crawling for?" And so she's like, "Are you all right? Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm straight. You know, I'm straight." And so there was some black people across the street walking. It was some niggas. These is niggas. They was walking past. And so they said, "Oh my God." They said, "Yo, what happened, man?" And then I told them I saw, and I was casual. I saw I got shot. And then the white police, he was like, "He's been shot, y'all. He's been shot." And so they're like, "Yeah." And one, the black guy, she said, "That's because y'all shot him. Y'all the one that shot him." Blah, blah, blah. And so they're like, "We did not shoot him. Somebody else is down there shooting." And so he told the woman that was on the ground talking to me, he said, "Hey, can you tell them that we didn't shoot him, just to let them know like we didn't do this?" You know what I'm saying? And so right when I look up, I said, "Bro, I feel water." They throwing water bottles at them. They throwing water and all type. I said, "Hey, man," I said, "Hey, I'm right here, dude. They hit me." And I said, "That's how I know a nigga shot me." Because I said, "Negro trying to hit his target, hit me." And now the Negro's trying to throw the water at the police, and they hit me. I said, "Bro, niggas just, they have no care. They have no aim. They have no passion, no nutrients. Like, they don't have nothing, man. Niggas just don't care about nothing. They hurting me." I'm like, "Bro, everybody's just attacking me. I'm the victim here on the ground." I'm like, "Everybody's attacking me." And so I remember they had the big old the SWAT tanks that was out there, the FBI and them, the SWATs and stuff. I'm talking about, bro, they came out with the green suits. These look like the bomb squad type niggas. Dude came out, it was this tall, big old tall white dude. Big old tall white dude. I mean, dude was big. He had on the SWAT glasses, the little phone piece and stuff, with the helmet. He got out the truck. I thought I was in trouble the way he was walking up to me. I mean, he walked so militant. He said, he slammed the door, he walked up, and he looked at me. He said, "You been shot?" I said, "Yes, sir." That's the only other man I've been spooked up besides Pastor Darby. That's the only other man I was spooked up. This dude was huge, dude. He's a big old white dude. And I said, "Now, you know I ain't scared of nobody," but I said, this nigga was scary. And he walked up, he's like, dude, I can tell he had his eyes like, he had the glasses on, but he had his eyes like, he said, "You been shot?" I was like, "Yes, sir." I thought he was coming for me. I was like, "Nigga, I ain't doing nothing. I'm the victim." And so I was like, "All right, yo, let's get him to the," they said, "Call an ambulance." I said, "Oh, ain't no ambulance." I said, "Bro, I'm thinking about," keep in mind, I got a bullet in me, but I'm thinking about money. That's how much I love my money. I'm like, I love my money more than my life. I said, "I ain't no ambulance, nothing." I said, "Nigga, I said, hey, I will just, you gonna have to bury me with it." And I said, I don't need to save my life. I'll save my money. Take my money and put it in the casket with me. And so he was like, "Don't worry about the money." I said, and I told myself, "Bro, that's all I'm worried about is the money." I said, "Do you know how much an ambulance is?" I said, "Dude, that is not cheap. And that definitely is not free." And so he was like, "Okay, we'll give you a ride in our police car then." And I said, "Well, that's better because it's free." And I told him, "Y'all gonna charge me for it?" I said, "Can y'all just let me go home?" He said, "No, bro, we can't let you go home." I said, "But bro, I said, "Nah, man, because that's a lot of money." He said, "Don't worry about the money, man." I said, "It's easy for you to say because you don't have to worry about the money." I said, "I do." And so he put me in it's like 6 of them tried to pick me up. Keep in mind, I could still stand up and walk. They was treating me like I was paralyzed. They was like, "Okay, the guys on the count of 3, let's grab him, pick him up." So they grabbed me and they got me all slopped over all types of way. They got me over contorted like that. I'm like, "What are y'all niggas doing?" I'm like, "Bro, y'all hurting me." I told him, I said, "Bro, why they got me midway, why they got me contorted over a Tutton?" I said, "Bro, I can still walk, dude. I'm not paralyzed. I can still walk." And so they was like, "All right, get him to the back of the car." So the guy was like, "All right, bro, I'll sit back here with you." He was like, "I'm gonna have you lean this way." And he said, "I'm gonna make sure that ain't nothing going on." He said, "Then we're gonna race you to the hospital." So we went like 100-something miles an hour, man. We got a squad car in front of us that was running all the red lights, letting people know like move. He got somebody. So it was pretty fun. We went on a high speed run, you know what I'm saying, running all the red lights, you know what I'm saying. And so I was in the back talking to this dude, man. He was a good officer, man. And so he was like, "Hey, man," and I told him, I said, "Yeah, we out here because of what's going on." And so me and him just start chopping it up, man. He's a good guy, man. Like, that's why I said I really give him a shout out, man. I forgot his name, but I really gave him a shout out. I said, this guy's a really good guy, man. And so, because he stopped everything. He wasn't scared of me because I was black, man. He wasn't out here like the rest of them cops out here doing what they was doing, man. He cared about life, you know what I'm saying? He cared about, saving me. That was his priority, was saving a life. And so he did everything he could, man. He made sure I got to the hospital straight. He walked me in, you know what I'm saying? He dabbed me up like, "Hey, man, I hope you get better. Hope you feel good." We make small talk, make conversation. And I was super respectful with this dude, you know what I'm saying? And that's when I said at the time we was doing all of this, like people was doing all this ACAB, you know what I'm saying? And I said, and some of it do be true. Some of them do, but I said, but not all of them, man. Not everybody bad. Just like all black folk ain't bad. All these police out here ain't bad. It's just a lot of them get a bad reputation because of the bad ones. Like black people get a bad reputation because of the niggas. And I said, it's the same thing. And I said, and then after that, man, that's when everybody started questioning me. The detective came in, started questioning me, and then all that. And that's why I said it was a crazy night, man. It was a crazy night. And I was like, so much happened that night. I was like, that was one of the worst nights of my life, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, man, it was just, again, man, it was So yeah, it was traumatizing, man. Just everything that went in it, bro. That's details I won't go in, but some of y'all know. But I'm like, there's other details I won't go in. But it was just it was sad, man. You know, and I came to the hospital, and I was super nice because around that time they was working during COVID, and so I told them I was like, "Stop, Mike! Don't do that, Mike." I told them I said they was like, they said you are so respectful, like the way you come in, you're so respectful, like you use your mannerisms, and they was like, you're telling us thank you. I was like, do people not do that? They was like, nah, man. They said we got cussed out a lot today. I said, cussed out by who? Who's cussing you out? And they was like, people just coming here on one, just mad. I was like, but y'all saving their life. I don't think I'm gonna cuss the person out that has my life in their hands, because they might give you an extra antidote and that's it. They can legally kill you. So I'm like, I don't think I would be talking crazy to them. I'll talk crazy to the police. I won't talk crazy to them, because I said my life is in their hands. And so I was letting them, I said, yeah, thanks for everything. Like, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all working hard. I said, y'all the real MVPs, man. Y'all working during this pandemic, this epidemic. You know what I'm saying? Y'all saving my life. You know what I'm saying? Y'all saving a lot of people's lives and stuff. And so they was like, wow, that's really nice to know. They said, thanks for that. We really appreciate that, And it was just, yeah, man, it was crazy. And so yeah, man, it was just, I don't even know where to start, man. It was just a lot going on, bro. Just everybody hitting my phone, just dealing with the mentality of it. Like literally, bro, the day I went out there, again, the Breonna Taylor thing, it happened where I'm from in Louisville. So the Breonna Taylor thing happened first. But we found out around the same time as the George Floyd thing. So when the George Floyd thing popped up, that's when the Breonna Taylor thing started coming out, because they tried to cover it up because they knew that it was wrong. They covered it up for, I think, about a month. So that's why everybody was upset, because they was like, how dare you? I was like, that's messed up. So Minneapolis was on fire. Louisville was second. Louisville was almost as worse as Minneapolis was. So it was bad. It looked like something like Mad Max out there. It was bad. And so that's when I went out there, because I was doing my firefighter training. And I was doing my running, I was doing my eating right, I was doing my steps, all of that, man. And so I just went running that day. And I took a nap, and I woke up, and I seen what was going on. I found out, and I heard we was having a protest. I said, I'm gonna go out there and see what's up, man. You know what I'm saying? And so me and my homeboy, man, we went out there, and we marched, man, and we was just seeing what was going on. And people was tearing stuff up. As much as they was talking about the black folks tearing stuff up, them white people was out there actually tearing stuff up. It was them. They was the ones throwing a lot of rocks and breaking the glass and all that. They was the ones doing it. We just got the face of it. But I said, but it was a powerful movie, man. It was like New York City out there, dude. It was so many people. Like, it was so many people of all colors. It was more everybody than it was black people. And that's why I said, when it comes to that type of stuff, I tell Negroes to be quiet. Like, if you ain't did nothing and been out there, shut up. Negroes talk too much. And I'm like, you ain't never supported nothing in your life, dude. I said, a lot of Negroes only started doing the BLM stuff because it got trendy. That's when the merchandise came in. LeBron started talking about it. Everybody started being on that wave. Celebrities started doing it. We already got persecuted and beat up and shot for it. So, of course, it was cool at that time to do it, because it didn't cost them nothing. It's the same thing what Daddy kept saying. Daddy kept saying the word of God's cool now because it don't cost you nothing. He said when it costs you everything, that's when the people ain't going to want to do it no more. When they find out they got to give up something or they got to die for it, ain't nobody going to follow Christ because they got to die. So then when they realize, like, yeah, it don't cost you nothing now, but when it costs you something, will you still do it? So it's the same thing. It's like it didn't cost nobody nothing, man. It was free because they got it off the backs of us. They got it off the backs of people who was out there willing to sacrifice their life, and they free. We had a couple of people die out there, dude. Some people gave their life for this, you know what I'm saying? For something that they believed in, whether it worked or not, or whether it was serious or not, it was something that they became martyrs for that cause, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I was saying, like, it's crazy, man. It was crazy, just experiencing all of that, just going through that, you know what I'm saying? And so, we had Negroes out there mad at white people. You know what I'm saying? They was talking about, well, white people out there marching, but they go back to their nice suburban areas. And I was like, and I told him, I said, so did you go out there? Oh, no, I ain't go out there. I said, so then why are you talking? If you didn't stand with the people, why are you running that mouth of yours? And I said, while they talking, it was literally viral videos going on. It was literally viral pictures going on where white people was literally locking arms. They was standing in front of black people, locking arms to make sure that, because the police was out there shooting the black folk, they was making sure the police did not tear gas or rubber bullets shoot the bean bags or nothing to black people. They surrounded black people to make sure that we didn't get hit. They was willing to put themselves on the line. And I said, I don't care what you call that. If it's them using their white privilege to help us, I said they did something. And I said the movement would have never got as far if it wasn't for them helping us. Because if it was us, they would have wiped us all out. I said, but because they had them, white people radical. They ain't listening to nobody. So when they was telling them to turn away, we're going to pepper spray y'all stuff, they was like, they was standing there talking crazy. Because, white people already think you ain't going to do it. White people be like, you won't do it. You won't dare. Like, they already using that privilege like, yeah, you ain't going to do it. And then they realized, like, they had real soldiers out there march for black folk. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I told people, I said, if you wasn't out there, keep your mouth quiet. They was like, what the news said. I said, that's what the news says, because you listening to the media. I said, go out there one time. And I took somebody out there, and they was like, oh, I didn't know. I said, yeah, because you listening to people who don't know. And that's why I tell people, stop listening to people who ain't got the knowledge. That's when I start really thinking, think for yourself. Quit listening to this black stuff, this white stuff. Stop listening to this Christian, this Muslim. Anybody that does not know what they're talking about, decipher the fruit by the spirit, man. You know what I'm saying? Judge it by the fruit. I said, if it sounds right, if it has good qualities, if it is, then I'm like, then follow that. That's why I tell everybody, I said, bro, just because we was doing the BLM, I wasn't following that. I'm not following this super black excellent stuff, because some of them niggas be in error. They don't care about their people. They care about their own agenda. And most of them was out there to push their own agenda. That's when a lot of feminism started coming in. That's when Negroes wanted to start making a movement about just the black women. They want to start making it about the trans, the gay, always everything. I was like, why can't it just be one big black? We all talking about black, right? You're black, right? So what's the problem? If we talking about black lives, we talking about all black lives, right? It's not just a certain demographic. It's all. But again, it was people trying to use that to push their own narrative and their own agenda. And that's why the movement had got tainted, and that's why I didn't really go nowhere, because you had selfish Negroes out there trying to make it about them. You know what I'm saying? Negroes is fighting over who's going to lead the march. People fighting over who's the leader. I'm like, who cares? Are we not trying to set an example and do something for a cause? Or are we trying to have power? And I said, it's always one power-hungry Negro that's mad because they can't lead stuff, because they can't just go do their own thing. They can't just be a part of something that's good. Finally, for once, we was all coming on one accord, and Negroes out there about to fist fight because they trying to be better than me. You know, they arguing about who's going to lead it. And I said, that's just sad, man. That's just sad that we can't personally have nothing. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said, I'm like, you know, that year showed me. I said, a lot of y'all got y'all black card taken. A lot of y'all got y'all right to speak on white people, about politics. Y'all got y'all right to talk about Trump. All of that revoked. Because it showed me right there, I said, y'all don't care about, you know what I'm saying? You don't care about us. You care about yourself. You care about what you can get and what you can have. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about the movement of the people. And I said, while they was talking, I said a lot of white people was out there passing out water bottles to people that was dehydrated. They was out there providing the snacks. They was out there filming just in case people was getting locked up. They was out there provoking people from getting locked up. They was making sure people had getaways, putting themselves in front to make sure that we could get away if you need to. You know what I'm saying? And I said, no, they actually out here doing a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? And I said, it's always a Negro, man. Like I said, my friend, she has a mixed kid. She has a kid that's half white, half black. And so she was like, it was important for her to come out there, because she said when history talks, she said, I want to be able to tell my kid, like, hey, man, I went out here. Because, you know, people going to ask you, like, where was you at when this happened? God willing that the world's still here in many years. But they're going to be like, hey, this is a big event in history. And they're going to be like, where was you at when this happened? And Negroes going to be like, oh, man, I just sat there. It's like, no, I want to say, hey, I did something, man. I fought for a cause, just like our ancestors did. Great-granddaddy, grandmama, them fought to ride the bus. They fought for civil rights, you know what I'm saying? They fought for equality. They fought for fairness, you feel me? They fought for a right to have the same drinking fountain privileges and you know what I'm saying, be in the same schools. Like, they fought for this, so they can proudly say, hey, man, I was there in that era. I put my 2 cents in that era, and that's why we're here today. And so with homies, man, people scared to come out there because oh, man, I got kids. Like, well, nigga, that didn't stop you from selling drugs. You had kids that still sold drugs. You could be facing 10 years in jail for selling coke. It didn't stop you from doing that then. But you scared to go out here and do a righteous cause. They said, man, I might get locked up. I said, dude, and when you get locked up, they locking people up for no reason. They was letting people out the same day because they had no reason. They was just trying to scare people. I said, so you basically are getting away scot-free from doing nothing at all. And I said, so you don't want to get locked up for a cause that you're going to get away with. But you don't mind getting locked up for sliding a block on a homie where you can get 99 years or more. You have no problem with selling dope. They can get you 25 years, but you care more. I was like, okay. And that showed me right there, niggas are hypocritical. And that's why I said, now, I say anybody that wants to do, anybody that God want to use, black, white, whatever, use them. You can't use Negroes no more. Because like I said, Negroes is just, they too far gone. You know what I'm saying? And I said, while Negroes talk about healing the Hebrew, and talk about Negro land, and talk about Hebrew Israelite, and talk about Black this and Black Panther, I said, where was y'all at? I did not see one Hebrew Israelite out there doing nothing. I did not see one. Not one. I didn't see one purple and gold, one all black, all brown attire Negro out there. I did not see one of them Negroes. And that let me know right there. I said, so now when y'all get comfortable, because y'all want to holler at it, because again, we was going up against an enemy that actually wanted to fight. I said, because they can go holler at the normal white people on the corner, they ain't doing nothing. And I said, that's all y'all doing? And I said, all y'all got is that speaker and that megaphone. I said, yeah, just like the white people when they protest. White people just be hollering. I said, y'all ain't gonna do nothing, man. And that's why that's why I said, while y'all doing that, communities are still in shambles. The movement died out. No, nothing's getting nowhere. So I'm just like, y'all not, again, we had the black militia out there. We was the black militia. And most of them was, I think most of them was like Muslims. They was coming out here, because they serious. They was the Black Panther Party. Them niggas are serious. I said, Hebrew Israelites ain't serious. They ain't gonna do nothing. They just be talking. But they trying to replicate the Black Panther Party like they are them. Like, you ain't one of them. You a loser. You ain't one of them. So that let me know right there. I was like, y'all didn't show up all year, so I don't want to hear y'all now. Like, now they want to get bold. It's like, nah, don't be bold. You should have been bold back then. We was getting whooped. People out there getting their tail beat with these poles and getting locked up, and we was getting shot. And now, like I said, now when you realize that people didn't want to support us then, and that's why I said the tables are gonna turn. And I said we was out there trying to do something right. People didn't want to support us. And now when they're going through this, and I told myself, I said, you know what? I said, I put in my 2 cents. I marched. I suffered. I sacrificed. I said, now when it comes to something that y'all want, now you are going to have to do that. And I said, guess what happened? Because when the clubs start opening back up, and the nightlife start opening back up, and people stop doing the social distancing, people stop coming. They stop supporting because they ain't care. They would never really support it anyways. And I said, now when they get their rights violated, now when they're in a situation where it's like, I'm going, I said, well, guess what? That sucks for you. I said, oh man, that sucks. Now Stevie's going to go party. Stevie is going to go travel and live life and do YouTube and not think about you. I hope you find a way to get your voice through like I did, but don't expect me to come and support you when you don't want to support us. I said, yeah, that's funny how you reap what you sow. You didn't care about nobody else's movement, so now ain't nobody caring about your movement. So now I feel like I'm on. Then they said we need it. I said, ain't no we. I said, we's done. We got shot. I got shot out there. I said, I almost got locked up a couple of times. I almost fought the police many times. I said, no, we have done our movement. We are finished. You can go out there. If it matters to you, you do it. I said, ain't that like a Negro, when they want something done, they want to involve everybody and say, well, we just got, ain't no we. No. You can do it. Like, dog, if this is your issue, you go do it. Why you want to put us in it? It didn't matter when I was doing it, so I'm like, it shouldn't matter now. Like, I don't care. And I said, well, that sucks when you act like that. Now look what happens. Now nobody wants to support you. So like I said, I took a stand on something that I felt was righteous, man, on something that was serious to me. And I feel like that, again, because it wasn't serious to people, they didn't care about it. I said, well, now when you get your own issues, now you're going to have to fight your own battles. You know what I'm saying? And rightfully so. So, like I said, I lived that, man. I went through that. It was crazy. But, I always think about how would it have played out, man, if it would have went different. If it would have went south, you know what I'm saying? I said, I know I joke about it a lot. Like I said, I was laughing when I got shot. I didn't really care. I was laughing because it was funny to me. I don't know why it was so funny, but it was funny. And it was crazy because you wasn't scared. Like, I wasn't scared. It was more like, oh, this is happening. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, you fight or flight mode. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do what you got to do. But it's like, I wasn't scared. It was just like, well, I gotta survive, But after a fact, when you realize what's going on, like, I think the adrenaline kicked in. And so, of course, you start, like, feeling that. But it's just like, it's more like crazy that it happened. As I told people, getting shot, it don't really hurt, man. It's more like a prick. Like, you feel it. It's like somebody just, depending on what you get hit with, it's like somebody tapping you. It don't hurt till it starts to cool off. When the bullet cools off, like I said, it didn't hurt me at first, but when it started to cool off, like, yeah, I started stiffing like a penguin. Start walking like some old nigga. I'm like, yeah, that's when it started to hurt, man. I was like, yeah, I gotta get this checked out, man, because once it cools off, it starts to harden in you. You know what I'm saying? No diddy. But it really starts to do that, man. It hurts, bro. It hurts bad, Got you. I told you I was gonna get you. Hold on. So yeah, man, it was it was definitely a time to be alive. I will say that, bro. Definitely a time to be alive. And so, I almost got sent to meet my pops. Almost got sent to meet daddy. He was like, boy, what you doing here? I'm like, well, it's my time, I guess, daddy. I'm like, I'm fine, son, and you. Like, it's nice to see you. But yeah, it was just like, it was a crazy year, bro. It's hard to believe it's really been 5 years, man. It don't even feel like it. 2020 was just such a blur. Everything bad happened that year, man. It was the worst year for everything. Like I said, we started off almost in World War III. Just idiots over playing with nuclear weapons. And then the COVID that came in, so that sucked. And then the Black Lives Matter, the whole epidemic that came in, that sucked too. Kobe died, that sucked. Chadwick Boseman died, that sucked. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody was dying, man. It's just like, bro, this is terrible. I got shot. Had a standoff almost in front of the church that year. So that's another one. Negroes was crazy. The crime rate went through the roof that year. So that's also another one. I'm just everything bad was happening. I'm just like, this is not a real life. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, bro, I'm like, this is the book of Revelation. This got to be the book right here. It's like, this sucks, bro. Like, Negroes is arguing about COVID. I said, who cares, man? I ain't arguing about that. Like, bro, it's here. I had people calling me, freaking out. My ex called me, freaking out. She was crying. Oh, I can't believe this is happening. I was like, and? Bro, again, I'm laughing. I turn every situation to a joke. And so I'm laughing. I'm like, girl, what's wrong with you? She said, people are dying, and it's just up in New York, it's like a quarantine zone. I was like, and? I was like, what you think this wasn't gonna happen? I said, did we not think this was possible as humanity? I said, this is not even that bad compared to the Spanish flu that killed like I think a couple 100 million people. You know what I'm saying? And then compared to the bubonic plague that wiped out like a third of Europe. I said, I don't think this is anywhere near as bad as what that is. And I said, did you not think humanity is dirty? I said, people carry germs everywhere they go at. This is why I don't like people, because people are nasty. I said, girl, somebody wipe their butt and touching your food in the restaurant. Why you eating it? I said, this ain't nothing new. People's always been nasty. I said, as long as we live, there are going to be germs. There are going to be viruses. There are going to be diseases. This ain't nothing new. I said, you didn't think this was going to happen again in our lifetime? Are you stupid? I was like, girl, please. I was like, I always knew this was going to happen. I just didn't know when. But I was like, I knew it was possible. She's crying, talking about, I don't know how to feel about it. I was like, girl, get a hold of yourself. I was telling people, I said, why y'all freaking out? Get a hold of yourself, dude. They're like, what if we all catch it? I said, okay, watch. I never caught it. Never caught it. And I was like, well, I mean, maybe I'm just good like that. Maybe because I had to deal with all the turmoil in hell that year. Maybe God spared me from that, because, man, I went through it. That would have been the icing on the cake. Like, well, this nigga got COVID too. I was like, man, I lost my sense of smell and taste. I was like, man, that was terrible. So, yeah, ain't nobody, that's why I said people be tripping about stuff. Like, I ain't tripping about that. Oh, I'm gonna move you. Hold on. Oh, it's cute. Damn. Yeah, people losing their minds, y'all. Don't lose your minds over what's going on in the world. I know stuff be scary, but I ain't losing my mind over nothing. You feel me? I said, man, please. I said, you know what's more contagious than COVID? Niggerism. He turned into a Negro. That's a lifelong lasting disease. There is no cure. If there was a cure, boy, I would have done made a patent by now. But there's not a cure for being a Negro. It's like anxiety. Like, there's no cure for anxiety. You know what I'm saying? It's a mental thing. So being a Negro is a mental thing. But I wish I did make a cure, but I'd be so rich. Hey, stop. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. So yeah, man. But it was a crazy year, bro. That's why I said, like, man, the stuff I've been through in life, bro, it's ridiculous. People be thinking you have it sweet. I'm like, bro, it has not been sweet, man. That whole year was chaos, man. It was hell on earth. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said, like, man, that was tough, bro. And so that's why I said, after a while, man, you have dreams of it. You know what I'm saying? I had dreams of that night replaying out. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said that stuff is not normal. But again, to me, it was normal because of what we was around. That's why it took me to really move from Louisville. That's why I hate Louisville, man. I hate that city. I've always hated that city for the longest, man. And I kept telling Daddy, I was like, Daddy, I said, man, I told Daddy and Mom, I said, man, y'all can move to church from here. Y'all can go somewhere else. Like, you ain't got to be in this crappy city. And even Daddy was trying to get out that city too. He didn't want to be there either. And I'm just like, because this the way you think, man. It's your mindset. And that's why I told people, I said, man, you're right. I said, I done been to all type of places, man. I done been to some of the worst places in the nation. And ain't nobody bother me. Ain't nobody mess with me. I said, it's only in my city, man. People size you up, bro. I got shot in my own city, man. You feel me? Like, I was in Southside Chicago. They ain't bother me. Ain't nobody run up on me, man. I went to Little Haiti. They ain't bother me. Went to the slums of Costa Rica. They didn't bother me. Went to LA. They ain't bother me out there either, man. Ain't nobody trying to size you up out there. It's only niggas in your city, man, because they ain't got nothing better to do. And I said, man, it's really like it. I said, you don't know, people don't know they don't know the struggle of really being in that city, man. There were so many days I woke up, I was like, you know, of course, you don't believe in death. Like I said, we don't speak it. But I was like, bro, you was almost like, bro, because of what you've been through, you like, bro, if it happens, like, it can happen. You know what I'm saying? There were so many days I had to walk around with my gat, man, because I'm just like, it might be the day I have to blow some little nigga off. Because I'm like, niggas be trying to, they be trying to come over and do stuff. You know what I'm saying? People be trying to rob you or run up on you. I think they think you sweet. They be trying to try you and set you up. And I said, man, I might have to put a hole in this little nigga. You know what I'm saying? That was so many times that happened, man. That's why I said it was these little two teenagers, man. That would have been sad too. That was two little teenagers, man. They was riding on a little scooter, and it was a little dark outside. I was in the car. They was riding around with these little machine guns, dog. Like, bro, it looked like real like SMGs. They was walking around with some real like it looked like some realistic like guns they had, and they was riding around pointing them around at people. Bro, I almost shot dude. I almost shot that little nigga. Cause I'm thinking, I'm like, bro, these little niggas, you know, little Negroes ain't got no sympathy for nobody. They don't care about nobody. And so when it come to that, like, bro, they will do you in for nothing. They don't care about your money. They don't care. They'll just do you in for fun. You know what I'm saying? These little Negroes ain't got no heart. And so I told mom, I said, mom, I almost shot this little dude. I said, because he was pointing that thing around. I seen the orange tip on it. And they let me know. I was like, okay, because it was dark, so you couldn't really see it. And I said, I seen the little orange tip on it, and I was like, bro, that would have been a big mistake. But I said, but buddy shouldn't be walking around pointing that thing at people, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't think they see me in the car. I don't think they really see me. But they was riding around the scooters, pointing them around. I said, dude, if you point that over here, I said, I'm gonna put a cap in you, little homie. I don't care nothing about you. I don't care nothing about you at all. You know what I'm saying? It was the same with a dude that tried to run up on me. And it's the same spot. Dude tried to run up on me on my property, man. I was on FaceTime with somebody, man. Homie tried to run up on me. I heard these footsteps behind me. He had his face covered, had his hand in his pocket. Like I said, he had a gun. I just happened to be bending down, like, because I used to keep my gun on the floor in the car. So I was bending down, picking up my gun. And so I turned around, like, who's this running up on me? So homie must have seen that. So he tried to act like he was crossing the street, like, you know. And I said, I looked at him the whole way, and I had that gat in my hand. I said, what's up? I said, what's up, homie? And so I looked at him the whole way. I said, what's up, homie? What's up? He ain't say nothing. He just kept walking with his hand in his pocket. I said, you take your hand out that pocket, I'm going to shoot you. I said, I'm going to shoot you for real, dog. And so I told the person I was on FaceTime with, I said, dude, I almost shot that nigga. And I said, we had cameras outside the house. And I said, I would have caught a body on camera and told his mama come scrape him up off my property, nigga. So I said, I don't got no sympathy for niggas like that, man. That's how you have to be in that city, man. People be thinking I'm exaggerating. I don't be exaggerating, dude. I don't got no sympathy for people there. I don't. Then that little Negro, you kill him out of self-defense, and his mama come, oh, you know, I don't care about that nigga. I don't care about you either. Come get him up and scrape this up off my, clean his blood up off my property, nigga. And that would have been a sad situation because we talking about Black Lives Matter. And I'm just like, why? It ain't gonna matter if a nigga try to run up and do me. I don't care about you. That's why I be telling people, I said, bro, you gotta understand, like, there's times we have sympathy for people and just we understand it. But then there's other times it's like, nah, man, like, you gotta call it what it is. Everybody be all, well, you know, don't say that people ain't bad. Like, no, some people are bad. Some people are wicked people, man. You gotta say that. I don't care what you say. Any child murderer, child predator, they are wicked people. I don't have no sympathy for them. And I said, maybe if y'all start taking a stance on them, we will have less child murderers out here, man. Have less of your kids out here killing everybody, man. These little niggas killing women now. They don't care. They killing women like they killing the men. What do I care what I call him? Because you don't want to call him bad. No, that nigga bad. He's bad. He killed somebody's daughter. He killed somebody's son. He's bad. Yes, he is. Care what I call him, man, please. Told y'all, man, y'all better do something. System gonna get him. The system of white supremacy. Somebody gonna get him. Hold on. That's why I said, man, you gotta watch out, bro. You gotta watch out, man. What's up, Gabrielle? But that's why I said, like, bro, I always had to watch my back in that city anyways. But that event that happened to me made me watch my back even more. Because when you realize, like, a Negro would shoot you in your own hometown. And I said, that's what let me know. I was like, bro, it ain't safe here. I was like, I need to get out the city. In 2020, I was going up. I kept saying, I said, bro, I was saying that for over a decade. I said, bro, I'm gonna move out a little. I never did. So 2020, I was just gonna travel a whole bunch. Since I'm like, well, I ain't gonna move. I'm just gonna travel a whole bunch. And then COVID came in. I never got to do that. And so 2021 came in, and that's when I was fed up. I said, nope. I said, you know, I was kind of just whatever. And then early 2022 came, and I said, no, I'm done. I said, I'm done. I told mama, I said, mama, I'm done with this city. I said, I'm moving out this city. I'm not doing this no more. I've been here I was 27 going on 28. I said, mama, I'm done being 27 here in the city. I said, I hate this place. I love the ministry. I love y'all. But I said, I am not going to live here another year. And she said, I think it's a great idea. She said, I said, well, then you say that after 10 years. I said, mom, I've been telling y'all for over a decade. I've been trying to get out of Louisville. Y'all told me don't. Now you want to say it's a great idea? I was like, you know what? This is why I listen to people. And I was like, I was going to get out of Louisville anyways. But I said, nah, I'm definitely getting out of Louisville. And I'm like, nah, man. That's why I said I'm learning how to just make things work. And so I worked the whole entire year, man. I said, I don't care what I gotta do. I said, bro, I worked the whole entire year to get my money. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, I wouldn't let nobody throw me off. I was serious. I said, no, I'm getting out this city. I hate this place. People get on my nerves. It sucks here. The dating scene sucks here. People can't act right. You know what I'm saying? Negroes is losing their mind, out of control. It's the same boring stuff. People ain't got no dreams here. It's like you're dying slowly living there. I'm like, I don't want to do that no more. I'm tired of it. And then that's when I met that lovely white girl. I met that lovely white girl I got in a relationship with. The best white woman I've ever been with. She almost convinced me to stay. I'm glad I had my mind made up before I met her, because if I would have met her first, I probably would have stayed. Because she just had that type of impact on your boy. Lovely white girl. Her name was Sydney. Sydney like the Australia. I was like, oh man, she changed her brother's life. I was like, man, I'm no longer a Negro. But yeah, I spent some little time with her, and then like I said, I kept moving the move date back because I was like, well, me and her got a thing, and then I was like, the holidays are coming up, so it makes sense to just wait around the holidays, and I waited till January of next year, and then like I said, I left her. I didn't let her stop me. I ain't let nobody stop me. You feel me? If anything, I told her, I said, well, look, move to San Antonio too. I said, we can keep what we got if you move to San Antonio as well, but then again, I was like, nah, you from my city. I don't want nobody from my city. Even though we had a great connection, I was just like, bro, I can't be with somebody that's from here. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're all white. Sorry. Hold on. So yeah, man, it was, I've been through a lot in that city, man. That's why I said a lot of times when I go back, it'd be good, but it also reminds you of like a lot of stuff you've been through, man. It's just sad. You know what I'm saying? Seeing a lot of it's sad, man. Seeing how people ain't trying to do nothing with that life, man. Niggas ain't trying to be on a come up. You know what I'm saying? I look back at some of the homies I know, man, and they still doing the same stupid stuff they was doing back in 2018. They ain't changed one bit. And I was like, man, I got tired of just the violence, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said we ain't from the streets, but we live in the streets, man. We live there, you know what I'm saying? And I said we almost like we is. So we gotta protect our turf. And I said, you know what I'm saying? And I said, once I realized that, I said, oh, no, I'm done. I said, I'm done with these Negroes, man. Because I told myself, I said, if you live in this city another year, I thought I was going to have a homicide on my belt. I really did, because I'm like, people trying you. They try me big time. I said, dude, I'm going to have to shoot one of them if I have to live here another year. So I was like, I'm going to go ahead and just leave, man. You know what I'm saying? I came to Texas, man. I ain't had to worry about that one bit. It was crazy how my mindset changed. And it said it took me to move out that putrid city to do that. That's why people don't understand. Like, that's why, again, they don't respect Pastor Darby really in Louisville, because they common with him. They don't care about the word. They don't care about Darby ministry, Stephen Darby. They don't care about that. That's why overseas or in other states, y'all love him so much, because y'all trained to think bigger. Niggas don't think bigger in that city. That's why they ain't got nothing. Daddy been there for 20 years preaching, and the church was always a little smaller because Negroes didn't care about that. They don't want the word. They don't want real stuff, man. They don't care about men of God. And Daddy even said it. He said Louisville is a terrible place for men of God. That's why a lot of men of God don't like being there. He kept saying people wonder why TD Jakes don't come here and why Creflo Dollar and them and all them don't want to come here. He said because it is a terrible place. He said one time TD Jakes did try to come and the people was disrespectful. He said so that makes people not want to come to this city. And then I started looking. I said it is so true. He said, see, I'm small in this city. He said all over the world people know me. He said, I'll go do a conference. That's why he started doing conferences, because he said, in other cities, people love you. They respect you. They care about you. He said, it's only here, man. People don't want to do that. And I said, it's so true. If you ever try to start a vision or a dream in that city, it's probably going to die slowly. That's why I said that's the one thing I'm glad that he did, was that he actually outreached, man. That's why I say y'all think his word is new. He's been preaching this word for 20 years. It's just his word didn't get out there because he didn't outsource it out there, because he was trying to rely on the city to do it. And so that's why he was like, I'm going to start doing YouTube, and I'm going to start doing conferences and outreach and making connections. And that's why we started doing Texas and doing Florida and doing California. And everywhere we went at, we was wildly loved. The first Negro Land conference was actually in North Carolina. I think it was in North Carolina, because people out there respect it. He couldn't do one of them in Louisville. Niggas don't care about nothing in Louisville. Hold on. Louisville, Kentucky. That's the city. Louisville, Kentucky, home of Muhammad Ali, Jack Harlow, ESTG, Louisville Slugger Field, Kentucky Bourbon, all of that. KFC, worst city on the planet. It's literally one of the worst cities for everything. I keep trying to tell people, they thought I was talking for years. I said, dude, Forbes list has literally just came out and said Louisville is one of the worst places for everything, bro. Like, literally. So I think people just think I'm talking. I'm like, no, I'm really telling facts here. Forbes list literally said Louisville was in the top 10 most depressing cities in the United States. That's not me saying it. That's what they said. It's one of the worst top 10 cities to date because everybody's dumb and they small-minded. Everybody has been with everybody. Everybody has baggage. People don't want nothing more than a 2-month thing, if even that. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the worst places to own a home. This is not me saying this. Keep in mind, look it up. It's one of the worst places of drivers. One of the worst places to raise a family. It's also one of the worst places to pretty much start a business. It's one of the worst places in general for everything. I cannot stand that city. If I own Louisville, I would move everybody out and turn it into the world's biggest graveyard. I told you, I would let everybody bury their loved ones or whoever they want there for free. Because there's no purpose, there's no use. Probably is the water. Daddy always said, it'd be the water, man. But then again, I'm like, yeah, that'd be true. But I'm like, nah, because all them other cities ain't like that. Maybe it's just a special type of water. And it's funny because we got Louisville literally has the cleanest tap water in the nation. We have the #1 tap water in the nation. Like the tap water you can drink out of the sink type. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, but maybe it's the water that makes us dumb. They put in mercury in retrograde. They put in tap or fluoride or something. Because everybody does a special type of stupid. It ain't just the Negroes, it's the white people, it's the Mexicans. Everybody in Louisville just like dumb, like they slow. All they care about is college sports and that old dumb college team that ain't never won nothing since 2013, and they still ain't even won it. And got their title revoked, man, because they out there messing with prostitutes. Like, bro, it's the worst city for everything, dude. It's the worst city. I was like, man, the only thing that came out this city that's popping is Pastor Darby and Bryson Tiller. That's about the only thing that really came out this city that was really popping. I was like, man, this really ain't got nothing in this city, man. And so that's why I kept saying, I said, I wanted to move somewhere far, man. I've always loved Texas because when we did our Texas conferences, I was like, man, this is different. This is nice. It's far away. It's something I can get accustomed to. And I kept saying, I kept saying that for years. I said, bro, something is up with this city. And I told Daddy that, and he kept saying, he was like, nah, he said, man, because we watched the Heat games. He's like, nah, you don't know what, like, he was like, you don't know Miami like it, man. He was like, nah, man, they got a lot doper, and the dope stroke might be up the street, and it's dangerous. And I looked at him like sideways. I said, are you serious? I said, Daddy, are you serious? Really? You really want to say that? I said, where do you think we live at? What do you think is around the corner from where we live, from where we got a house at? I said, Daddy, you notice the dope stroke? You grew up here. I said, hey, the dope store is literally up the street. You said it the other day. I said, the dope store is up the street. I was like, bro, he was like, well, they got a lot of drugs. I'm like, nigga, we got a lot of drugs too. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, what's dangerous? I'm like, dude, it's dangerous to walk outside. Do you not hear gunshots every night? Like, do you not know where we at? Like, no, don't act like you don't know. And then that's when Louisville started being a powder keg, dog. It started being a powder keg, and everybody started just turning up. You feel me? And then he started to see, like, oh, nah, it's crazy out here. Yeah, it's been crazy. It ain't nothing new. Lord, been crazy. I said, Daddy, it was crazy back in the days you was running the streets. Don't act like you don't know what's up here. I said, Daddy, you so dope. You so dope before you know what's here. Don't act like you don't know. You sold the devil's nectar. Don't act like you don't know what's here, man. Like, Louisville ain't that good. And then turns out that our crime was worse than Miami's. Crime worse than LA's, dog. I got some of the worst crime out here. And I said, see, everybody, I kept telling everybody for years, man, like they just talk. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the facts. They don't know nothing. And so I kept saying, like, oh, you don't know what's there. I said, well, I know what's here. And that's why I want to get away from here. I know. That's why I said people got a love affair with that city, man. I'm like, it's, ugh. Like, I would never, man. That's why I said I frequently visit, but I definitely don't stay. Everybody say I look like Bryson Tiller, man. Bro, he came in 2017, man. I swear to you. Everybody kept saying, hey, man, do you know who you look like? I said, let me guess, Bryson Tiller. Yeah, you do. Oh, my God, bro, you know. I said, because I'm from the same city as him. They thought I was Bryson Tiller walking down the street. I was like, why would I be walking down this dark street with Nick Rose? Like, dude, you know I get robbed so fast. They was like, you're Bryson Tiller? I said, bro, if I was Bryson Tiller, why would I be walking down the street where they can rob me for all my millions I worked hard for? I don't think I would. Bryson Tiller know not to walk down these streets here. He knows what's here. He's from the South End. I'm from the East End, but I mainly got raised on the West End. That's why I said the only thing that came big from the city was Bryson Tiller and Pastor Darby, bro. That's about it. And Louisville Slugger. Huh. Yeah, I know how Daddy is, man. And so Daddy even told me, he was like, why? He was like, what's trap stuff? Because I did a lot of trap stuff. And I said, you know, it's the Bryson Tiller. He said, I know what it is. I'm like, well, then why'd you ask? I said, it's like a not newer genre or something. But everybody kept saying, I kept thinking Joe looked like Bryson Tiller because Joe had the afro like him at the time. Like Joe had high hair or whatever. And so, yeah. But then they was like, no, because the girl I was with at the time, she's like, no, you look like Bryson Tiller. I was like, no, I don't. How you doing? But she was like, no, you look like Bryson Tiller. I was like, girl, no, I don't. And then I looked and I was like, oh, no, we can't do that. They was like, are y'all related? I said, everybody in Louisville related. We probably are, like second cousins or something. I said, Bryson, send me some of that money. And so Joe told me, he said, bro, when I'll be making trap soul beats and stuff, he said he would record me and send it to Bryson Tiller's Instagram. He said he was trying to get Bryson Tiller. He was like, hey, man, like, dude be making beats. He's from the city. I think I even hit him up one time. I said, bro, I make music, man. Like, I'm from the same city. We look alike. I said, we can make good music together. So, I don't know, man. Bryson Tiller probably know who we is. Like, everybody in the city kind of know who we are, man. So it's like a big city, but a small city at the same time where it's like small-minded. Everybody knows everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. So, yeah, hold on. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. So last night it rained hard, bro. This is usually dry. I don't know what happened, man, but I don't know if a dam broke or something. But this is like been doing this all day. I was over here earlier running. This is usually dry with like rocks and stuff. Like, this is how hard it rained, bro. Look what it did. I'm talking about like it tore something up over here, bro. Like, I don't know what this is. This is all flooded. So this is like, I don't know what this is. I don't even know where this is going at. Like, all these parts over here are flooded. They got like yellow tape over here talking about people can't cross. Because they done did something over here. But yeah, we probably related, man. I don't know. If so, I can use some of that Bryson Tiller money. Like, Bryson, come save me from the trenches. Well, technically, I'm saved from the trenches. I ain't in the trenches no more. So, I was in the trenches, but before I moved, I said, Lord, help me. I said, bro, literally. That's when I was talking to the white girl. And so I used to have a white girl come over. Man, literally, when I was going outside to get her, somebody was outside shooting. Just pop, 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 pop. And so she looked, she was like, what? She was like, what's going on? I said, just coming in the house where you change your mind. I said, just come in the house. Don't worry. I said, it was fireworks. I said, just worry about it. Just come in the house. But yeah, it was, yeah, people be shooting her all the time. She said, yeah, man. She said one night, she said, I thought I was leaving. She said, I was trying to start my car up. And she said, this random dude just walked up to my window. And I was like, you talking about when I let you go home? She was like, yeah. She was like, this one guy just walked to my window and was like, she was like, hey, roll the window down so I can talk to you. She said, I heard it sped up. I said, you did right. I said, that nigga was gonna rob you. I said, you did right, white girl. You did right. He's gonna rob you, nigga. And I told her, I said, listen, you have to understand about the trenches. It ain't sweet. I said, definitely ain't sweet out here, man. So, there's a lot of joggers out here today, man. Must be a competition going on. A lot of joggers out here, more than usual. But yeah, I literally went outside to go get her. She was like, yeah, I'm outside. So I went outside to get her. As soon as I did, somebody pop, 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 pop. I was like, oh my gosh. So she looked, she was like, I said, come inside. Hurry up before you change your mind. I was like, oh, that's just fireworks. Don't worry about it. And I said, well, I told you I live in the trenches. So, so yeah, so yeah, one day, I think it was the same day. Like, no, one day I had to come over. And after she left, I took a nap. And so I woke up to some, it was like, brrr, pop, 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 I was like, man, what is that? So I go outside, man, niggas done shot somebody's house up, bro. They shot the transformer at the top or whatever. And I don't know, and I said, niggas got terrible aim. The house, keep in mind, the house was straight right here. The car was on the street. I don't know how they shot up here. I don't know how they do that, but like, they don't pay attention. That's how I know niggas be doing that. And so they had shot dude's house up, and they was in one of them Dodge Durangos. Them new one was a little like the Dodge Chargers or whatever. So we all went outside to see what's up. So dude came out of his house with his AR. He's looking around, you know what I'm saying, look for people. And so this car just keeps zooming around the block, keep doing circles around the block, going full speed, vroom, you know what I'm saying? And so they were circling the block. So everybody was like, so I was over there. They said, hey, bro, they said, hey, they come back. Let me move. Move so I don't get hit again. I said, they doubling back for round two. The week after that same, I got shot up. I said, bro, this is crazy. Like, this is not jokes. This is crazy, dude. This happened all the time. And they said this time it was the kid. Said these are like 5th graders, 6th graders doing this. Like, these are the ones that are on the shootings, man. I said, this is sad, bro. This is so sad, bro. So I was like, yeah, I'm done with this city, bro. So that's why I couldn't wait. I was counting down the days to move, bro. But yeah, is it Wednesday? Or what's it? Is it Wednesday? Oh, it's Friday, man. What's wrong with me? Bro, man, ain't working. How's y'all? I'm about to say Friday again. See, Negroes slow. How's y'all Wednesday going, man? Let me know what's up, man. Like I said, it's 5 years later. I'm just happy to still be alive, player. Still being live. I said, I wish him. I know them Hebrews wish that bullet would have took me because now I'm messing with them. I'm steady coming for y'all. Steady coming for you, Negroes, bro. I was like, you're gonna have to do better than that, buddy. Mad at me, boy. The Negroes mad at me, boy. They was like, God gonna do something. I said, and if God wanted to do something to me, he would have let that bullet that he years ago take me out. God would have let that car accident take me out. He would let me drown in the river in Costa Rica. You know what I'm saying? He would have let me be aborted in the womb when I was almost like, bro, God would have let that happen to me. He ain't gonna kill me now. Cause the Negro tell me what God gonna do. Yeah, right. And all God just keep doing is blessing me all the time. So I'm just like, God, just keep blessing me. I said, God don't listen to Negroes. He listens to himself. I told people, I said, bro, God worked for me and I work for him. When you realize that God, when you work for him, it's between. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Technical difficulties. Can you hear me? Stevie looking good. Stevie looking like a chocolate snack. Goldfish. Oh, Mivin. Still looking good. Like, man, I bet a Hebrew will be mad at me, boy. They ain't got a crisp hairline. Like, notice all of them be the same, bro. Why all their heads be nappy? They ain't never got no crisp hairlines on nothing. They beards is all kinky. Head nappy. No crisp hairline. And they all don't get women. That's why I said, if you take off my robe, like I said, this is how I look. Stalky, swole, athletic, obliged or something. Like, you look at them, like, man, buddy smell like a Cheez-It. He wear the socks with the yellow tips. Not the gray tips, not the white tips. He wear the socks with the yellow tips on it. Like, that's pretty homo of you, buddy. What's up, LB? What's good with you? Banks of the Lisa. Lisa Banks. I got like 5 Lisas in this chat. Next, I'm gonna have a Lisa Simpson in here. Like, oh, Lisa McClendon. All right, who's another Lisa, man? There's another famous Lisa, I think. He said, Lisa! Oh. How y'all doing, man? I don't know if it's like a run competition here or something, man. There's a lot of joggers out, so everybody's jogging. So I don't know. I kind of want to join. That's why I said I need to join this thing. They said there's a, somebody told me last year, they said they got like a joggers association for like singles and whatever. I was like, for real? And there's some girl that told me, she was like, yeah, she was like, I actually went to one of those, but she was like, I'm not really in the mood to like really be a part of that right now. So she was like, I ain't really like trying to check it out. But she said, but when I did though, she was like, yeah, they have it for like singles or like whatever you there for, you can meet people. I said, word? She was like, yeah. And so, like I said, she was fine. And so I was like, which one is the one you went to? And I was like, she was like, oh yeah. She was like, I'm from Mexico and stuff. And so she was like, yeah, I was born in Mexico, but she was like, you know, I go to college here and stuff like that. She was cute. I was like, oh man, which one do you go to? So she was like, yeah, I go to this one over here, whatever. And so I was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna have to. I was about to be like, yeah, slap me the Instagram. I'm about to work my game again. Steve got game, boy. I start small talking. He's like, oh yeah, really? What part of Mexico? Oh really? Oh man, yeah, I've been trying to go to Mexico. Hey, yo, you know, hey, we should go sometime. What's your Instagram? You never ask for the number, fellas. Never ask for the number. You ask for the social media first. You be like, hey, well, you know, like I said, I do music, and so I'm like, I do music. They're like, oh, you do music? Yeah, I do music. And I was like, oh, that would be great to see. I was like, well, just yeah, follow me on such and such, you know. I said, yeah, I usually post. No, and I don't. I'd be like, I usually post weekly clips of me doing music. No, I don't. But I was like, you know, just follow me on Instagram or something. He said, what if she don't have socials? Well, then she's a no-show. No social, no show. You can't have the Steve if you don't have the socials. I mean, if she do a number, I don't really care about that. If she wants to talk on a number, that's fine. But I'm like, I feel like a number's more personal because it's just like, this is my personal, you know what I'm saying? Like, but so even on social media too. But again, that's how you wing yourself in there. You just like, oh, well, hey, like, you know, I'm like, hey, well, just follow me on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do a lot of stuff on Instagram, like, if you don't mind. And they're like, oh, yeah, sure. They're like, yeah, here's my Instagram. And I'm like, gotcha. Zingo. I was like, yeah, gotcha. Yago. I was like, you always work your way. That's why I said, I was trying to tell my homeboy. I said, homie was trying to, He was trying to ask the girls for their straight up. He was like, "Hey, you gotta. Oh, look who it is. It's Empress Judah." Hey, that's my real nigga right there. But I was trying to tell homeboy that, and I was like, he was trying to ask for the socials. That's like white girl central over here, boy. Back in the day, I would love that type of thing. Back in the day, this would be paradise. And I was like, look at all the white girls out here with their fine selves, out here staying trendy. But nah, I was telling homie, I said, man, you gotta. He was asking women for their social straight up. I said, dude, you can't do that. He was like hitting them up, be like, hey, you look cool. What's your Instagram? I said, bro, don't ever do that. That's women don't like dudes that come off too strong. They don't like that. It's too strong. I said, you got to get to know them. You got to woo them. You got to sweet talk him. You got to sweet talk to my man. Like, you got to talk to him. You can't just jump right into it, man. I said, you got to ease her. You got to open up. You got to slide in there. I mean, no diddy. But I'm like, you got to just work your magic, dog. Like, you can't just ask for the social straight up. And I said, bro, talk to her for a couple of days. Get to know her. I said, never talk about what you want to talk about. Talk about what she wants to talk about. I said, women love good listeners. I said, don't be a player. But I said, but really listen to them. You know what I'm saying? And so I said, bro, ask them what they do for work. Ask them what do they like to do. And then say, hey, I like to do that too. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, bro, you got all types of ways you can talk to women. You know what I'm saying? But hold on. She said, why'd you leave the snow? I don't know. I don't know why I left the snow, but they had to go. Like, what's up, Zenobia? Nah, I don't have a problem with white girls. I ain't got a problem with nobody. It's just, I mean, I live in a place that's predominantly Latino. You know what I'm saying? It's mainly Hispanics and foreigners and stuff. So I kind of like it like that because, like I said, my whole life I grew up around niggas, and then I grew up around white people. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like you get around other ethnicities. I like to be a very diverse person. I like to be around a lot of people. So I only got an issue with them, but I'm just like, they're not really my go-tos no more like they used to be. Even though Texas white girls are different. Everybody said, I know black dudes, they was like, I don't even like white girls. They said, but Texas white girls are so different. They was like, I like them. That's all, brother. That's a little bit of taste of everybody here for you. I know girls like that that don't even like black dudes or white dudes. But they see like one of these country dudes out here, they be like, dude, he is so fine. It's like, I want him. So yeah. Like I said, I told Buddy, I said, bro, you gotta win your way in there, bro. Don't just, you scaring the women. I said, bro, you gotta talk to them for a couple of days. He said, why a couple of days? I said, because you don't know them yet, dummy. You gotta get to know them, dude. I was like, women are already scared of these dudes nowadays. You gotta show them what makes you stand out. Like, you gotta be different from everybody else. So you talk, use your mannerisms. Don't be a simp, don't be a kiss up, but like actually talk to them. You know what I'm saying? And then I said, then that's when you be like, oh, hey, yeah, this app always gives me problems. Like, you want to talk somewhere else? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then they be like, here, usually they'll come to me. They always do that. They be like, well, here's my number. I'm like, oh, I ain't got to do nothing no more. They be like, hey, this app is giving me issues. Hit me up on Snapchat or like Instagram. I'm like, oh, that's even better. I was like, wow. Like, I might hit them up on social media first. And they be like, oh, I don't really use social media often. Hit me up on my number. And I was like, you in there now. I said, second base, boy. I said, man, it feels good not to have to do nothing, man. They just come to you. I'm good like that. I said, I'm good like that. I had a whole bunch of women on my channel trying to do that. I'm like, nah, keep your social media and your number too. And your mom, keep it. They're like, Steve, I watch your father before I go to bed. Okay, what you want to cook? I'm like, what you want me to do with him? I'm like, girl, I don't get no type of turn on from that. Good for you. Who doesn't watch Pastor Darby? Good for you. They be like, you're great, just like your pops. Like, okay, and thanks, I guess. Like, you can't. That's why I said you can't kiss up to me, man. Like, if I just say I don't like you, it don't work with me. You know what I'm saying? They be like, oh, I just, you're great, and I like you, and you're cute. I'm like, tell me something I don't know. I was like, I can't date you. And they're like, why? Is it because you're black? Like, I'm sorry, baby. I don't date my kind. Like, what do you mean by you people? Nah. I told him, I was like, nah, you ain't my type, man, because you a freak. You weird. Like, I don't like weird people. I would date that branch over there. That branch is more sexier than you. You ever seen a piece of bark that just looks better than people? I was like, why is that bark looking so sexy right now? Way better than you look. Told you, man, I had some girl like Grandmother Willow trying to holler at me. I said, nigga. Like a Pocahontas 2D character. Like, girl, I want that. No, those are jokes. I gotta clarify to people. Like, I be playing when it comes to black people stuff. I be playing. I love black. That's why I say I clarify. I love black women. Cause some people know I'm joking, and then some people are a little bit too sensitive. And I say, especially I know what a lot of this black women stuff. A lot of people just overly sensitive about that. And so that's why I do the jokes, because like I said, a lot of people just over. I see who gets triggered by that type of stuff. But no, I love black women. I love everybody, man. It's just if you treat me with respect, that's all I care about. It's just I didn't want to really I didn't want to really talk to people that was from my city, because again, everybody, all the black women from my city, we related. I told you somebody was my cousin trying to holler at me, and they didn't even know we was cousins. And so that's why I was like, I would never date a black woman from there. And then on top of it, like, what's up, bro? And then on top of it, I'm just like, all the black women there are ugly. So I'm just like, I don't want them. Everybody in Kentucky is ugly. Like, y'all look like incest babies, man. Look like little maggots and little sloth creatures. I don't want that. You come out here, people have actual like noses and curves, and you know what I'm saying? They look good and take care of themselves. And then you got niggas there, man, look like a whole ape. Like niggas look like grape apes out there. I'm like, I don't want that nigga. I said some of the black women out there look like men. I was like, I can't date a trans like nigga. They were like, no, my wife is 100% woman, but she look like a trans Negro. Like, I don't want that. Trans Negroes look better than you. I don't know niggas that can put on a wig and some lipstick look better than you. Like, man, like, I know we ain't on hard times, but girl, if it was between you and him, he the last people in the world. I said, ain't no way a nigga should look better than you, but I don't care what you say. I was like, man, you are forever losing. I said, man, if I wanted to, I'll look like a better woman than you. I look beautiful. Like, man. Nah, man, you got women that are looking like Obi-Wan Kenobi. I don't want that nigga. Like, hey, girl. The force is not with you. It's against you. Yeah, mama is beautiful, man. She's a beautiful woman. But being a kid, I remember I used to tell mama that as a kid. I was like, Mom, you're so pretty. I was a little simp. I was a little punk, man. That's why I'm glad Daddy roughed me up. I was borderline. I'm about to try on heels, dog. I was soft. That's why I used to tell Mama when she would do her makeup in the mirror. And I was like, Mom, you look beautiful. She was like, oh, thanks, son. I said, boy, don't you ever say that again to your mama. Don't ever say that. I was like, ew, dude, don't do that. You don't say that to your mom. Like, there was a woman trying to get me and Joe to give mama a kiss on the cheek for like a picture. She was like, we was doing different picture poses. So she was like, okay, now kiss your mom on the cheek. I was like, no, we ain't that close. She's like, but that's your mom. I said, exactly, that's my mom. We ain't that close. Some niggas ain't got no problem doing that. Because like I said, they're a little saucy. I'm like, I don't do that. So, sorry. And then ain't nothing necessarily wrong with doing that. It's just, we ain't that close, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't that cool with you, you know what I'm saying? So, no, absolutely not. They say, you don't want a woman that look like your mama? Absolutely not. Like, the last woman I want is a woman that remind me of my mama. Mama's a beautiful woman, but I don't want to think of mama when I'm with a woman. Like, no, man. Like, ew. That's just overly weird. So, no. Yeah, I'm a little comedian, though. They like salsa bunnies, sand bunnies, soy bunnies. Everything but the dark bunnies. Yeah, I'm like, like I said, I don't mess with them other kind. I said, she got to be Dominican, Puerto Rican, or something. That's the only reason you better be dark. No, I'm just playing. No, I was saying, man, I talked to this one girl. She was African. She was from like, I think she was from Zambia. I think it was Zambia. Country I ain't never heard of. But she was beautiful, man. She was cute. So yeah, it's just, like I said, I ain't got nothing against nobody. It's just, I got tired of a lot of the, like I said, we dealt with white people doing this when they was mad about the interracial marriage. So I said, now we dealing with black people when it come to this. Like, they be mad because somebody married somebody white. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, it get on your nerves. It's like, bro, it ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said that's the problem with finding out who we are as a people. Judah gets cocky. You know what I'm saying? And so people, and that's why I told people I don't like talking to people that know Pastor Darby, because they thought because they know Pastor Darby and they listen to his messages and they said, well, your daddy preached on who we are. I'm like, niggas think because you're black, you gonna like him. I'm like, no, I got a type, homie. I don't just like any black woman because we got good DNA. I'm like, no, man. My kids come out and look like rock monsters, man. If I marry you, man, my genetics gonna be messed up. My legacy gonna be tainted, man. It's gonna be like, bro, I don't even want people to know I'm related to daddy if I get your kids, man. Kids look like apes for the rest of their life, man. Like, nah, man. They kept saying, well, your daddy, I listen to your daddy, and I'm Christian, and I'm black. I'm like, what's that got to do with anything? But they thought because you're black, and they listen to Darby Ministries, and they say and do the word and stuff, that means you're going to like them. No, I can still say no, absolutely not. You can't use a race card on me, nigga. Work like that. One girl tried to come, she said, oh, so you like white girls? Yep. I was like, yeah, what you thought I was gonna say? You like, girl, okay. I ain't one of them niggas that back down from black women or anybody that get mad because you don't like them, what they do. I'm like, I ain't gotta like nobody, man. I do it on purpose just to show you I don't like you. And they was like, oh, yeah, what is, somebody said something one time. What's up, Henderson? What's up, y'all? That's why somebody was like, oh, you like mess with them snow bunnies. I'm like, yep, them snow bunnies better than you. I just throw it back in their face. I said the only people mad about snow bunnies is people that can never amount up to their level. So I don't know an intelligent black woman that's mad at a white girl. They too busy being great. Great black women are not comparing themselves to other people. So if you doing that, it's because you got some serious mental issues. So that just shows how ugly you are. And then again, I look at the people that's doing it and I'm like, ew. I had one girl, man, she was always in here doing that. She was this old bitter nigga, man, always in here mad about somebody white. And then you look at her, I'm like, who would get with that? Like, nigga look like a piece of salami. Like, who wants to get with that, dude? Ew. You smell like it too. Like, she thought she was all that in the bag of chips. I said, well, I don't know what Clarence and Thomas did to lie to you, but you sure ain't. Steve don't find you that way. And then they realize Steve didn't find him that way. That's what they care about. They care about my opinion. And then I tell him, you're hideous, yikes. He's like, oh, my good sir, it's time for you to choose your bride. Let me see. Okay, your hair. Geez, yikes, 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 yikes. Well, let me guess. You have a great personality. I'm like, girl, I don't want you. Look ugly. Girl, look like she got hit by Johnny 2x4. Like, girl, you keep it. Oh, Eddie jittery skin character looking like, girl. Is that stuck in my nose? I might want this old green screen, mean team, lima bean, peachy keen type look. Girl. Some girl, I was like, bro. I told him, I said, bro, y'all know how sexy red is, how ugly she is. I said, bro, that one girl that kept messing with me, sexy red look better than her. I'm not even playing. I said, bro, sexy red makes sexy red looks attractive. Sexy red is a woman of God compared to this girl. I said, I'm not even joking. I would rather date sexy red before I date this nigga. She kept bothering me. I said, girl, I don't even date him. I date people in my species. This girl like she's an alien. I'm like, ew. She thought she was daggone Hebrew, man. This is weird Hebrew Negroes, man. They think they African, I Pan-African or something. I'm like, girl, Oh, I'm gonna turn around. Hold on, what time is it? 8:17. We continue to roast. I'm gonna turn around, y'all. But yeah, she thought she was she thought she was all in the bag of chips. I'm like, girl, I was like, bro, that's why I tell people leave Steve alone, man. And that's why they was like, I said, bro, the difference. I said, see, a lot of white people don't know me like you. A lot of Mexicans don't know me. You know what I'm saying? I said, because, again, they don't know who I is. They don't know Darby Ministries are really us. So when I talk to white girls, they didn't come off with that stuff. It was the black girls, a lot of them, man, they know you. Because like I said, that's all they do is watch Daddy. Because Daddy was black excellence. So that's all they do is watch Daddy. They watch his son. And they kept doing it for years. And Daddy kept putting us on the market. And I said, dude, stop doing that. I had to tell like Daddy, stop doing that. Because you're going to get people's feelings hurt when I say no. They think because they black and we Christian and because Daddy said so. I said, and then they realize like, no, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. Yeah, they be a bunch of smooth brain, knuckle dragging, pants sagging, internet lagging, like, man, team dragging, like, man, like, one dude. I said, I had this one girl, bro, she literally couldn't pick her knuckles up off the ground. Girl, dragging her knuckles everywhere. I'm like, girl, Like, I like somebody that has an IQ of a little bit higher. Like, she said, well, your daddy said if a man ever talks to a woman, I said, yeah, well, that ain't what Daddy said. I refuse to even believe the message he said it in. I said, I guarantee you took it out of context. I said, nah, you thought you was going to sweet talk me, woo me, and manipulate me into being with you. It don't work like that. And I say, yeah, once they want to know about Pastor Darby, you know what that means? Yeah, once they talk about Daddy, that's what that means. Like, yeah, I'm trying to make something work with you. Like, they say, I'm trying to cop you, knuckle. I'm trying to cop you, knuckle. I'm like, nah, keep that. My brother, he said, well, Steve, she's cute. I said, no, she's not. I said, no, she's not. She ain't my type. He said, well, what's wrong with her? She love God. I said, it don't matter. I still got a type. I said, yeah. I said, yo, it's easy for you to say that now. I said, Joe, you wouldn't get with no big old lima bean head Negro. Like, you got a wife now because she look good. I said, if she was ugly, you wouldn't get with her. I said, Joe, what about the ugly girls try to holler at you? You didn't want them, so don't do that. Like, no matter if people love God, I can still say no daggone it. Like, well, I got to be a slave to you. People try it. I said, you can't guilt trip me with God, bro. It don't work like it. It don't work like it. Niggas always got a problem with something. They was mad at Moses because Moses married an Ethiopian. Like, why is that any of your business? It's always a Hebrew nigga. They was jealous of the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians look like you, daggone. They all dark. We all dark. Negroes is mad because they ain't them. That's what it is. I say, yeah, that's how I knew it was the people of the Bible, because only Negroes get mad when you marry somebody white or somebody that's a different complexion or a better black person than them. That's the only time they get mad. Like, oh, looking like a daggone. Yeah, Joe said it. He was like, "Oh, well, see, man, she loved God." I'm like, "Bro, I don't care if she loved God and talk to God daily herself. If I can still say no, I still have a right to say no. I gotta be nice all the time. Like, nah, man, I ain't gonna be coerced into something that I don't want to be in, man. I can say no. I got free will." He's like, "Oh, that's mean, Steve." I said, "I don't care. I am mean. That's why I told people don't come over and bother me." I told you, my favorite type is old, overweight white women. I like my women old, bitter, and ugly. Like, that's the ones I want. A little bit white complexion. Like I said, old, bitter white women ain't got nowhere to go. They gonna cook for you, clean for you, and you know they're gonna be there when you come home. They ain't got nowhere to go. Like, if I need her to pay the bills, she gonna pay the bills for me. And then if I lose the mortgage, she got a mortgage of her own. So. That's why I said, y'all better leave my white people alone, boy. I'll fight for my white. I'll fight for my white people. Hold on. Hold on. You heard how quiet it is up here, boy? It's beautiful. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Look at that. It's beautiful. Look at that. You zoom in on the city. Beautiful out there, boy. Whew. You want to know why it's so quiet up here? No Negroes. No niggas. See, that's why it's always been a paradise. You take the Negro out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the Negro. Gotta go somewhere to let the white folks be. Somewhere quiet, nice. Green beans, Cheerios. I told you, man. You want peace in your life, people, get away from Negroes. You ain't gonna find it. There's a 404 file there. Not found. Hold on. Oh. It's like, how can you love white people so much? How can you not? The white man is great. The white man is everything. Hey, man, I hope people really don't think I'm for real, though, but some people really do. All right. So, to my 20 beautiful people, allegedly, that's in here watching me, what beeth on your mindeth? Where's Antoine? Antoine, I'm gonna keep getting on you about this dog. Where you at? Yeah. People get mad about interracial relationships with the same gender relationship. Yeah, that's exactly. That's what I said the other day, Zenobia. I said it on my live stream. I said, notice they ain't mad at Tyrone and Kurt, because Tyrone and Kurt is of a different color. Tyrone black, Kurt white. And they're like, oh, he's just Bobby and Tyrone love each other. It's so cute. Notice they don't say nothing about that. Sharkeisha and Taylor get together. They ain't got no problem with that. But notice when a nigga get with a white woman that can actually reproduce, that's in God's eyes, they got a problem with that. I said, you know what that's called? Oxymoron. That shows right there. You don't care about black lives, nigga. You just hypocritical, because don't nobody want your old, overweight, ugly self. Like, girl over looking like a blob or something. Like, girl, yeah, of course you would say that. That's why I said, watch what people say. I said, bro, there's a reason people are saying what they're saying. I said, I'm not an idiot. I said, people think they can do that stuff because they think they slick. I said, I know why people say that. The only people that's mad, like I said, the only people that's really mad at white people right now, again, a lot of stuff that they do, we know what they do, so we don't like what they do. So, of course, that's why we speak out on it. But I said, I'm not wasting my life tossing and turning because of what a white man do. Boy, I'm a grown man. The only one that's obsessed with a white man is the one that want to be one. I think that's really what it is. They mad because they get the respect and stuff that they don't get. It's the same thing when it comes to dating. Like I said, that's why, notice, they gonna get, these white girls be cool. They don't even know the girl. They don't even know if she's even like it. They just stereotypical, like, oh, she gonna use him and play him for his money. I said, what you think these niggas be out here doing? I said, you act like black women don't do that too. Everybody does that when they have a heart of greed and envy and stuff. That's what they do. Ain't just no white girl thing. And I told him, I said, you can't say that about, I said, bro, that's like saying all black women are nasty. That's not true. You can't say that about people. I said, see, people don't want to be stereotyped, but they stereotype everybody else. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Dr. J? I thought that was Dr. J, like Dr. What's his name? Yeah, it's like people only say that stuff, man, because like I said, that's just a handicap mechanism for them from trying. Like I said, when you don't want to try, you blame people. So again, it's easy to blame white people when you ain't got nothing going on for yourself. Like I said, you blame white people for everything. I could blame white people right now while I'm in the situations I'm in. It ain't a white man's fault that I did what I did. I did what I did because I'm a nigga. Because I don't learn. God ain't dealing with the white man, boy, he dealing with you. I said, if I go out here and rob a bank, can I blame the white man while I robbed the bank? No, I blame myself because I did it. Like, man, please. Some woman try to walk in Target talking about these are our reparations and try to fight everybody. She said, these are my reparations. How dare you try to fight all the white people and then some white dude socked her. I said, that's what you get. She tried to run up on the loss prevention guy because she was in everybody's face. That guy on camera was trying to run up on everybody's face. He said, move. She wouldn't move. And so she got up on him. He socked her. So the cops came to arrest her. She was like, arrest this man. She said, I can't wait till you arrest this white boy. And they arrested her for trying to steal. I said, oh yeah, Negroes have gone too far. They have gone too far, man. I told you, people don't care because you Judah or the people. White people would still sock you, boy. I don't think they understand. White people are not soft. And all of them are not soft, dude. Some of them are real Navy SEALs, daggone it. Like, they are real killers. They just like we got killers in our community. They got them too. Like, they ain't soft. I said, why ain't y'all go out there and holler at them? Why you hollering at the ones just out here trying to go to the movies? Like, y'all messing with them. Why you messing with them white boys that want to hang a nigga? Go do that to them. Notice they don't want to do that. Oh my gosh. I said, that's just a handicapping mechanism that people say, man, when they don't want to try. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, they be like, well, black people got to work 2-3 times harder. I said, well, if it means I'm going to get what I need, I'm going to do that. I don't care, man. Like, I know it may not always be fair, but I said, but if it can be done, it can be done. That's how you get somewhere with hard work. You got to do what you got to do, dog. What's up, Janelle? What's good? So I ain't mad at white people, man. Just like, it's like dudes being mad at black women all day. Like, why are you, like, you ain't got nothing better to do? If you don't like black women, that's fine. But I'm like, you ain't got to slander them all day on the internet. Nobody want to hear that stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? Some people are just race baiters, man. They like that stuff. They like to talk bad about black women because they had one bad experience with their girlfriend, or they mama's a nasty nigga, so that's why they don't like black women, which is understandable. But I'm just like, bro, you ain't got to go on here and slander people all day. It's the same thing with black women. They get on here mad at black dudes all day because one nigga broke their heart, and now all black women are dogs. Like, nobody cares really, but I'm like, you wasting your time. And I said, the only people that listen to you are a bunch of dumb idiots like you. I've never seen a fine black woman say that. That's why I keep saying, I've never seen a good, beautiful, intelligent black woman say that. It's always them ugly gorilla looking ones that's always talking. Them be the ones that's like, who want to get with that? You look like a whole nigga. I don't want to date a woman that look like me, man. You got more of a peach fuzz than I got. Like, dang, nigga. Like, girl, your hairline crisper than mine. You sitting here talking. Like, man, please. I ain't never seen no beautiful black woman say that. The same way I ain't never seen no beautiful white girl bad at everybody. It's always the ugly ones. This is the ugly ones and the ones that's the big and all disgusting looking. Of course, you would say there ain't nobody looking at you in the gene pool. Believe me, ain't nobody trying to kidnap you. Don't nobody want to kidnap you. You ain't even that special. You ain't even special enough for somebody to put you in their bed. Like, girl, please. The reason that other ones get kidnapped because it's like, hey, they a prize. Somebody might want them, which is not good, but nobody trying to kidnap you. You trying to throw yourself out there daggone for somebody too. they driving past like, nah, not her. Even if they don't want you. You ain't worth a lot on the black market. I said, notice, ain't you don't never see the big ugly ones getting kidnapped. They ain't the ones that try to. I remember, man, there was this girl I knew. She was salty because she was a little bigger or whatever. And so again, ain't nothing wrong with that. But she got mad because she went out to the club one time, and so she put it on her story. She said these two dudes, because she like black dudes, and so she said these two dudes was trying to holler at me. She was like, they was trying to holler at my friend, and so the guy was like, oh, you talking about her? He was like, no, not her, not the big one. So because he called her big, she got salty. She was like, okay, so that's how you gonna be? Okay, that's fine. I was like, girl, why are you in your feelings? And I said, oh, because you ain't a Negro's first pick. Is that what it is? So she wanted to get on the internet and tell her story. And come up with this other rejected stuff. She's one of them white girls that thought she was black. They worse than the black girls, bro. I'm trying to tell you. The white girls that think they black, they are the worst. Oh my gosh, man. That's like really unattractive. She thought because she had a butt that she was black. I was like, just because you got a butt don't mean you black, dude. Like, that is, oh my gosh, man. Is that all it takes now? I was like, yeah, but what about the face though? Look at your face. Like, that's the first thing I noticed. Yeah, he said, not the big one. She got salty. Ah! I was like, I told you, that's why them girls keeping big ugly ones around them, because it makes them look better. Out of all the 6 of them that's around, the one that looks good enough is the one that's, she might still be ugly, but it's like, well, she a little slimmer. She look a little good. Like, well, she looks better compared to them. Like, if she was standing alone, nobody would notice her, but because she's standing next to them, it's like, well, she's the least ugly out the group, so Again, I ain't dumb. I know why girls have their friends around. That's why they don't want they. That's why they want their friend. Look, you notice why these girls be out here dressing crazy? Like you should not be wearing that with them shoes, or you shouldn't be wearing that outfit at all. But they friends let them do it because they know that they friends they gonna look better around them. They gonna make them look better. So when she look crazy, but her friend looks a little modest, they gonna be like, hey, let me holler, let me holler at little mama over here. You know what I'm saying? They try to come with all this stupid stuff, man. Like some people just you just ugly. It's okay to be ugly. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Like man, some of us is ugly. I was ugly for a season. Now I'm not, but I'm like I was ugly when I was growing up, man. I didn't get women. Like I said, girls didn't like me. You know what I'm saying? But once I started getting older, and then the white woman season started coming in, white women love the nigga. And they was all up on me, man. They treated me with respect. They loved me for me. They was like, hey, where are you from? Like, they was cool, man. Mama didn't like us. Mama was the only one that really had a problem. Daddy and mama first, but daddy really didn't care, I think, after a while. Mama did. Like, daddy didn't really want us around a lot of girls like that, like black or white. Like, he didn't want us because he knew what we was going to be doing. And so daddy didn't really care about it for real. But he was always trying to advise me. He was like, son, I don't want this white girl. He said, son, I never liked white girls growing up. He said, they ain't my type. I said, well, they might not be your type, but they're mine. Let me have something different. I said, well, you know what, Dad? I am not you, okay? I don't know how you could do it. He said, son, this don't be conditioned to hate your women. And I said, too late, Jack. And I was playing. He used to say that. I'm like, Daddy, I never said I hated black women. I never said that. I said, you listen to mama, man. Mama's telling you that. I never said that. Because Tisha was like, Mom and Tisha was like, how you think it makes us feel? I was like, I don't care. Like, because your son doesn't want to date somebody to look like you. I was like, that's weird. I said, Mama, that's weird. I was like, don't do that. And that's when I was like, I started noticing. I said, yeah, a lot of people got some weird stuff going on. That's kind of weird. It's like, how do you think it makes your sister feel? Who cares? That's my sister. I'm like, bro, I don't get along with my sister, my brothers, and my sisters. Don't do that. He said, go offer them an apology. I said, for what? I was like, apology for what? He said, for saying what you said. I was like, how does that affect them? I was like, out of all the stuff they say, I was like, man, nah. So I gave him an apology. I didn't mean it, though. I said, I'm sorry, I guess. I was like, man, please. That just made me like white women 100% more. So I used to talk all about the white women. I was like, oh, how their hair glows like the sunshine. Their lips are like strawberries. Their skin is like a winter's Everglades sheet. I was like, oh, man. Everybody wants the white milk. They don't want the dark milk. Said, to this day, I still got the utmost respect for white women. Oh, my gosh. Hold on. Oh, man. Well, that's the thing. When you come to Texas, you got a large selection. That's why I say you got a large selection of everybody, man. Shoot. Again, it's mainly Hispanic out here. So, ow. But I'm like, you still got a large majority of white. You got a large majority of black. You know what I'm saying? Like, I told you, my homie, he's white. But he liked black women. And so we was at this little event where there was black women at. And he told me, he said, oh, Lord have mercy, man. He was like, he said, it was a girl that was in pink. And so, it's the soul food place I told you about. It was a girl in pink. And so he was like, man, he was like, you think she's single? I was like, I don't know, brother, go ask him. He was like, she was cute. And I said, bro, go ask him. You know what I'm saying? You know what she kind of look like, bro? She kind of like Antoinette. Now think about it. She kind of looked just like Antoinette. She had like the long braided hair. She had like a pink outfit, had the same type face. And I said, she looked familiar, man. And so I told him, I said, yeah, she look like somebody I know. And I was like, I said, well, bro, go talk to her. I said, you like black women? He said, man, yeah. He said, I date black women. I said, look at Buddy, man. Buddy got that black sauce, man. I said, go talk to her, man. But I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I said, I don't know how you can't love your kind, though. Your kind is where it's at. I noticed when I was my happiest, it was with a white woman. No, we were somewhere. I was talking to this, last year, I was talking to this Mexican. And so this white girl I walked past, or this black girl walked past us. And so she worked there, but she was like staring at us when she walked past. And so she was staring, she was like, she kind of like stared. And so the Mexican girl, she looked back, she was like, why she staring like that? And I said, I don't know. I said, does she know y'all? She was like, no. And she was like, do she know you? I was like, no. She was like, mm-hmm. She's like, yeah. She's like, nah, she probably know you. I was like, no. She's like, mm-hmm, yeah, right. You know these black. I said, no, I don't know anybody. I said, girl, the last black It was back in 2021. I have been diverse ever since. I said, girl, I wasn't even in San Antonio in 2021. I said, I came like like a year and a half after 2 years. I said, I don't know that girl. I ain't never seen her a day in my life. So I can let this black girl mess it up for me. Nah, that's again. When you come out here, man, a lot of black people pretty, man. They're pretty out here. It's just where I'm from. I don't think they that cute. Everybody's ugly up here. I said my greatest times with that white girl. She treated me like I was a human being. She never disrespected me, man. That's why I said we never got into it. She never disrespected me. We never raised our voice. We never hollered at each other, never cussed each other out, never did none of that, man. Like, we talked as human beings. I was like, wow, a person that treats me like a human. That's a first. Hmm. Mm. Ah. Hold on. Did you move to Texas in 20? Yeah, I did actually. January of 2023. So yeah, when I came here, I wasn't really talking to nobody at the time because again, I was talking to the white girl, but when I came here, I wasn't talking to nobody. But that's why I said the white girl was like, she was cool, man. She was cool, man. Again, she knew who I was. I told her who I was and who my peoples is, and she ain't weird. She wasn't weird like that, you know what I'm saying? So she was like, okay, your father's a pastor and stuff, and you know, she would talk to me and stuff. I told her who we are. And she always had respect for me, man. She never came at me sideways, so we was cool. So I think it would have been good if it would have worked out, but I was like, you from Louisville, though. I ain't want nobody from Louisville. So hold on. Yeah, black women belong to God. This is why we are persecuted and cursed. I'm sure that's the reason. Said, what made you pick San Antonio to live in? Because San Antonio service messed up again. My bad. She said, hold on, can you hear me? You hear me? Not hear me. Can you hear me? 20%, huh? Can you hear me? Single ladies, can you hear me? Anita Mamacita. She said, oh, so the black girl disrespects you? No. No. That's what I was saying. I'm like, bro, when I be saying so, I be joking. A lot of times I be playing, man. Like, I ain't really got disrespect by nobody. The only person that ever disrespected me was my ex, man. And like I said, she was Mexican. So it ain't just a black woman thing, bro. That's anybody. Like, she was just an idiot. That was her problem. She had an idiot. She was a nigga. But so, you know, niggas ain't just black people. It's anybody. But yeah, she was, you know, that was it. That was it. Like I said, I knew some black women, they ain't never respect me, man. No, disrespecting me. It's just, you know. But people do be talking too much, though. That's why I said nobody ever could say nothing to my face. That's one thing. I've never had nobody say nothing to my face. So, man or woman. So, that's definitely a difference. So. Oh, I was saying San Antonio. I came back in 2021. I actually came with my ex. That's funny you say that. Her and her family just come here all the time. And so I was like, I'm gonna come to San Antonio. She wanted to go because she wanted to get back together. And so I was like, well, I ain't never been to San Antonio. We always been everywhere else in Texas for conferences. So we never came to San Antonio. So I was like, yeah, I'll come. And then I came one time, man, and I fell in love with the place, man. And so I made a joke about moving here. And I said, well, why not? Why not just move to San Antonio? And so ever since then, I packed it up. Then the second time I came, which is later that year, I came to apartment shop, or it was the next year. I was apartment shopping. And then the third time I came, I moved everything and just moved here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love it here, man. I definitely love it here. So yeah, it's just different, man. You know, I noticed when I get out this way. That's why I was even saying with the white girl I work out with. I was like, well, there's plenty of other options. I said, bro, I'm in a city with it's 1.7 million people, so that's got to be at least 600,000 women. So I was like, boy, you got a large option of anything you want. I said, man, you work with them. They live right next door to you. You know what I'm saying? They all over the place. I said, bro, you can find you whoever. I told you I'm very diverse, man. So I don't, you know, like I said, I'll tell people I don't got nothing against nobody, man. Black, white, whatever. It's just I'm a very diverse person, man. I like the world. The world is big. You can get with whoever you want to, man. If you want to go anywhere in the world, you can go. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I tell people all the time, just because you black don't mean you gotta get with somebody black, man. Get with somebody to make you happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can be white, Asian, Hispanic, any type. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I never talked to an Asian before, but that's on my roster. I wouldn't mind. Steve come back, boy. Steve Chinese. Chinese Steve. Like, you bring great dishonor on your family, Stevenson. So yeah, I love the Asian persuasion. They never hurt nobody. Like my homeboy, he love Asians. That's all he do is talk about them. I said, well, brother, go get them. You can't talk about him and not go get him, G. Like, bro, go like. Don't talk to another man about your love for Asians, brother. Go, I don't talk to people about how much I love Mexican. I just go get them. Like, what's your problem? He's like, man, I want one so bad. I said, buddy, they got a thing for that. It's called POF. It's called Tinder and Hinge and OK Cupid or something. Like, nigga, you can find any woman anywhere, dude. Like, what's wrong with you? I said, dude, I know people all over the world because I put my locations in many places in the world. I said, dude, if I want to meet somebody from Thailand, I put my location in Thailand. It ain't hard. Like, what's wrong with you? He was like, man, you remember them Asians we seen years ago? I said, bro, just go get them. He said, I want a Blasian. I said, well, bro, go find them. They out here. Like, I don't know why you acting like it's a puzzle piece. Like, bro, go find them. There's plenty of them. Like, I don't know why people make it like it's so hard, dude. I said, I ain't never been with an Asian, but if I want one, I can go get one. Like, what's wrong with that? Niggas always make stuff hard. I said, I'm a handsome, sexy specimen. I can get any woman in the world I want. Okay? Well, yeah. Anybody in the world you want, you like, go do that, man. Like I tell people, don't let nobody put you down because of that. People be like, we Hebrew. So? I ain't got to kill nobody Hebrew if I don't want to, boy. What's wrong with you? That's my decision. Why are people worried about your little life? That's why I notice everybody worried about your little life. Don't worry about it. Like, even when mama ran into my friend, my friend, she white. And so, me and her went to the little, when I go back in town, I kind of hang with her sometimes. And so, we've been friends for about 5 years now, going on 5 years. And so we super close, man. She one of the only people I kind of like really like to talk to back in the city. And so we went on a little walk and we was just talking and stuff. And keep in mind, we just friends. We ain't got nothing going on. And so mama was on her walk with her friends and she seen us. And she was like, so she asked me the other day, she said, who's that little white girl you was with? And I was like, why you guys say it like that? She was like, yeah, that white girl you was with. I was like, oh, you talking about Kat? I was like, she's cool. I said, that's the one that be working at the hospital, like the one that be cool. And so she was like, are y'all dating? I was like, no. I was like, why you care? I was like, why you asking? And she was like, she looked kind of pale. I said, mama, don't do that. Don't start that stuff. Because I know mama, sometimes mama's cool now, but I don't know if she's still with the whole white girl thing. I was like, mama, don't do that. Like, she's cool. Okay, she's chill. We ain't even like it. We just cool. But my light-skinned friend, though, the one I used to be friends with, like, she was the one I was on FaceTime with when I got shot. She was the one that was like, thought I died or something, you know what I'm saying? But she was super cute. She was very cute, I would say. She was very cute. You know how light skins be cute. I don't know what it is with the light skin. Light skins be fire. They be the devil, but they be fire. So, everybody always thought we had a thing because we were so close. Me and her was just like super close, you know what I'm saying? And so one time mama walked through to us when we was, me and her went on a walk and stuff. We was just kind of talking and stuff. And so mama gave me that look. She said, she looked at me like it. She said, who's this? So I was like, what do you mean? And so I was like, oh, this is just, somebody I work with. I said, this is what's her name? This is somebody I work with. And so mama was like, come here, girl, let me give you a hug. Mama gave her a hug and everything. And mama was looking at me. She was like, okay. So she looked at me. So she asked me again. She was like, days later, she said, who was that light skin you was with? I was like, what about it? And she was like, well, y'all look like a cool couple. She's like, what's wrong with that? I said, mama, don't do that. We ain't couples and stuff. She's like, well, she's cute. I said, yeah, she's cute, but mama, she crazy. I was like, no, I don't want her. And so the girl, she got tattoos and stuff. And so, mama she don't play that tattoo stuff. And so I'm thinking that's the first thing mama gonna say, like, nah, she got tattoos. She was like, well, she's cute. I said, so you don't care about the tattoo part? I was like, mom, just because she's cute don't mean I gotta like her. Like, she's like, why don't you get with her? Because I said so. Like, I ain't trying to get with her, man. We cool. I was like, why everybody obsessed with Steve's love life? I said, bro, my woman ain't even somebody that y'all know. It ain't somebody that's in this, like, ain't nobody in this chat. Maybe. look. Some of them got hope. They said, oh, really? It could be me. Like, nah, sorry, honey. Anyway, I don't know if y'all can even hear me. My service has been glitching on this trail. I'm about to get off this trail now, so I don't know if y'all can hear me. Oh. But yeah, I just wanted, like I said, man, just today is, off me. But yeah, everybody thought me and my light-skinned friend was a thing, man. We was just so close, you know what I'm saying? We was close. And so everybody was like, well, that's how it starts. Y'all start off as good friends. I said, if we was, I said we was good friends. So I'm like, of course, that's how the best relationships happen. When you friends with somebody and then that's But I was like, nah, I'm not, I ain't into her. Then she's crazy, man. I told you I had a dude. It was a dude, man. He thought I was gay because I wouldn't get with her. And I was like, no. I said, buddy, you gonna figure it out. Watch. And then he got one. He was like, man, she clingy, man. She crazy. I said, I tried to tell you. I said, see, now you understand why. Told you. Light skins be crazy. You better watch out. Cause I got a light skinned friend I got here, man. Like we actually started the same job on the same day last year. And so she's very cute, very cute. She reminded me of the other girl I used to know. She's very cute, man, very attractive. And so me and her start chopping it up, and we ain't know we had so much in common. We had so much in common. And so she was like, where you from? I said Louisville. She said, I'm from Louisville. I said, where? She was like, yeah. She's like, I'm from. She's like, how you? I was like, how? What are the coincidences that two Louisville people run into each other? And so also we happened to start the same day from the same city. That's why we vibe so good, because we from the same spot. Didn't even know why we was doing it, because they had a Louisville game, a Louisville college game planned. And I said something about it. And she was like, wait, where you from? I said, Louisville. She's like, I'm from Louisville. You know what I'm saying? And so me and her start chopping it up. And so again, everybody was like, oh, they got something going on. I'm like, no, bro, we just from the same city. Like, we just close. Like, from one city to another. It's like we happen to come to the same spot. Like, I mean, people love each other, dude. They said, we can hear you. Ugh. Turn into my Bill Cosby lecture on y'all. I've been working on my Bill Cosby impersonation. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the interracial. I mean, I prefer getting the black princess. But if, say, I were to go to another race or ethnicity, I would say more of the Mexican, because they're the closest to the black. Now, I would say there's nothing wrong with doing it, but the correct pronunciation to say was, what does it do to it? He said, "Daw." He said, now you know, you see, you people. Boy, it is hot. It's all I do is I. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, man, I got people blowing my phone up. He said, "Daw." He said, now, Black Dynamite, I got a question for you. For example. So, yeah, y'all. What we gonna talk about, man? What y'all finna talk about? Because I've been talking the whole time, bro. And sometimes I go blank. But I'm always wanting to know what my peoples want to talk about. Do I got any new people in here? Do I got any new people? If I got any new people, say amen. Talk back to me. One day I'm gonna do an impersonation of Daddy. People ain't gonna tell me apart. They're gonna be like, bro, I thought that was your father. People do that now. They be like, bro, I thought that was your father on the screen talking. I'm like, nah, that's me. That's how I sound. What's up, Antoine? How are you doing? Hi. Girl, you ain't new. You a Hebrew. Oh, man. What's worse than one Hebrew? Two Hebrews. He said, why did I just have a feeling? Yeah, hey, I tell you, dog. That's what I was about to say, that Jello pudding pop. So I feel like, yeah, you get the pudding, you get the Jello pudding pop. You know, Bill Cosby makes his face, he's like, I always tell people, if y'all heard me say Antoine, that's who I'm talking about. I be like, Mike, where's Antoine? Like, I like Antoine. Like, she might have somebody that would say that, like, that's from down south. You know how they say they don't say pretty, they say purdy. Like, she sure is purdy, boys. Well, I'll be son of a gun. She sure is purdy. She's the type of person that's just like, a dude might be like, you know, I don't like you blacks, but I definitely go for you. She'll change the white supremacist mind real quick. He's like, it's just so pretty. He's like, I always love black women, I just couldn't say it. I'm gonna see if this water fountain work. A nigga thirsty. She said, I had a white man say that. Well, I was gonna say, I definitely had a white woman say that. They all say it to me. So. That's why Daddy would tell me when we work at a grocery street, he'd be like, man, put your shirt on. I was like, or he would be like, when you go into town, put your shirt on. He was like, I don't want these white girls out here looking at you. He said, hey, man's already mad at y'all. Because I was more muscular than I am now. So he said, I don't want y'all. He said, these white women got a fetish for y'all Negroes. He's like, I don't want them out here looking at y'all and they man's already mad and stuff. I said, well, Daddy, let him be mad. I'll take his woman. Dang, ain't no water. Dang. Hey man, that was funny. So we got some neighbors. We got some neighbors out there at the Grace Retreat. Um, and so sometimes they'll kind of like look out for us and stuff to hey white people. So they are super cool white people. And so one day, their daughter I think she's like kind of around our age range, maybe like maybe like a couple of years younger than me. And so his daughter, she was cute. And so she was actually into me or Joe. She was into one of us. And so Daddy right hand man, everybody loved Daddy right hand man. So he went and told him, he was like, hey man, he was like, she's interested in, talking to one of them. They was cool with it. And so dude that told Daddy, and so Daddy said, absolutely not, man. He said, man, he better not go talk to her. I told him, I said, wait a minute, brother. I said, wait a minute. I said, Daddy don't speak for me. I said, hold on, I'm a grown man. I said, Daddy don't speak for me. I said, bro, why don't you tell me first? He's like, well, no, I told you that. I said, hey man, don't tell him. Don't tell Daddy. Daddy always gonna say that. I said, tell me, brother. I was interested in that white, fine piece of specimen. I said, you could have told me. He said, nah. He said, nah. He's like, your daddy was kind of like, nah, he don't want y'all to mess with her, and y'all got better options. I said, that was the best option. She was white. I was like, nah. I said, brother, from now on, if something like it happens, you tell me. Don't tell Daddy. I said, bro, I probably would have liked it. I didn't really know it like that. Like, we would talk every now and then, like, say hey or whatever. We wave hi to each other. I was like, bro, I probably would have been interested. Like, dang, bro, you could have told me. I said, just like that, Dad ruins another one of my white relationships. I said, Dad, don't you get it? I'm not one of you people. Like, I'm white, Dad. I'm white. Accept it. I got that case of revitiligo, okay? Oh, my gosh, bro. Yeah, I got that effect on them white women. They're just like, I like to take a rush at danger. I told him, I said, bro, how you just gonna speak for me? Because dude was like, yeah, he was like, yeah, I was trying to tell him, like, he was like, Pastor, he's like, they grown, like, you gotta, he's like, nah, I know. I said, see, that's why you don't talk to Daddy about that stuff. Daddy don't speak for me. I said, I speak for me. I said, don't do that. And people was like, oh, he was just trying to save you from the snow bunny. I said, no, she wasn't no snow bunny. She was cool. I'm like, everybody ain't no dang on snow bunny, man. I get tired of people saying that. I'm not saying no, I'm just the niggas that's unpopular with the white girls. The white girls never chose them, so that's why they say that stuff now, because they rejected. They couldn't get them. I said, the white girls love me. They ain't never gave me no issues. Man, shoot. Man, they love them a piece of Steve chocolate, piece of Hershey bar, man, shoot. Somebody told you, boy, you sitting there like you're 11 and 6. I'm like, man, please. Messing up my white girls. Hey, man, that's why I told him, I said, bro, stop thinking Daddy speak for me. He don't. And I said, no, Daddy was trying to get his own image. He was trying to get his own image on us. I'm like, nah, no, sir. No, you don't. No, you do not. I said, like the girls at the conferences looked any better. I was like, Daddy, have you seen these trolls in here? Niggas look like trolls under the bridge. And you sitting here trying to hook me up with them? Absolutely not. I'm like, man, please. I said, Daddy, I'll get with that white woman if I give an in to them. This old slick bean hair girl trying to hook me up with them. Like, hey, nigga, I don't want them. He was like, yeah, he was like, I would have let y'all know she liked y'all. I said, bro, you should have told me. I would have walked up to their door with we have flowers in the field. I would have grabbed some of them dandelions. I would have grabbed some of the sunflowers and walked up to their door and be like, hey, hello, is Rachel home? I don't even know if her name was Rachel. Because again, I didn't really know. Like, I would have walked up to the door. Like, hey, brother, I was just in the meadows and, I was shoveling through the cow manure while I was doing the land, and I was thinking, this sunflower reminds me of your daughter. Is she home? Turned into a whole white man on you. I was like, man, see, I'm like, no, Dad, you're missing the problem. I said, Dad, they make me proper. That's when I was dating white girls at the time. I was talking to white girls when I was young. And so I was trying to call Daddy Dad, because I didn't like saying Daddy. That's like a kid name. And so I was trying to say, like, hey, Dad. I was like, nah, I sound white. I ain't trying to sound white. But I was like, I don't mean I'm white because I pronounce my words right. Like, nah, man. Like, I always thought Daddy was like fishy. Like, I ain't calling a grown man Daddy. Like, nah, man, that's weird. And I was like, nah, I don't say that. I know my friend, he only let his kids call him Daddy. He was like, don't call me Daddy. He said, call me Dad. And so his son jokes around. He's like, okay, Daddy. I was like, man. Well, at least Mama, I don't think Mama found out about it. I think if Mama would have knew that white girl liked us, Mama definitely wouldn't have liked that. Oh, my God, Mama wouldn't have liked that at all. Mama started saying, she was like, no, we're better. She was like, no, she said, the black woman is everything. She said, we got the hips, we got the butts, we got the lips. I was like, Mama, what does that got to do with who I like? I said, maybe some people are just, more on the simple side of things, okay? Maybe everybody don't want that. Like, mama. I said, mama, it's not always about looks. Like, and then when people go around thinking that, and that's why they get used. That's why people get used just to bang, and then that's all they know is they looks, and they don't have no intellect. They ain't got no mindset. You see some of the thickest girls, some of the dumbest people you've ever known, because that's all they use is they looks. I told you my light-skinned friend was like, yeah, she thought because she was cute and she had a nice little frame that was it. And I said, that's all people use you for. And then when you talk to you, you are the worst person anybody ever wants to get with. Which is why I didn't want to get with her, because I was like, bro, you just talk too much. You don't know how to shut up. You know what I'm saying? Looks are not everything. Well, sometimes looks are everything, but you also have to have the brains to go with it. Like, you can't just be, you know, you gotta be something. Wait, what'd she say? She said, oh, you, let me change the white woman. Listen, I ain't talked to a white woman in a while. The last white girl I talked to was the one that's in the city. That's the last one I talked to. Everybody else has been, again, I ain't really talked to a lot of people like that, man. I'm actually proud of myself. I told you, I was never single, man. Your boy was always with somebody, man. Like I said, I was basket robbing, man. I was with a new one every day. I was like, oh, you get on my nerves today. I don't like you. On to the next. Like I said, after the white girl, it was Mexicans. And then the Puerto Rican. And then after that, dude was just like, just been doing my thing. So now I'm just like, let's switch it up. Maybe Dominican or, Trinidadian or something. Like, because my homeboy said that he was like, yeah, man, my mama got on my case too. He was like, she was worried about if I like black women. I said, why is that her business, nigga? And he was like, I don't know. He's like, she kept asking me. I said, bro, your mama lived her life for her. She has had her time to like who she like. Let you do what you want to do. It ain't none of her business. And so he was like, yeah, she wanted me to go. That's why she kept asking, is there any good single black women at y'all church? Like, because he go to our church. So she kept saying, she was like, you think there's any good single black women at the church you go to? I said, brother, you don't want these women. I said, absolutely not, brother. They are going to make your life a living hell, boy. On top of the black stuff already, I said, bro, they are going to make your life a living hell, dude. I said, bro, go find somebody somewhere else. I'm like, don't find a woman in this church. I'm trying to tell you now, bro. I don't think Destin Ministries is the place to meet women. At least it wasn't for me. No. Because his mama came to me, too. She was like, well, do you think y'all got any beautiful single black women in? I'm like, well, first off, don't come to me with that old black stuff. I don't do that. And I said, second of all, I said, your son a grown man. Let that nigga figure out what he want to do. And I said, bro, dude, and he said his sister was mad at him too, talking about, because he always dated abroad. So he was like, his sister was mad, talking about, oh, well, you don't never get with no black woman. I said, nigga, why do your sister care who you with? I said, brother, I think your mom and your sister got some freaky tendencies towards you if they worry about what type of nigga you get with. I don't do that. Like I said, my sister married to a Costa Rican, and I ain't mad because the nigga ain't black. Like, who cares? Because I don't want my sister, nigga. Like, I don't care. Like I said, mama, daddy died, unfortunately, so mama's single. She's a widow. But I said, but if mama want to get remarried, if mama wanted to choose a white man, I wouldn't be mad at that. Who cares? That's mama's vision. That's her life. I don't care. As long as he treat her right and I ain't got to shoot this nigga, I ain't got to worry about it. And I guarantee you, a white man to treat her better. Yeah. Sometimes that white man is great. I said, bro, why your mama worry about somebody black you dating, man? Please. I said, ain't your mama married? He said, yeah. I said, well, then why don't your mama worry about her own? Worry about yours. Do that. I said, bro, you a grown man. You don't need your mama speaking for you. I said, bro, that's weird. I said, I don't let my mama speak for me. I don't let nobody speak for me. He's like, what do you think? I said, bro, I think you a grown man. I think you should do what you're supposed to. Like, I think that's what happens. I told him, I said, yeah, my peoples did that. I said, bro, I ain't never cared. I don't let nobody guilt trip me in that stuff. So the first thing they do, they open up their mouth talking about. I said, no. Once they start doing that want to be woke black stuff, I said, bro, you ain't got to do that to like somebody. Everybody ain't got to be woke to like each other, bro. Some people just cool. Just let them be cool. I said, I met black women that will put anybody under the table, dude. They are better than most people you see. Just because I'm not with them doesn't mean I don't like black women. That ain't none of your business. So, again, mind your business. Again, the only people that get offended is the ones that stick their nose where they ain't supposed to be at. So, again, I don't get offended because I don't put my nose where it don't belong. So, yeah, dude was like, oh, yeah, my mom told me I better not ever bring no white hussy in this house. I was like, bro, you a grown man. And I said, well, brother, that's why you get out of your mama's house. First off, that's why you get out your mom's crib. So, that way that nigga can't tell you nothing because you a grown man. That's weird. Talking about, yeah, my mama calls them heifers and stuff. I said, well, you know, your mama's a heifer. That's why. And I said, it makes sense. Looking at your old bitter mama. That's why she says that. I'm like, boy, if you listen to your mama, you 20-something, you weird. Okay, so what's up? Tell the brothers I said hey, too. Is Antoine still in here? I'll be asking my Antoine. I feel like you the new Aubrey now. I'll be messing with you. Like I said, she good in that right, so. Oh, Asian alert. Asian alert. Hey, I told you, if you looking for any woman, bro, come to San Antonio. You're going to find all your types and flavors here, man. I'm trying to tell you. So, again, be open to different cultures, man. That's the best thing, too. When you open to different cultures, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's beautiful. Now, it may not be for everybody. I'm not saying you have to, but, you know, she said, I'm her. Oh, no, tonight I might try to set you up one of my friends I know. He likes black women. He was like, yeah. I was telling him, I said, that event I went to, it was actually somebody there that looked kind of like you. It was kind of reminded me of you. But she had like the long braids, she had a pink dress on, kind of like the same face, whatever. And I told him, I said, yeah, she looked like somebody I know. You know what I'm saying? And so he was like, yeah, you think she's single? I was like, bro, just go ask her. Like, because at first I was like, you like black women? He said, yeah, I love black women. He's like, I dated him before. And I said, well, brother, go ask him. You know how the game goes. Go ask him. Talk to him. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, I ain't gonna ask you. I ain't gonna ask him for you. I was like, you know, brother, that not more on my time. That's not on my time though. But here, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Oh, it's super beautiful here. It wasn't beautiful this morning, boy. It was thunderstorming and raining like crazy, man. I told you, I thought God came back. It literally sounded like something blew up. It's like, doosh. It did it like 5 different times, dude. The whole sky stayed white. But you know how I love white things. But I was like, bro, it stayed white. I was like, it's hard to sleep. So Tank getting scared. I woke up. I was like, is this Jesus? Like, what is this? Just douche. I was like, oh, man. Actually, wouldn't mind go get some ice cream. So, yeah. So, yeah, we doing some big things, people, big things. Yeah, I had explained it earlier. I was telling people, I said, because I know a lot of people I knew here, they don't know. But I was like, when I be joking about black and white, I said, I don't want people to think I'm really serious. Like, I be throwing jokes on black because I be joking. I'm like, some people get offended, which I don't care. If you get offended about it, that's your problem. But I be letting people know, like, I'm not serious. Like, I'm just playing. You know? I mean, one time, man, before Joe got married, man, Joe was into these, that's when he was still a little younger, so he was kind of searching around. And so he started talking to these, it was this African girl, man, he was talking to. And I did not like them, bro. They was twins. It was 2 of them that was twins, but it was one that he was into. I did not like them, bro, for some reason. I didn't even know them, but I just didn't like them, bro. They just looked obnoxious. They was super obnoxious. And so I was like, boy, what do you see in that? I was like, And so he was like, nah, man, she's cute. I was like, in another dimension? Yeah, probably. I was like, I don't know. That's your talk, whatever. Whatever floats your boat, man, whatever, you know. And they turned out to be the most obnoxious, man. Niggas smell like onions. I was like, dude, you okay with that? He said, well, no, man, it's just they type of smell. I said, nah, brother. I said, nah, I don't think people supposed to smell like that. I was like, dang, Joe, he always chose the wrong ones. Then again, I chose the wrong ones too, so I ain't gonna lie. Some white girls hurt my heart. I was like, oh, man. He said, you gotta start giving disclaimers. Hold on. If all those women were crazy, I'm trying to read this thing, man. I'm turning into a nigger. I gotta hang around white people again. Hold on. If all those women were crazy at your church, I don't want to remind you of them. No, because like I said, they was crazy because they went to our church. So that was why. So I was like, nah. And then again, on top of it too, like they was ugly. So I was like, man, I don't want them. Joe was like, nah, man, they so cute, man. I was like, bro, what vision are you looking in? Like 2020 or 2030? I'm like, what are you looking at, dude? Like, He's like, nah, man, I love that, man. I was like, yeah, I bet you do. You sound like the typical Negro. Look at you. He was like, whatever, Steve. You just like white girls. I'm like, sure do. Sure do. They have changed my life. I was like, man, shoot. No, if everybody was more like me and learned to love the white woman, the world would be a better place. And then I think that's when I never really like knew much about light skins, man. But I like light skins, man. Like around that time, years ago, I was really big into light skins. I think because my friend, she was light skinned. And then I started, she has some friends that was light skinned too. And so she was showing me one of her friends, and her friend was pretty enough. And I was like, oh my gosh. And so like light skins started being like the majority. I started to see them everywhere, dude. They was coming out the woodwork. I told you, along with white woman season, the light skins came out of everywhere too, man. They was coming out of nowhere. I was just like, man. I remember, man, when this light skin, we stirred each other down one time. That's when I just broke up with my ex too. And so I was on the market. That's like, it was during white woman season. And so they all came out here just bothering your boy. I was downtown running. Like I said, you know, I'll be running with my shirt off, got the glistens on. I was swollen than I was then. And so I remember I was looking at something, I think my phone. And then I looked up, you know, I'm sweating, glistening, looking good. And so this girl, she riding past on a scooter with her friends. And I mean, we locked eyes for a minute. We said, and I was like, dang, it was like chemistry. I ain't say nothing, but I was like, dang, I should have got them digits. I was like, oh, what a nice light skin. It's a ride skin. I was like, oh, man. I think we had one light skin coming to our church, but I was like, nah, you go to our church. That's the whole point. You go to our ministry. I can't talk to somebody to go to our ministry. Yeah. They say, what's wrong with that? I said, everything. She's too close. Like, no, she thinks she's going to get some of that Royal Darby blood. Like, girl, you ain't getting nothing. Like, she just wants to make a baby so she can trap me. I couldn't see myself being attracted to some of the people. Like, hey, girl, nah. Like, you are definitely not my type. So Stisha said, she was like, you like them white girls? And I'm like, yep, sure do. So white girls better than you. Don't worry about it. And I said, you like them white boys? I'm like, don't come over with that stuff. You've always liked white dudes. Don't come over with that stuff. And I said, girl, I don't care how you feel. So yeah, you know how that goes. But nah, Anthony, you don't remind me of nobody in my church. You the exact opposite. Like I said, you don't remind me of them weirdos I had in my chat. So that's why I ain't really like calling on them. Because I'm like, some of them be weird, man. They be doing too much, you know what I'm saying? I just thought it was funny how people thought they was going to come over here and lock in with you. You feel me? I was like, man, I ain't... Out of all the people in the world, I'm going to get with you. I'm like, girl, please. I said, if I was to get with anybody on my channel, why would you think you would be the first pick? Out of all the other ones that look way better than you, that are better than you, that treat me better, I'm like, man, what's wrong with you? You know, thought they had a chance. I'm like, man, you like 50. What are you talking about? I know I like them old, but I said that was only a certain type. Old and white. Hold on. All right, what he said? Hold on, what he said? He said, I have a question. Let's do let's. He said, in one of your dad's sermons, he said it's hard to see with this light in here. He said hold on, y'all, let me get out this light. I can't see nothing. So, he said, what did he say? He said, hey, what? It's hard to see right now. He said it's important to establish residency in another country just in case. Have you guys done that? I'm looking into it for me and my little one. I would definitely say, yeah. I always advise, go somewhere where it's non-black. But no, we do that. Like I said, I got connections all over the world, homie. You know what I'm saying? But I know some people that's in some other places if I got to go there. But I definitely think that people should get out of the United States if they have to. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say that's the importance of knowing people all over the world. I said, bro, if I want to go somewhere, I know people there. So I'm like, hey, ain't nothing to catch a plane ticket and be like, hey, you know, I'm going to stay over here with y'all. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I got some people in Spain, man, that's good people. They always told me if I want to come through, I'll come through. That's why I said, what nigga care about a Hebrew? Boy, I'll go to Spain. Talking about a Hebrew from my city. Like, ew, like all these Hispanians out here, girl. They come in different colors. They come in black, come in all of them. Like, I'll go anywhere in the world I want to, man. That's why I said that's the perks of meeting your wife anywhere, man. You are significant other, you know what I'm saying? You got places anywhere you want to go, dog. You meet people anywhere in the world you want to meet them. And then that way you got perks. So it's just like if this country don't work out, they can always go back to their hometown and say, hey, man, I'm going to take me with you. So I'm like, shoot, I'll get dual citizenship. I said like, yeah. Like, I think my sister just got her, she just got her citizenship in Costa Rica. You know what I'm saying? Like, because, you know, she been there for a minute. So like I said, I definitely advise people, man, get out and go do something. You feel me? So I'm a black woman and I am raising my son and think about his future in this country, and this ain't it. You know what? You ain't wrong, because I think about that all the time too, and I'm just like, well, San Antonio, I would say it's nice for now, but I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure soon it ain't gonna be it for anybody. Even the white people dealing with this now, so even they starting to understand what it's like. So yeah, this ain't it, man. This definitely ain't it. So when you realize there's places all over the world, man, and places you can go at, you don't let nobody hold you with the United States, man. That's the problem. We talk about white people for forever, man, because again, they super patriotic. So they like, oh, there's no country greater than the United States. Niggas can't get out the city, so we trying to get them to get up off the block because they don't understand there's a greater world out here than the block. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, go anywhere you want to go, man. I don't care what your color is, man. I told people you can love your people and still go places. You ain't gotta live around niggas all day, man. Be around people that ain't want to do nothing with their life, man. Please, you can go anywhere you want to go. So I was like, what is that? I said, you can go anywhere in the world you want to go, man. Be around any demographic of people you want to be around. That does not make you black or less black because you don't want to live in the hood. Or because you're going to hang around a different demographic. Like, man, please. Like, you ain't going to take my skin color. So it's like, it don't matter what you think or what you say. Like, I'm still going to be me. It don't matter who I hang around. It don't matter how I talk. It don't matter how I act. It don't matter if I hate all black people. I'm still black. Don't matter. Like, you can't take somebody's color, man, because you in your feelings, dog. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, people all come with this old dumb stuff talking about, well, the whole world gonna hate you. Sorry about that, dudes. My phone messed up. Battery died. Technical difficulties. If you're still in here, let me hear you say amen. Amen. All right, dudes. We all need somebody to lean on. Stop. You can call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me. Hold on, y'all. When you're not strong, I'll be a friend. I'll let you carry on. Thought I put on some background music. Can you hear me? He said, bro, that's exactly what I be saying. I love my people, but I hate my people. Oh, man. Hey, you're just like me, John. There is nobody that don't like a Negro more than Stevie Jr. Hey, man. Something I got in the Negroes. Don't know what got in them, but they certainly won't leave. But no, that's what I was saying. I'm like, he said, yeah, I was saying something about agreeing you don't grow by staying in the same spot. Yeah, that's why I said, like, dude, this is growth, man. That's why I said a lot of times in life, man, it's hard. Even on a journey, that's why I'm on a journey with y'all, and it's hard. But don't get me wrong, man, it's difficult. But I said, but the only reason it's difficult is because it's something that you've never done before. You understand, man? When you change your mindset from being a Negro, I said that's not easy work, bro. That takes a minute. You know what I'm saying? We spent our whole life 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years being a Negro. It's hard to rewire your mind when it's been like that for so long. That's why when you hear that you able as black people to do stuff, it look crazy because we always been taught that that's a white man thing. Like, no, see, you gotta go to school for 35 years. Like that's what we think. Like I said, I thought business growing up, I thought business was for white people because I said, well, white people know about numbers and they know about dialogue and they know about stocks and all that. I was like, and so do black people. I said, but I wasn't around people that really knew that stuff, so I thought it was a white man thing. I said, well, white people know all that paperwork. I don't know nothing about that. And not realizing that anybody can start a business. A business is any daggone thing. Now I'm learning business, and I was like, I didn't even know this stuff was possible. And as the days go by, it's getting easier and easier. How it was running a business back in 2012, 10 years later, or what is it, 13 years later, in 2025, I said it is a lot easier. It's a lot more simpler than it was back then. Anybody can get on this, and now I'm starting to see a big wave of black people doing this. But we was always taught that it was a white man thing. We was taught that, you got to go to Harvard or you got to go to Yale. Like, no, you don't. You ain't got to go to school. There's people that's felons, man. People that have been in jail for 10 years, and they come out and do a business, and they multimillionaires. Like, bro, anybody can do this stuff. And it's all about the way they think, man. That's why I said it's not about no amount of money. It's about the way they change how they think. Hold on. I said people just change the way they think, man. And when you do that, you can accomplish anything and do anything. Sometimes you think all you gonna be is a little nigga. You ain't gonna never man up to nothing. You know what I'm saying? White people always gonna outdo you. You know what I'm saying? Us all like even speaking positivity. That's why Daddy has such a hard time doing what he did. I believe Daddy's vision would have been bigger if he would have got out of Louisville. If Daddy would have moved from that city, he would have been way further than where he is now. I said, but he was trying for years to get Negroes to believe in his vision. He kept talking big, and we kept looking at me like, that's just Daddy talking. Like, even now, that's why I said, I'll tell you, I'm just like, that's Daddy to me. You know what I'm saying? But that's how we look at it, like, it was just common. So when Daddy talk, I'm just like, that's just Daddy on his rant. That's just how Daddy talk. You know what I'm saying? He's just, you know. And I'm just like, why do we do that? Why? And I said, why? Especially with black folk, like, we are so daggone negative. That's why I said, whenever you got future plans, don't tell other black folk. They are going to be the one that shoot you down more than white people. We was told only white people do this stuff. Remember, we was told that white people don't want you to make it. White people don't want you to live in their communities. White people don't want to see another nigga make it. They don't want to see a Negro shine and get more money than them. And now we seeing the number one people who don't want you to make it, shine, and get more money than them and stuff is Negroes. White people are not going to kill you because you make it out the hood and go do your thing. Negroes are going to kill you if they find out you got more money than them. It's not about us that's envious, man. Like, we don't have faith for nothing but negativity. That's why when you a millionaire, it's like, bro, you can't tell people. You can't tell your people because you know they're going to set you up and rob you. That's why Daddy kept saying, he said he would never make a will. He said because he know Negroes will kill you just to get your stuff. He said, we ain't white. He said Negroes will kill you to take your stuff. Set it up. Take out an insurance policy on you and kill you. That's how they are. And that's why I said, I'm like, it's just the way that we think, man. It's like, we got to change our, hold on, we got to change our mindset. What you say? Hold on. No, the pandemic showed us anything. Yeah, that's why I said, don't tell nobody your moves, man. I tell everybody, I'm like, man, look, I think you should be confident. And if people share the same vision as you, then talk to them. That's why I said I could talk to a lot of people, man, who's on the same wave as me because they believe in the same thing they believe in me. Yeah. And that's why I said I'm like, some people, man, they just ain't. I need to, let me put you on, put something even there. Let's sit up high. What's up, uncommon woman? Long time no see. What you say, highly blessed and, how's it go? Highly blessed and favored are you, or highly favored you and blessed, or, I don't know, something, some way. But now that's why I said, like, bro, don't tell your vision to people who can't see it and can't believe it. That's why a lot of people, man, I ain't told what I do. I don't tell what I got going on because I know the minute I tell them, they Negro side come out, and then they look at you like, how you gonna do that? Well, see, you think it's impossible? You know, everybody else does, like, they always come with this own negative stuff. Like, why you gotta do that? Why can't you just believe in me one time? We can't stand with each other on nothing. We try to do something as black people, it's always a separate agenda. First it's black people, then it's black women, then it's black trans, black gay, black men, black, like, why can't we just have one big black thing? What's wrong with that? You know what I'm saying? I think it's on my nerves. Highly blessed, highly favored. So, okay, that's how you say it. Okay, I'll be butchering it. I'll be these ways and that way and, and all over the way with it. But that's why I said, I'm like, bro, it's all about changing your mindset. Hold on, y'all. Turn this light on. There we go. It's better. But it's all about changing your mindset, man. Changing the way you think, the way you do stuff. And that's why I said ain't nothing wrong with bettering yourself. What's up, dog? Ain't nothing wrong with bettering yourself. This made me laugh. And I was like, bro, when you get around people, man, that's why I said the people I don't get around no more are people that like me. Shoot. Let me put you over here. It's like messing up. You're messing up my speech, dude. But that's why I said, I'm like, I get around people, man, that are higher than me, that are better than me. I don't care if they men or women or white or black. Anybody that knows what I'm looking for, that's what I'm looking for. People get too much pride, man. You know what I'm saying? People get this, you got to be black and you got to be a man. You got like, nigga, get around anybody that know this stuff. You ain't in a good situation or like, if I'm broke and I'm talking to a black woman that knows about money, am I going to have pride and be like, well, you a black woman, you can't tell me nothing. God can't use a woman. If God can use a woman to get me millions of dollars, do you think I'm not going to let him use that woman to make me millions of dollars? That's why Negroes be missing on their blessing. Because it's always there's gotta be black, man. See, I ain't going to listen to nobody white. I ain't listen to no woman. And that's why you listening to a dumb Hebrew on the corner who don't know nothing. That's why you dumb and broke just like he is. Because you taking knowledge from fools. I said we can solve a lot of stuff that go on in our community tomorrow if we stop listening to niggas who don't know nothing. And that's why I said if niggas can bamboozle everybody else, they can't bamboozle me because I'm not stupid. I don't listen to everybody. I don't care if we black. I don't listen to people just because we black, dude. Like, come on, man. Get common sense. And if Daddy would have listened to Negroes because he was black, he would have never got nowhere with his ministry. He would have been just like them. Lame. You change your situation and your demographics. That's what I'm dealing with this old little weird nigga, man, because he mad because a man don't want to speak to him. A grown man don't want to talk to him on the phone. But he done got his wires crossed, and now he over mad because a man don't want to have relations, normal relations every week with him on the phone. Like, bro, we grown men. I said, bro, some of us actually want to have a wife. Some of us actually want to have kids and start our own family in the future, man. Some of us want to own our own house, dog. We want to do our own stuff in life, man. We ain't sitting here trying to be on the homies and on the brothers all day, man. Please. There's just come some point in time, like everybody knows this stuff, but I'm like, especially as a man, you're supposed to know this. But then you look at their priorities. Dude don't care about no family. He don't care about starting his own stuff. He care about being with the homies. He want to waste his life because he ain't got nothing to live for. I do. I said, man, I ain't just doing this for me. I'm doing this for my kids, man. When I have kids, I'm doing this for my wife. I'm trying to make sure my wife don't never work again a day in her life, dog. We ain't got to worry about no bills. We ain't got to stress, go for nothing, want for nothing. We grew up struggling, man. We grew up struggling as a family. Do you understand that? And we always grew up struggling because we had the church at the time. And so a lot of the money that we was getting, Daddy would take our money and go spend it on the church. Daddy would take our money and go pay the church bills. Because again, you got to make sure the house of God is better than your own home. And because Daddy had a vision, he did what he was supposed to do. And so there was sometimes, like I said, we didn't always have the best stuff. We couldn't always go shopping. We couldn't always get new school stuff. We couldn't always get the best shoes, dog. We didn't always get the best. Like I said, sometimes we didn't have a Christmas. Sometimes we didn't, like I said, bro, one Christmas we was homeless, dog. That's what people don't know. Because Daddy took a lot of our money and invested it in the church up in Richmond, Indiana. And Negroes didn't even want to be a part of it. And he was mad. He said, man, that cost me 15 grand of my own money. He said, I spent 15 grand of my own money just for Negroes not to even believe in my vision. And I said, Daddy, stop trusting the Negroes, man. Go get other people that want to listen. You dealing with Louisville Negroes, you ain't gonna never get nowhere. And that's why I said, whenever you got a vision, don't tell Negroes. Do not tell your family, especially your family. If anything you do not tell your family. I'm trying to tell you, man. You know who the first person gonna look at you crazy? Your mama. Your mama gonna be the first person that look at you like, why you think that? Why you believe that? Because people just can't get past their nigga stuff. They can't get past that. Like, why is that so bad to believe in ourselves? Why is that so bad to think something positive? That's why I said, like, that's why I don't tell people what my plans is, man, because I know when you tell people, that's the first thing. How's you gonna do that? Do you think that's a good idea, man? I don't know. It's best way, man. I see if it was me, it's like, well, it ain't you. Everybody ain't trying to be a slave to the system like you, man. You might not have a problem with doing what you do. Some people do. Everybody ain't trying to slave their life away, man, to a system. Some people want to live an abundant, nice lifestyle. And we live in a generation where people can make money off of anything they do. I try to talk to people, they was like, oh, well, nah, see, it ain't, social media ain't a job. Says who? People said that for years, oh, social media ain't a job. And I said, well, I beg to differ. When they opening up $100,000 accounts, I beg to differ. And then you look at these influencers, the people that actually do good, it ain't just people on there doing little TikTok dances and stuff. Like, it's actually people out here doing stuff with their life. They spread information and knowledge. People get on the phone talking about business, talking about wealth. People get on the phone talking about God, talking about spirituality. People get on the phone talking about art, music, anything. And they're making millions of dollars. And you telling me that's not a job? Of course, to a common Negro, it ain't until they get $100,000 in their account. Watch when it hits their account. I said, do you want to know why you said it? Because you tried to do it and you couldn't get $100,000. That's why. A successful Negro is never going to hate on another successful Negro. They're going to be like, hey, bro, yeah, I know I did it too, bro. You can do it too. It's always one hating Negro who ain't never did nothing. They couldn't make their dreams work. And so that's why they get mad at everybody else when you try to make your dreams work. Niggas don't even want their kids to be better than them. They don't want their own offspring to be better than them, man. They hating on their own kids. You got mothers hating on their daughters because their daughters is finer than them. Who does that? She couldn't get a nigga, so she don't want her daughter to have a successful marriage. Who does that, dog? That's weird. Only in our community, boy. We do some stupid stuff, man. And so that's why I said, I'm like, you know what? I love my people, but again, I don't rock with everybody just because we black. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Stop doing that stuff, dude. Hold on. Tell people like, bro, just because we black don't mean we gotta rock it all the time together, man. There are some black people who just don't know nothing. They just ain't gonna be on nothing. That's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Nobody guilt trip me with that stuff. It's like, dude, we grown. Hold on. This thing will not stand up for nothing. What's wrong with this thing? That's probably why. But no, people come with that old stupid stuff, man. That's why I said don't listen to people when they do that, man. Like I said, when You know what? This thing really pissing me off. Like I said, some people, man, they just miserable. You gotta understand, a lot of people are miserable, man, because they ain't got nothing better to do. So all they got time to do is hate on everybody. They mad at everybody. They can't make their own dreams work, so they don't want you to make your dreams work. I told you, if I'm an envy hating type Negro and I can't get my business off the ground, what makes you think I'm gonna be happy for you when you get your business off the ground? And something I've been doing longer than you. That's what really made people mad. When they've been doing it a longer time than you and they still can't be more successful than you. That's people that have been working at the job for 10 years. But somebody coming off the job that's only been there for about a year and they already get promoted. And they get mad at the person that gets promoted. But I say, but that person stays on time. That person's dedicated. They serious about what they do. They respect the boss. They listen to the boss. They respect company time. You feel me? Just like how it was in church. Daddy would choose the ones who had it hard to do. Negroes being there for 10 years. But the one that come off the street for the first half a year, seven months, Daddy would get them to be over stuff. Because the Negroes wouldn't do what he was telling them to do. And they sit there mad because somebody is outpassing them. Because it's all about having a heart and wanting to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's simple stuff. Am I preaching? I don't know. I feel like I be doing this. Something I got to stop. But no, that's how I be though, man. And that's why I said, as much as Negroes want to act like God won't use a woman, I said, you know what Daddy said? Because he got tired of dealing with Negroes that wouldn't step up in their power and authority. He said, since y'all don't want to do what I'm telling y'all to do, I'm going to start putting some of these women over y'all. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, because y'all Negroes don't want to act right, and because y'all got pride as a man, he said, I'm going to put one of these women over y'all. To show you, Negro, to show you that she going to do what I said, and you going to do what I said because I told her to tell you to do what she said. He said, since you can't listen to me, he said, she'll listen to me. He said, she got a heart to do. She do what I ask her. So he said, you know what? I'm going to put them over stuff and have them be over you as a grown man. Since you don't want to act like one, I'm going to have somebody come and put you in your place now. Oh, yeah, they ain't like that. They didn't like that. So that's why I said, I'm like, whoever wants to do, that's just the way I look at it. Whoever wants to be in my life, be in my life. You want to leave? Go. Daddy always said the door swing both ways, man. The door swing both ways in my life, too. You want to be? Go. I don't care. I don't need you. If you don't want to be, if you ain't going to help me, what am I going to cry because you don't want to be here? I don't need people in my life that don't want to be here. Go. I'm going to find somebody else better than you anyways. I know it sucks with relationships, but I'm like, man, there ain't nothing to get rid of a nigga. You got the maximum use out of you, G. You ain't got nothing else to offer, G, dude. Go. You ain't got to stay here. Somebody else going to be way better than you. And somebody else going to treat me with more respect and give me my self-worth more than you. You know who matters to me more? God and Jesus. And you know who else matters to me more when it comes to my self-worth? Me. That's why I told God, I said, God, I trust you and I trust me. I don't trust them. I don't trust everybody. I don't trust everybody on my channel. I don't trust everybody in my life. But I said, God, I trust you. Because you are the one that always comes through for me. You are the one that loves me and takes care of me. You have never lied to me and let me down. You have never put me in a bad position. I said, God, you are the only one that I care about like that. I love my family and everything. I said, but God, you better than them. I don't always trust them. I trust you, though. And when you realize that, you ain't let nobody come in your life make you feel bad. I told people, I said, you want to leave, nigga, go. Get going. I got blessings in abundance to receive. I can't receive that if you're here in the way, bothering me. You need to skedaddle, scooch, so I can have better things, man. I'm not going to waste my time. I told Negroes, the worst thing you could be doing right now is chasing a woman. The worst thing you can be doing right now, women, is chasing a man. There is so much more in life, man. God will always provide you with whatever you need. There are plenty of men in the world. You can find somebody else. You ain't got to be over with somebody because we black. There ain't no such thing as a shortage of black men. You can get anybody in the world you want to. I know you love them, but if they don't love you, what's the point of trying to make them? They obviously don't want to talk to you for a reason. Who cares what it is? I'm done guessing, playing the guessing game, man. You know what I said? I'm just going to outdo you. I'm going to outdo you in everything that you've ever done. I'm going to outdo you in anything that you've ever done since you want to talk. And then we'll see a year later. Who's better? Who's doing that? Like, it ain't a competition. But I said, but you use that as motivation. I'm not walking around here bitter for the next 2 years because somebody left. I turned all my sorrow, all my anger, all my get back game I want to get at somebody, all my jealousy and hatred, I turned that into motivation. And I said, well, you know what? People said I couldn't do it. I'm going to prove to myself that I can do it. And then I'm going to boast to them in their face that I did this. People got a problem with flexing. They got a problem with people actually stunting. I'm like, I don't have a problem with that no more. I used to, because I'm like, Negroes always want to shine. I said, no, I think I know why a lot of Negroes shine. When people tell you your whole life you was never going to be nothing, You was gonna be like your mama and be like your daddy. You was gonna be a statistic. You was gonna be dead. You was gonna be a baby mama, baby daddy. You ain't gonna never have nothing. Ain't gonna never amount to nothing. And then you sit right there, sitting there, believing in that your whole life, and then you show that you actually can amount up to something. Why would you not? Why would you not believe in that? I defy the odds all the time, man. I don't listen to people. If I listen to people, I still be living in Louisville, that putrid city. If Daddy listened to people, he would still be in Louisville doing not jack with his ministry. And that's why the reason his ministry's big, because he wanted to outreach and go somewhere else where people would listen. He didn't stay right there dealing with Louisville Negroes because they ain't want to listen, man. He got tired of it. He said, I'm going to find somebody that do care. I don't know what he said. Say, look like your father. I get, boy, if I had $5, so I wish I was getting paid every time somebody said that. I'd be rich. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna check that scripture out right there. But this is just the way that Daddy talk, man. People don't understand like the way that I be talking. I got people mad at me for no reason because they a bunch of idiots. Like, but they be like, well, it's the way you talk. It's the way Daddy talk. And I said, that lets me know right there, as much as you watch Pastor Darby, you would not last 5 minutes around the man. You wouldn't last 5 whole minutes. He would have you crying, hitting the floor right now. You can't take somebody speaking like this. I said, you wouldn't even like the man, dude. You just see him on TV. Imagine him in real life when he looked you square in your face. Daddy had them eyes of a lion, boy. He would look you square in your face, point his finger in your face and talk to you. You'd be ready to cry. I've seen Negroes cry, dude. Grown men. Women too, but grown men couldn't take it. From the streets, from the gangs, from the penitentiary, they couldn't take a grown man talking to them like that. So what do I care about my delivery? Man, who cares how I say stuff? Niggas always come with that stupid stuff. And that's why most of our community can't get nowhere. We always, well, it's the way you say that. Who cares? Do you want to get free or not? Do you want to be delivered or not? What's wrong with you? Do you want to be a millionaire or not? Like, what's wrong with you, dog? You worry about how somebody say it. Well, most people don't know. What nigga, somebody gonna teach them? I'm teaching them. Well, they ain't conditioned enough. Well, then let's uncondition ourselves to stop thinking that way. When are we gonna start doing that? Stop this whole nigga stuff. We've been walking around. No, this is always a casual number for 40 years. We walking around for 40 years, singing and dancing and hucklebucking and jugging and jabbing and sitting there waiting on some white man and a new black leader to tell us something when we can do this ourselves. We love Pastor Darby, but you didn't necessarily need Pastor Darby to tell you this. You could have learned this. You could have knew this. All he was doing was showing you so you can do it yourself. He wasn't going to do it for you. Like, oh my gosh, man. Like, people just, they always need somebody to do something else. That's why they want me to pick up the torch, pick up the next wave. Why? I wouldn't be catering to you, Negro. Believe me. I don't cater to nobody like that no more. I never liked you anyways. Exactly. Yeah, Daddy was putting him in his place, man. He would let him know what's up. That's why he would tell me, he said, son, do you know why I'm so hard on you? He said, do you know why I talk to you like this? He said, bro, because a lot of men I'm around, he said, son, they soft. He said, yeah, they men, they grown. He said, but dude, nah, they soft. They can't take me talking to them like that. He said, I talk to you and y'all like this, y'all cool. He said, but when I talk to them, he said, bro, they be all in their feelings sad, mad about they don't want to come back. He said, because they effeminate. He said, I'm raising men, dude. Me and Joe got into it one time and he stopped. He said, no, he said, I ain't raising little boys. He said, I'm raising men, dude. He said, you a man, boy. He said, your sisters didn't do this. He said, you a man. He said, you and now I see what he's saying. Because I got these grown 30-year-old Negroes, 28 or up 30-year-old Negroes coming here crying because a man don't want to speak to them. I was like, I know my daddy was saying what he's saying. Now these Negroes are soft. He's feminine. I don't even know how y'all niggas even look at them. Like, how do y'all women get with them? How do y'all like people like that? He ain't a man. He can't take care of you. He's in his feelings. You don't even get a reason to be in your feelings. He crying more tears than you. Like, man, I know my daddy was like that now, man. It makes sense. Hold on. Yeah, that's how I be. Daddy voice be hitting you though, man. So I said it be getting you. Be hitting you. And that's why I said I understand why Daddy was saying a lot what he was saying, man. I thought Daddy was just a hard man. I kept saying, I said, Daddy's a hard man. He always mad about something. But then I realized why he was saying that. And then you look at Negroes now, I was like, they are the number one people that's in my ear. These ain't white people. These ain't Mexicans. These ain't Asians. These ain't Middle Eastern. These is them niggas. Not even the Africans. It's them Negroes. They are the ones that's over here bothering everybody.
Every time I turn on the TV, social media, you niggas is crying about everything, but they don't want to change their life. They don't want to change their situations. They want to sit right here being mad at other people for coming up. I did the channel just trying to be positive. And Negroes came over here mad at me because I wouldn't say what they wanted me to say. Because I want to do a collaboration with their little whack channel and they don't something wrong with me. I don't want to listen to their little whack word. Like, they don't understand I've had a man in my life for 23 years. The best man of the word you would ever know like that. And they literally sit right here and did that. And I said, man, who gonna listen to this nigga? I listen to people. Like, man, I'm gonna say what I want to when I want to. That's how I listen to people. I got people on my channel all the time come over and offend. I don't care if you offended, man. You ain't got to stay here. So I'm put some clothes on. You put some clothes on. This is how I dress, nigga. It's hot out here. Hold on. That's how I be, man. That's why I said, like, I don't care what people say. I do what I want to. I say what I want to. And if people got an issue, it's whatever. It's up and it's stuck around here, man. That's why I don't change for nothing, nigga. I don't change for nobody. Make me. That's why I tell people, make me. They can't. I've been doing this channel for almost a year and still ain't listening to that nigga. And I never will. I got this far. You didn't. So that's why I tell people, I'm like, why don't you do something about it? Still ain't stopped nothing. That's why I said, nigga, still ain't stopped nothing. If I were to listen to people on this channel would be garbage, bro. This channel would suck. Channel already sucks. So I'm just like, you know, I'm already tired. That's why I'm doing other stuff. It freaking sucks, man. Because like I said, I got people over here that want to be technical. They want to come over here and they feelings. Like, somebody care about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. Man, please. I'll go to bed just fine, wake up just fine, eat my turkey sandwich and go to bed again and wake up again just fine. I don't care less. They're going to make me do nothing. I kept telling people, I said, bro, that's why I didn't want a lot of my father's audience over here, man. Because a lot of them niggas is losers. They ain't doing nothing. They come over here watching him because they don't want to do nothing with their life. He kept trying to get them to do something with their life. They didn't want to do nothing with their life. Then they come over here like, I care. And Steve Jr. don't care about nobody. I don't care about them more than he didn't. They didn't want to talk to you, and I don't want to talk to you either. And then they realized, like, he ain't gonna listen. Nope. Sure ain't. And that's why I said I love pissing people off. I love getting on people's nerves when they realize that I don't listen to people. I don't listen to you. If I did, I would be exactly where you is. And that's why your channel sucks. And that's why your life sucks. And your word sucks. And everything you got sucks. That's why I tell people, like, man, please. And I'm just a poster child of just showing people, stop listening to people. You're going to be exactly where they at. You're going to be exactly where they are. You ain't never got no successful real people telling you this. You got a bunch of losers who ain't never did nothing with their life. I don't want to be a loser. I want to be a winner. It's funny they said it too, because I'm like, I had somebody on my channel at first. They was like, you always in a tank top. You need to put a shirt on. I said, okay, I won't. I'll do every video in a tank top just because you said so. They said, well, see, no, you making women. I could care less, boy. I didn't tell women to come over here. I didn't want you over here. I said, nigga, we ain't doing it over here on this channel. Boy, please, it's my channel. If I'm going to get on here shirtless every day, I get on here shirtless. It's my channel. I do what I want to because I said so. And that's why I said, I want somebody to make me do something. Still ain't, a whole year of doing this channel, niggas still ain't made me do nothing. People just be on here talking, man. Go worry about your mama. Do that with your mama. Put that old bag shirt on, give her an oatmeal bath, and shut up. Get off my channel and stop talking to me. People be weird. That's why I said, I feel like the real savage, she's coming back out, man. I used to be a savage of this channel. Said people just stupid, man. So. Oh, you know I'm gonna talk my stuff. That's why I say I'm like, man, I've been talking my stuff for a whole year. I've been waiting on a nigga to do something about it. Still ain't. But that's why they ain't got nowhere. And that's why I told you, that's why they be watching Pastor Darby all day, because they ain't doing nothing with their life. They not the ones that apply the word. They just be the ones sitting right there just talking. Watching it because it's entertaining. Like, if you ain't gonna change, then why watch it? That's funny. That's why I said, I'm like, people just be... I love how people try to tell me stuff. Like, I ain't listening to you. I ain't never listened to you. Matter of fact, I'll take y'all to the gym and take my whole shirt off and go do a workout just because somebody said something, if I wanted to. Anyways, what were we talking about? I forgot how this whole topic got started. I forgot what I was even saying. Yeah, I don't know who this nigga is. I don't know who any of it is, bro. It's whatever. If they want smoke, they can come get it. It's been a minute, Mike. It's been a minute since I smoked with a nigga on this channel. It's like, again, the name is Karen. You know what that means? What was we talking about, man? I don't even remember what I was talking about. That's why I keep telling people. I said, until people understand that every day. I said, until they understand that I'm not a direct replica of my father. I say this every stream though, but I'm like, until people understand that I'm not a replica of my father, I'm not affiliated with him like that. I'm like, then they're gonna realize like you're gonna stop coming over here being weird. And that's why I keep showing people. I show people every day, like, this is how you deal with people. Like I said, people don't have the power or authority to do nothing. So that's why I tell people, make me do it. Why don't you make me? And so you need to go preach. Why don't you make me? Put some clothes on. Make me. You need to walk in your father's calling. Make me. Make me do something. Make me. You can't. Because you ain't called to do it. You ain't got no power. That's why you talk. That's why you watching me. Because you ain't got no real life. You defeated, boy. Watching another nigga. Well, I said, people just idiots, man. I think for my next stream, I think I'm going to go and take y'all to the pool. The pool just opened. And you know I don't swim with a shirt on. So I think I'm going to take y'all out there. It's going to be a party stream. That's what we'll do. Bunch of niggas, man. All right. Well, again, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if people be joking that they be like playing because sometimes they don't be using emojis. But like I said, that they be like, yeah, we could take it there. I won't do it. That's why I keep saying I ain't gonna do what you said. I'm just gonna do the exact opposite. I don't care what nobody says. So again, I'll take out to the gym right now and take my shirt off if I wanted to because I can. Like, so I said, people come over here watching my father and then they gonna get something over here. Nigga, you ain't getting nothing from me that my father got. Boy, please. This is a totally different thing. I don't even want people over here that watch my father like this. So I keep trying to tell niggas like a whole year later, people still come over with that. Boy, you ain't getting nothing from my father over here. Do me a favor and stop watching him. Go watch your mama. Watch your people and your aunties. Stop watching my daddy, man. You ain't doing nothing with your life. That's why you watch him all the time, because you ain't got nothing better to do. That's why I said I ain't gotta watch him. I just live what he says. Again, I was there. They was never there. I was there. So I ain't gotta listen to another one of his messages. They do, because they wasn't there. So this nigga on talk. I'm just gonna flex one time. I've been working out lately. I've been putting in the work. The spaz, brother. Hoo ha, hoo ha. Brother. Yeah, that's why I said I don't tell a lot of people stuff, man. Cause people just discouraging, bro. Niggas always got something to say. That's why I said people be worried about the wrong thing. Like, bro, worry about your life. You know what I'm saying? Worry about you. Don't worry about what I'm doing. If you want to know how I got to what I got, I'll tell you. But I said, don't worry about what I do in my personal life. Nah, people already doing that before, man. Like I said, I was doing my one video and people was coming here mad because, again, it's 113 degrees outside and I'm out here in one of these. Niggas, I'm talking about, you need to cover up. I won't. As a matter of fact, I'm going to dress less. I had on the sleeves at the time. I took the sleeves off. I said, well, I'm going to show my arms all I want to since niggas won't talk. Do something about it. Still ain't did nothing. He said, do you think women are, I could care less about women over here, boy. I don't want no woman over here. I keep telling them that. It ain't that type of channel. I didn't want people that watch my daddy over here. So I don't know why people keep saying that. I don't care about you, dude. I don't care about your mom. I don't care about your kids, your daddy, your auntie, them. I don't care about none of y'all, man. Like, niggas won't come over here. The good people I love. But I said, nigga, I don't care about you, nigga. You ain't gonna do nothing. That's why you living a defeated life watching Pastor Darby, because you ain't never did nothing with your life. I know the types. It's the types we used to have come in our ministry all the time. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, they ain't did nothing, 105, ain't did nothing with their life. And now they want to turn on the word of God when they low and they suck now. And then they want to come over here and watch Pastor Darby and try to tell you something. Nigga, shut up. Like, I'm supposed to do me a flattering message. Like, well, because you watch Pastor Darby, good for you. What, you want a cookie? I'm like, man, anybody watch Pastor Darby, daggone. What's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with me, G? I'm not Pastor Darby. I'm a grown man. What's that got to do with that? I always thought that was weird, man. People be coming in my inbox on social media, hitting me up, talking about, hey, yo, man, I'll watch your father. Good for you, nigga. What you telling me? That's like me going to LeBron James saying, like, hey, Bronny, I'll watch your father play. So, and what's Bronny Curry? You don't want to hear that. That's his father. He's not his father. I'm like, your father changed my life. Good. He changed everybody's life. You need to change your own life. It ain't up to him to do that. They think I'm the next best thing to my father. Bro, we are people. We are not celebrities. Pastor Darby's not a celebrity. He's a person. I'm a person, dude. We don't do that. I'm just me. That's why I said I get away from Negroes, because I know Negroes know us, and they come over here with that want to be deep, weird stuff. Like, nigga, ain't nobody listening to you. And that's why you ain't got a platform. Nobody would ever tune into that crappy, weird platform of yours. Nobody listen to you, and that's why you come over here bothering everybody else. Coming over here to me. Why'd you find me? Why'd you subscribe to me, knuckle? I might want you over here. People was doing it all last year, and then they realized when I was a savage, I started going off on them. Then they want to come and say, "Oh, he's just rebellious." Yes, I am. That's like, you're just so carnal. Yep, if it makes you leave, I'm super carnal. I'm the most carnal person you would ever know. If it makes you get off my channel, yeah, I am. Is that supposed to hurt my feelings because you say that? What is that supposed to do? I said, God's gonna get you. Okay, well, God ain't did nothing yet, so I ain't worried about it. So when the day he does, he's gonna do it to me. He ain't gonna do it to you. He ain't gonna let you know that. He gonna let me know that. That shows you right there, that's witchcraft. People try to get you in your feelings and be, oh, is he dumb? They said, who care what they said? That's why you live in Jackson, Mississippi, dummy, because you're dumb. You living in a swamp with the swamp people. Well, I ain't listening to you, nigga. Nigga live in a back alley of New Orleans. Who listen to you? What do you know? You ain't living in no mansion and where the NBA players live at and the white people live at. Boy, you living out there with the dirty niggas. I ain't listening to you. You living in Mobile, Alabama. Why am I gonna listen to anything you got to say? Please. God judging you now. That's why you live there. So, that's why I say, I'm like, you know, y'all, for the next several streams, I was already wearing these anyways, but for the next several streams, I'm gonna wear the smaller ones. I'm gonna wear the ones that's like, niggas won't talk, man. Let me read it. You and your brother, through your father, as played in the same as he spoke, also had as you. Hold on. Let me read that one more time because my brain is somewhere. I'm thinking of the jokes. So we know you. I think it's called We Know of You, all especially you and your brother. Yeah, we in every video. That's why I said that people knew that they would know that Daddy said I'm a musician. I'm not a pastor, but of course the idiot's too stupid to read that. That's why they watch Pastor Darby because they too dumb to do anything in life. So that's why they just watch the first they watch probably like the first 20 minutes after the worship because they don't worship. So I know that because if they knew, they would know this is what I'm called to do. Stupid. That's why they know that. So I said, you can't teach Negroes nothing, man. It's just, that's why I said I hate what they made my channel become. I said, bro, my channel is not a Stephen Darby Ministries channel. It's not. So you keep coming over here and realizing that we're not doing that. We're not doing that over here. I can tell you. I got other channels where you can go and do that. Like I said, you can preach the word all the time. I got Christian music over there. They don't want to go support that, but they want to come over here like, I ain't listening to you niggas. Shut up. Tell your mama that. That's why your mama ugly and old and dumb too. Tell her that. They always come over and think they doing you a favor. I'll watch your daddy. Good for you. Who cares? Who cares if you watch my daddy? So, I like people who don't watch my daddy. Those are the people I look for now. The people who don't know Pastor D. I like those people. Because I realize how normal those people are. I don't have any issues with people like that. I know a lot of people here. Again, they don't know us. They don't know me. And I can have normal conversations with them because they are not weird and trying to be deep and on conspiracies and watching Negro Land all day. They ain't one of them type of self-worthy type people. I don't listen to them. People are normal human beings and they have normal human conversations. And say, hey, Steve, you're cool. Let's go get some lunch. Okay, that's cool. Hey, Steve, oh, hey, I'm sorry to hear about your father. How did he die? I tell him how he died. And okay, well, I'm so sorry to hear that, and then they talk about somebody else they know that died that same way. And I said, thank God for normal people, because niggas are the only dumb people in the world that think everything is a conspiracy. They think everything is so weird. You know who's weird? Your mama, because she birthed you, boy. Y'all both stupid. Maybe if your mama would just go over to Africa somewhere and leave us alone. I was actually about to make a post the other day. I was about to say, man, I've been doing this channel for almost a year, man. I ain't listening to not a nigga. I'm still gonna make that post. I just didn't get around to it though. But people so strange, man. That's why I said, tell them old weird Hebrew niggas and them old other niggas trying to make me do stuff. Why don't you make me? Come make me do something, boy. People come over. That's why I said, that's why I used to love the stream, man, because I used to rip people up for like 3 weeks, bro. It's 3 weeks straight. Because they think they doing you a favor. I told you, people think they doing you a favor. I'm going to pray for you. Nigga, pray for your mama. Like, that prayer don't work, and that's why they pray for me, and it never works. Because God ain't hearing their prayers. I ain't stupid. We've been doing this for 20-some years. I'm not dumb, boy. I'm not a novice. They think my father was bad. I'm worse than he is, dude. Daddy had a little grace and compassion. I got none. I don't got none. I don't like you at all. I forewarn people, don't come over here, and they come over here. So again, that's what you get for coming over here. And then they become a laughing stock for about 3-4 weeks, and then realize that nobody cares. I don't care. I said, I got a whole tub of icing right here. I would eat that icing before I go to bed. I don't care about not a nigga. I ain't tossing and turning because you take your subscription. Take your wax subscription. You ain't paying me nothing either. I don't care about your money. You ain't got no money to pay me anyway, man. I said, do me a favor, stay on my father's channel. Don't come over here. That's why I regretted even naming my channel Steve Jr. That's why I hate even putting my face on the channel, because I look just like the man. If I didn't look like him, I would do another channel with my face on it. I can't, because everybody's gonna go over there. Then they gonna go mess with me over there, and all them niggas gonna migrate over there like they do, just the great apes of the earth. Just migrate everywhere they go at. I said, man, do y'all make everything suck, man? You make my channel suck, you make music suck, you make life suck, you make America suck, everything just sucks around you niggas. I don't think I'm ready to go back outside. I'm gonna go back outside. I thought I did this other way. Turn this. That's why I said people be mad, man. They can't tame me, boy. I do not listen to them for fun. Like I said, I've been telling people I was looking for the trolls, man, so I can go back and forth and argue with people again, because I ain't nobody in a minute. Because it was fun, man. That's why I said my channel was fun a little bit, because there was a little bit of like roasting jokes. Like I don't really do a lot of that no more. It's more like freestyling and stuff, but I don't know. That's why I said I only went live stream today, because like I said, it was 5 years ago with me getting shot. But other than that, I'm just like, man, I don't really like doing live streams like I used to no more. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Come on, man. Stop. Hold up. Say, Steve, will there be an upload this week? Yeah, I was thinking about doing an upload. Actually, I was gonna do one today, but I might get on it tomorrow since it's Thursday. This week be going quick, bro. I swear, man, the days going by fast. So I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Let's get on there and put some music up for y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said that's what it's really about, man. I love doing the music. I love doing all of that. And if a stupid idiot would understand that and realize that we ain't over here doing Pastor Darby stuff, we ain't over here preaching dummy, like we over actually doing what I want. It's just what I'm good at, what I'm called to do. That's why God blesses it. Like I said, I didn't even know people was even still watching that piano channel. I don't even care about that channel like that. I was just, it was just whatever. I'm still getting views on that. I didn't even realize people was even listening to that stuff, man. I was looking, I'm still getting plays. I'm like, I didn't even upload nothing on there for like half a year. Almost a whole year I didn't even put nothing on there, and people were still watching it. I'm like, who watches this? That's what I was thinking. I said, bro, who watches this, man? People still watching this piano? Like, people would really sit right there and watch me play piano. I didn't even realize people did that. You know what I'm saying? And I said, I would rather do that. I don't care about vlogs no more. I don't care about live streams. I don't care about this channel. I got a whole bunch of dumb idiots on this channel. I don't want this channel no more. I'm like, I want to go do what I was doing at first. I was doing music before I was doing vlogs. I said, man, I was just trying to talk about life because I seen other people talk about life. I said, I always been told I'm a motivational talker, and I wanted to talk to people about motivation. And then I was talking about life. Y'all seen me do a video where I got shot. I was talking about that. The first 3 videos, I was talking about that. And then I did a video about Daddy, man. I didn't realize how much of Daddy's freaks are over here, man. A lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people be freaks, man. They come over here. And then people was over talking about he cracked the code in the conspiracy. Nigga, ain't no conspiracy. What are you talking about? They said he finally gave us closure. Closure on what? What are you talking about? They was like, well, you was revealing truth and you was talking. I'm like, bro, what are you speaking on? Like, I'm just talking about life. I didn't necessarily even talk about how he died. I was just talking about he just did. Like, it was part of life. People was like, oh, this is much needed. I'm like, dude, what are you, again, I don't know what people be talking about. So I'm like, what are you talking about? And then people came over here with the whole thing. Then, like I said, they came over here with the Nick Jones controversy. Everybody came over here. I'm like, bro, I don't care about none of y'all. I don't care about none of them. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what you talking about. They was like, what did your father think about this? Who cares? What did he think? Like, what do you think? Like, that shows like that niggas can't think for themselves, man. They always need a leader. That's what's wrong with Negroes. That's why I keep realizing. That's why niggas ain't gonna never be free. They always need a leader because they too stupid to just go do something. I don't know a greater leader than Pastor Darby. He told you everything you need to know. How stupid are you? You need another word, dude. You already know the word. Go do it. They still looking for more. It's always a huckabucket Negro, man. Smooth brain, knuckle dragging Negro, man. They always need somebody to tell them something. Like, bro, you know the word. Go do it. What am I gonna tell you that's better than him? Like, well, you pick up the torch for who? You? No, absolutely not. I said I won't. I guarantee you, as long as you live, Negro, you would never see me in the pulpit. You would never see me do that because that ain't my calling. I won't do it. Watch. They be like, well, God's gonna judge you till you do. It's funny because God has opened up the most doors ever since Negroes talk. God has opened up the most doors I've ever had in my life. I promise you not. I promise you, dude. God has opened up the most doors in my life since Negroes talk. All God does is bless me when you dumb Negroes come over here talking. Because even he don't listen to you smooth brain individuals, dude. Like, God don't listen to you. Even God looking like, man, look at these knuckleheads. Like, they think they speak for me. Man, please.
All I was doing was showing people. I said, well, look, when God want to do something, he going to do it. I ain't worried about it. I ain't been worried about nothing. God bless me today because I told God to bless me. Oh, I love the power of God, boy. I love how God works. It's funny. That's why I get on here and showing y'all these testimonies. I get on here and speak to y'all about this stuff because God literally does this, dude. I told God, I said, God, you going to bless me. I said, God, you going to bless me and you going to do this and you going to do that. I'm not commanding him like he's dumb. I'm just telling God, I said, God, you told us to talk like this. This is how I talk. This is me taking authority. I'm not like, well, God, can you please? God, like, you know, God, it's that time of the month. I need you to like now. I said, God, you are going to do this. I said, God, I don't know nothing else to tell you. I said, you are going to do this. This is me taking control. I said, you want me to do this, so bless it. I said, you want me to do the music, so bless it. It's what I do. I said, so bless the music, God, so it can bless other people. That's what I said. I said, God, you're going to bless me exponentially because I asked you to, because I came to you in faith. God bless me today. Oh, it's mighty wonderful how that works. And I wasn't even surprised. I just sat there and smiled. I said, see, this is what taking authority and power means. That's what that means. Them niggas ain't got no authority and power in their life. And that's why they sit right here mad trying to holler at me. I'm like, boy, please. I told you, God worked for me and I work for him. So when you realize that, you be all right. Yeah, I think it was just, like I said, it was just more of just talking, man. That wasn't even trying to be me preaching on the subject with Daddy, man. It was just talking about it. It was just a son talking about his father, man. I was trying to reach people like that. I wasn't trying to reach people that watch Daddy. I was trying to reach people that lost their father or their mama or their brother or somebody that they know, man. You know a lot of people that lost a lot of family members, you know what I'm saying? It's trying to relate to people like that, especially people that lost their father. Like, I can relate with them. I wanted to reach people that watch Darby Ministries, man. I don't want them niggas over here. Like, I wanted people that wanted to listen. Not everybody, not all bad, but I wasn't necessarily doing it for them. Cause I knew, I'm like, Daddy had a lot of his audience he didn't like. Daddy didn't like them Negroes either. Like, I don't want them here. I don't like them more than Daddy didn't. So I don't know why they come over here like this is cool. We ain't cool. I try to let them know, like, bro, we are not friends. We are not cool. Like, I don't know you. I don't want to know you either. My channel was not for you. And then they tainted my whole channel, so that's why I hated doing it. So, again, that's why I don't really do it as much. I don't really get on here as much. That's why I started Discord. And I got people over here that I talk to. I do that more than really YouTube. And I just focus on other stuff that is bigger and better. I got a channel that got more views than this one. Right after I did that video with Daddy, man, I did another video. They got over 200-something thousand views on my other channel. I like that one better. And I said, I would rather be over there because I get to enjoy myself there. People don't know me. They don't come over here weird like that. I don't got none of his audience over there. And I got these weird, dumb Hebrews over here. So I'm like, I like that better. So I go do that one. That one got way more views than on my whole channel over here combined. So I like that one better. Like, people act like I need this garbage channel. Like, man, I'm gonna sell this channel. I'm gonna give this channel away to somebody when I get done with it. It's almost been a year. Maybe the year anniversary, I'll give it up. I don't even want the channel like that no more. But it's good because it's still good people. You know what I'm saying? You have some good laughs. But I'm like, I go live all the time. I'm tired of doing it. I used to customize my thumbnails and, you know what I'm saying? I would use the AI to do it. I don't even do it no more. I'm like, man, I ain't got time for that. Negroes gonna get what they get in the stream. I'm not entertaining you no more. We did the music. That's fine. You know, every now and then we'll do that. I was thinking about doing some music in front of y'all tomorrow. Maybe I'll do that. I'll probably go live in the morning, y'all. Because usually when I make my piano pieces, I make it in front of y'all live. And then that's what I upload. You know what I'm saying? And so maybe I'll do that. Maybe do a little Trap Soul Friday or Thursday. You know what I'm saying? But if it wasn't for the live streams, I wouldn't do this channel, man. I don't like this channel, dude. If it wasn't for the live streams, I would not do this channel. But luckily, fortunately, you know, the live streams are a thing. And so I do enjoy doing them every now and then. And I did it today because, like I said, it was a pretty special occasion. But I told myself I was really going to stop doing it, man. Like, but I do it every now and then because it brings people a lot of positivity. It brings people a lot of positivity that watch me. They love to see what I got going on. They love to hear that. I didn't realize people was listening to what I be saying. And when I'm talking about encouragement and staying on the up and up, I said they love that because they've been so negative all the time. Everybody's going through a hard time. But everybody's thinking the same thing about abundance and about prosperity. Everybody's been saying it's their season because God has put it in everybody's heart and mind to understand what abundance is, dude. Everybody is on. I told you before 2025. I told you. I said 2024 was the working year. It was the putting in the work, the work, the blueprint. That's why I said the blueprint. 2025 is the reaping of 2024. And look, I'm reaping a lot of stuff that I did last year. My mind is so much further than where it was last year. I'm such a different person. Not saying I'm 100% better. Definitely not. But I'm such a different person than I was last year. The way I think, the way I act, the way I talk, the people I'm around, the people I hang with. I said, I'm so different. change starts with you. And I told myself, in order for you to change your life, you got to change first. Before you get anybody else to do it, before you want God to do it, you got to do it. You got to be willing to say, okay, God, I'm willing to give this up. I'm willing to stop doing this. I don't want to be like this no more. I don't want to act like this no more. You got to make the change, man. And when I see Negroes in my life that don't want to do that, they got a whole bunch of freaks on my channel who don't want to change their life. They want another Pastor Darby, and they come over here thinking that you're like, no, you ain't getting that. Go rewatch his messages, boy. You can rewatch his messages for the next 20 years. It's going to still be relevant. So I don't know what you want me to tell you, boy. I said, nah, Negroes just slow. They always want new music and new entertainment. No, I ain't doing that. I'm done. That's why I didn't do vlogs every day. I stopped doing vlogs because I knew if I keep doing vlogs every day, Negroes are going to get used to when a new vlog, when a new song dropping. They always want something new. They don't want to cherish the hard work it took to do that. It takes hours to edit stuff, man. That's what people don't understand. Like, they be mad at these musicians because they don't come out with new music in a while. Oh, man, they fell off. I'm like, do you know how hard it is to come out with an album? It takes about a whole day to record 2 songs properly. It takes a long time, bro. That takes work. Like, people don't understand the work that goes into stuff. And when you realize that you have more respect for that artist or for that pastor or for that editor or for the movie or whatever, like, when you realize the work that goes in it. That vlog I did with Daddy, man, while I was talking about Daddy, man, it took me hours to edit, man. That took me a whole couple of hours. I did that video weeks before, I think like 2 weeks before. I never uploaded it, though. But I was like, I'm going to upload it when I do this, after I do this video. Man, it took me hours to upload because I had to slice it. I had to add the music. I had to adjust everything. I had to add the coloring in there. I had to put the text in there. You got to put the intro. I had to put the outro. You got to, like, bro, you got to do all. You got to upload you got to do the thumbnail. You got to upload it to YouTube. It takes a couple of hours to do it. And then you got to do the description in there. Then you got to do the hashtags. Then you got to do the end screens. Then you got to do the info cards. Then you got to make sure it's relevant with the algorithm. You got to post it at this certain time. It's a lot of work that goes into that. That's not just a video. It takes a lot of work. So that's why the video did so good, because I knew how I was studying YouTube at the time. Like I said, I didn't do this video, man, for Daddy audience, man. I didn't do this video for no quick payout, man. It's good that a lot of that stuff came, but I was like, I didn't do this, man. I mean, I liked it better when people didn't know where I was. They was like, man, y'all disappeared for years, and you know what I'm saying, we never heard from his kids. And I'm like, I kind of wish you didn't hear from me. Like, because I'm like them type of people. Them type of people come out of nowhere, man. It's just weird, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, people want to make videos and mad all the time. Like, I don't care about no dumb Hebrew. I don't care about you Negroes. Nobody like y'all anyway. Y'all mama don't even like y'all. That's why y'all there on the corner. She ain't want y'all. Nobody want y'all. So that's why I said I get around anybody else that want to do. That's why I said I don't care who it is. Black, the whites, the Mexicans, the Asians, anybody. I ain't on this black excellence stuff no more. I ain't doing that stuff because Negroes don't want to act right. I'm done with that. Black excellence your mama. Do that. Worry about you. No matter what you do on this channel, man, it's always somebody that got an issue with something. I told you, it's all about positivity. Negroes always got an issue with something positive. Like, Negroes mad they on mama, man. That's why they mad at you. They're going the wrong way. Hold up. Hold on, y'all. Check something. Turn off that. That's just how that goes, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why I'm saying all I was doing was showing people, be the poster child for people. Like I said, when you tell people, like, I don't listen to you, like, that's all I do is just show people I don't listen to you. I don't listen to nothing you got to say, man. You ain't deep. You ain't called to tell me nothing anyways. I will never listen to you. I don't care what you got to say, boy. Even if it is the right thing, I will not listen to you if I don't feel like it. So I don't know what people talk about. As I said, do that in your life too, man. Like I said, think for yourself one time, man. You got mama, baby daddy, government, society, everybody tell you what to think. Black folk, white folk, everybody tell you what to think, man. Think for yourself. I don't know how people live a controlled lifestyle, man. It's like, bro, I like thinking for me. That's why I told Daddy to stop doing a lot of stuff. Like, man, I ain't trying to think for him. I don't want to think for me. I know what to do. That's why them freaks came over and talking about what your daddy said. Like, why ain't you married? Your daddy said, I'm like, I don't care what Daddy said. I'm a grown man, boy. I'm 30. It don't work like that. I told Daddy myself, like, Daddy knew I didn't care about a lot of stuff he thought. He knew that, and he knew I didn't care about a lot of stuff he thought either. So who cares? I said, just because you a fan of Pastor Darby all day don't mean that everybody got to listen to everything he says. He's like, bro, there was some things that he didn't know. There was some things that he was just overdoing. I had to tell him, like, hey, man, don't do that. Like, we've had our disagreements. We've had our times we had to be like, hey, man, like, let me figure this out. You can't do everything. Like, people just doing it because they ain't never had a father, man. Nigga ain't never cared about them. So, of course, they going to listen to anything somebody say. Like, bro, sometimes you got to learn to still think for yourself, too, man. Like, come on, man. That's why I said them type of people that never get nowhere in life. That's why I said after Pastor Darby died, man, them people didn't know what to do. They ain't got nobody else to tell them. They too proud for to listen to mama. So of course they go look for somebody else. Then they looking for me because they too stupid to go do it themselves. What's so hard about doing the word, dog? What's so hard about doing what God told you to do? While you're dumb, stupid, or dumb? What's wrong with you? You don't need a man to tell you that. Do it, boy. Coldest revelation he ever gave you. How much more do you want, man? Y'all drain the man dry. What else do you want from the man, bro? You ain't getting nothing else, man. Go on. The same type of people ain't touched their communities, man. They ain't did nothing for nobody. They ain't touched the homeless, nobody yet, man. Like, where you implying the word? You go on some with that old whack stuff you talking about. But, anyways, what was we talking about? What we doing? I don't know. Who's still in here? Anthony here, Mike here, Crystal, somebody. I don't know. I think my phone is being stuck now. Oh, man. Hope my phone ain't froze, bro. It always like messes up when I come over here. I don't know what's up with this area, man. It's like at a bad zone or something. Tank is cool. There's these two girls trying to holler at him last night. They had a German Shepherd, so tried to take his fool over there on the walk, you know what I'm saying? He don't do well with little dogs, so he was trying to bite their little dog, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so they was trying to make conversation. Couldn't make conversation with him, man, because this idiot wouldn't stop messing up. So I was like, bro, go on, dude. Like, come on, man, get on my nerves. He's scaring this little dog. His dog was only like 6 months. Tank is like 10, so he was scaring this little dude, you know what I'm saying? Let me sit right here. Well, yeah. Oh, this is nice. Nice little lighting. I see it. All of that. Oh, man. So what's up with y'all, man? How y'all spending y'all, I almost said Friday again, dude. Wednesday night. Let me check something. I'm checking stat. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, who's in here, y'all? Let me know who's in here. Yeah, who's in here, y'all? Let me know who's in here. Cause, hold on. Can you hear me? This phone be messing up. Who's in here, y'all? Let me know what's up. Hold on. Beauty test. What you doing with a beauty test? What y'all got going on over there? Oh, man. My feet hurt, y'all. I've been up all day, man. It's just out and about. What time is it today? Okay. Where that one nigga at? They ain't in here no more? Come on, I need somebody to argue with. Come on, I need somebody to give me a run for my money, man. Bring back the old live streams with the roast. Oh, man. That's why I said I ain't had no challenge in a minute, man. That's why I said these live streams I get bored. They get bored after a while. I talk about what I do for a minute, and then I'm like, after a while, man, they just kind of get bored, man. He said she left as soon as we got on feed. I don't even know who that nigga was, man. It's a nigga named Karen. That's very fitting. Very fitting. Again, I don't know. That's why I said sometimes some people be joking. I don't know if they be joking, man. I don't know if people be for real. I don't really care though, but I'll be looking for confrontation so I can go ahead and just rip a nigga up. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said like it be fun, man. Like I said when I be doing this stuff, but it used to be fun because I'll be joking with street dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like people that's from the street. So of course they got good comebacks, man. Like people that watch Daddy, they ain't got no comebacks, man. They lame. They too serious about everything. That's why I said I don't like sensitive people, man. I ain't never liked sensitive people. Always I'm like, I think you. I think your mama ugly too, man. That's why your mama an idiot just like you. So I said it was always a you got these sensitive Hebrew niggas, but it was always a sensitive woman, man. It's always one of them. Just like they overly sensitive about it. They're like, girl, shut up. What's wrong with you? And it's like, well, that's not funny. I don't like jokes, but nobody like you or your mom either. Nobody tell you come over here. We joke over here, dummy. You can't take a joke, then get on. Bathe your mama. Leave me alone, dude. Those be the ones that be getting jokes. So I was watching my old live streams. I was talking good and crazy, man. I used to talk good and crazy to suckers, man. Little suckers that would come over here. And they be over here mad about something. I'm like, man, I don't care what your problem is, Skippy. Won't you make me? Still ain't maybe. A whole year later, boy. Still ain't listening to nobody, man. I was even thinking about doing the fitness stream, man. Like I said, niggas keep talking. That was during the time I was going to the gym, taking y'all to the gym, which I need to take y'all back here. I was gonna do a whole stream. I was just like, you know what, niggas keep getting mad about this whole shirt thing. I said, you know, I'm gonna take my shirt off in here just so they keep talking. Maybe they wife is watching or they girl watching. That's probably why they saying it. Oh wait, they ain't got one. Everybody want them. So, man, nobody want that little heifer. That's why I said it was fun for a minute, but I'm just like, man, I don't want daddy audience, man. I don't want these people over here. Bunch of weirdos. That's why I was like, bro, find me people that's not weird. Find me people that's like normal human beings. I like normal people. Cause I try to do comebacks, man. I try to like joke with fools, but I'm like, but then you realize they be for real. Like I be playing, but people be for real serious. I'm like, yo, what is wrong with you, man? Like, they're like, that's not funny. And I don't think that's cool. You're carnal. I'm like, that's the best you got, idiot. Like, come on, dog, you do better. Ugh. I said, it don't matter. I still got a lot of people that come in here and watch me. I get a couple of hundred streams, thousands of streams every stream, so it don't matter what you think. That's why I say I love pissing people off, man. I'm gonna make that post probably tomorrow. They be ready to cry. I'm like, bro, what do people think I'm gonna do when you tell me so? You think I'm gonna be on here and be like, oh well, man, you're right. Maybe I shouldn't show my arms. Maybe I'm like, nigga, it is 200 degrees here. I don't care what you think. This is how I dress. This is how I like it. Care about a bunch of you freaks over here. I want y'all over here. And I said, well, do something about it. You can't. I ain't your sensitive cousin, then. I ain't no sensitive woman or no dumb nigga that's controlled by his mama. Like, don't do that, boy. I'll do it on purpose just because you said. That's why I said tomorrow I got a white pair of these. I'm gonna wear the white one tomorrow when I do my music. I'm gonna wear a white one. That one's even tighter than this one. I'm gonna wear that one now. Matter of fact, that's gonna be the thumbnail. Matter of fact, I'm gonna come out with some of these. I'm gonna come out with some custom shirts, and I'm gonna put like my own little phrases and sayings on there, and I'm gonna sell them, so everybody can wear the shirts like I'm wearing them. Since niggas won't talk, man, about a shirt. And they be like, well, you gonna get women to look at you? Well, it ain't my problem. Not my problem. I care less. It ain't gonna change that. I still don't want you. Still don't want you. I love how niggas do that. They be like, oh, well, you're making people come over. I'm like, yeah, that's just like a nigga going to a woman page that wear yoga pants and joggers and stuff. That ain't gonna make us like, hey, you can't, man, she ain't making no man come over and holler at her. Some people can't help. Some people can't help if they attractive or they pretty. Some people can't help that. And a man to give you the right to think that you gonna try to holler like she gotta like you because she dressed like that. It's like, bro, come on, man. I see women like that walk around her all the time. I don't holler at them just because they wearing yoga pants. Like, dad, come to they going jogging. It's 1,000 degrees out here. What's wrong with you? You come to San Antonio and tell me you wouldn't be in a tank top on one of your little summer dresses smelling like crab legs. I might want you, nigga. I guarantee you, every woman on my page talking smell like a whole thing of crab legs. They're talking. And the niggas smell like Cheez-Its. He was just sensitive. I was like, niggas just be offended by everything. It's like, that's why I said, like, bro, if I rule the world, y'all would really hate me. Y'all think y'all hate Trump? Man, you would hate me if I ruled the world, boy. I would take all y'all rights tomorrow, dude. Especially you sensitive people, man. I said, starting with niggas, man. I'm getting niggas first and then white people second. Just sensitive for no reason. Boy, we in daggone World War V. Negroes ain't sensitive about a shirt. Sensitive about some muscles. Like, why? Because you want me? Is that why, nigga? That's really what it be. I told you, that's why Negroes always hating on other men. Because they want another man. That's what it is. They want another man in their mouth. That's why they keep messing with other men. I don't know a Negro. I got his name in my mouth all the time. I sure don't do that. Definitely don't do that. And I don't even do it with women. So let alone another man. Like, boy, that's diddy-ish. Ow. Ouch. Man, something just hit me. Ouch. Man, that hurt. Hey, man, it's like a twig or something. That hurt. Dang. Oh, daggone stuff, man. Beyond live with. Probably. I might wear my spaghetti strap. Niggas gonna keep talking. Oh, man. Dang, it's like a twig or something hit me. What was that? A bug or something? I don't know what that was. Dang, it hurt. Most of the people on the channel, man, like I said, they gone. The ones I don't like, the ones I don't want, like I said, they don't want to tune in. That's the way I like it. I like smaller live streams. I like smaller chats and views and stuff, you know what I'm saying? I don't want everybody over here. I don't like everybody. I don't want 10,000 people watching me at one time, man. You got 10,000 losers. I ain't trying to look at you, boy. Everybody don't want to do the right thing. The ones that want to do the right thing are the ones that's usually tuned into me. You got a couple of idiots, but they can't help it, man. They mamas failed them. That's why they stupid. Hey, hey, Mike, do they want the smoke? That's why I said, people realize they ain't gonna change nothing. Niggas won't rock off. Like, boy, they ain't gonna change nothing. They don't care about what you think. I definitely listen to nobody with they ain't got no real profile picture. Sure, ain't listen to you. That's why I said, like, bro, this is the most confident I've been. I keep trying to tell people, man, be confident. God got you. I said, boy, I told you, man, God just blessed me every day. I'm good. So I ain't worried about it. Big gas. So I said, niggas, that's why it got boring, man, just joking all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, these are people that are not challenges, bro. Niggas ain't serious about nothing. They just in their feelings. Like people like that. So I was like, bro, put me around the clowns, the real niggas that got jokes, man. The girls that got good comebacks, man. You got a bunch of sensitive niggas they too sensitive to say what they want to say. Guarantee you they ain't got no man though. Guarantee you they them type. They them type that say they waiting on the Lord because again, they only say they waiting on the Lord because they tried it themselves and couldn't get one. Be them old heifers nobody want. Like, man, look at this old hen. Nobody want this nigga. I do like nice intimacy. Intimacy. Right. That's why I say when I get a woman, like, you gotta have a sense of humor, bro. I tell all my women, like, bro, hey, you gotta have a sense of humor. You know what I'm saying? They usually do. I ain't gotta even say it. Like I said, they already do. They know how to have fun and throw jokes. They ain't overly sensitive about everything. I like people like that. Like I said, they ain't all in their feelings. People, you can't say the end. You can't wear it is. I'm gonna wear whatever I daggone want to, boy. Cause I said so. Make me. Still waiting on the little Hebrew niggas to make me. I told them where I'm at. I told you come make me do something. She ain't did it. Sitting there talking. But that's why I said, even with stuff like that, like I said, when I had a lot of people over here on the channel that was doing that, I said, all I did was just prove I'm better than you. It don't matter. I'm still better than you, boy. People still gonna tune into me. It don't matter if I was half naked on my stream, boy. People would still watch me. Ain't nobody watching you, though. You just mad because nobody want to see what's under your shirt. All you do is just show people you better than them. Like, okay, well, I'm better than you. Whatever, don't matter. Still gonna be further than you. Still got more views and subscriptions than you do. Everybody watching you. So, like I said, YouTube write me a check every month. Do they write you one? Nope, sure don't. I told you, my piano channel, I ain't know people was even watching that thing, man. And that still get more streams than you get. And I don't even use that channel. I ain't used that channel in almost half a year. And still get more views than you get. Now one dude come over and tell me, you always knocking people's channels. Yep, I do. Because y'all be the main ones that run your mouth talking. If you put as much work as I did in the stuff, I said, you would get them subscribers too. You would get a lot of people that watch what you do. Be fascinated. I do music. People love music. So, of course, they're going to watch it. I said, bro, what do you do? People don't want to hear the word of God from you. Everybody do the word of God. They don't want to hear you say it. Like, because you ain't called to do it. So, again, they got Pastor Darby. They don't need you. I always hate on a nigga. That's why I say, that's like, bro. That's why I say that's what be wrong with Negroes, man. You be trying to address issues of what be going on, and people want to be technical. Like I said, Daddy was telling people what the black community problem was. You got Negroes, man, because he ain't say Yah, he ain't say Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? He's using it to J. Like, Negro, you missed the whole point. Like, that's why you in Jackson, Mississippi, dummy, because of that right there. That's why you ain't made it out yet in 40 years, because of that. Call him Yah, Jesus, whatever. He sure ain't moving on your behalf, and that's why you sit right there in the same spot you was in 20 years ago. So you keep on doing that. Be technical if you want to. And I said, while the rest of us make it and shine, I said, you'll still be right there being left behind, being mad at people. Who cares? Oh, man. That's hilarious. So, yeah, don't let Negroes influence y'all, man. Like I said, some Negroes just going to be slow. I be really wondering what's in the mind of a Negro. Like, why do you act the way that you do, man? Why you say that stuff? Like, why are you so mad at people? Who hurt you? Like, who killed your dreams, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I said, I got people like that, man, people on the daily, man, be trying to give me advice. Like, well, I don't need your advice. I know who I am. I don't need you. I didn't ask you for that anyways. And I said, the people I ask for advice are people that's better than me. Like, dude, I ask people that are way higher than me, that know way more than me, whether they man or woman, black or white. If they know it, I ask them. And I said, I hit people up and like, hey, man, what you think about this? Hey, man, like I said, I listen to people that just further than me. I don't listen to people that ain't further than me. You know what I'm saying? So Negroes get hurt because they be like, I got a word for you. No, you don't. Said who, boy? I say, even if you did, I ain't gonna listen to it. I'm not gonna listen to your word, boy. Your word sucks. And that's why it don't hit. It's not refreshing. It got no nutrients in it, dude. It ain't real. How about drop the word and sow a seed? Do that. Like, niggas don't want to do that. That's why I say when I go to people don't want to hear my word. They don't want to hear my scripture. That's the last thing people want to hear. When they struggling and going through it, they don't want to hear a scripture from you, fool. They want to know how people can help. How's God going to help them? That's what they look for. Maybe God sent me over to help them. I ain't going to be like, hey, brother, well, the Bible says hope and believe in all things. Like, yeah, they know that. And they still need help, dude. Like, niggas won't state the obvious because it's free. Like, boy, and that's why people don't want to hear the word, man, because you ain't helping them. You ain't caring about them. You sure come to the wrong place like Steve Jr. don't want to hear no word you got, boy. I don't care about that. I don't care about it from you. I care about it from other people, not you. You are definitely not one of them. Oh, such a lovely night, man. Lovely night. How y'all pretty folks doing, man? I wouldn't happen to have anybody else in here that want to challenge me. Like I said, I got a little time before I get off. Y'all want to challenge? I don't think people really understand that, too. It's like, I have people trying to come over here and put me down and, like, condemn me or something. I'm like, dude, that don't work on me. Like, you can't convict me on something that I don't care about anyways. Like, I don't, like, bro, that does not work. Like, I don't think people understand, like, dude, I don't move like that. Like, well, the Lord gonna get you. Well, if God get me, he gonna get me. Like, ain't nothing I can do to stop me. So what do I care? Like, dude, God's gonna get me if he wants to. So he ain't gonna use you to tell me that, boy. I believe me. You only saying that because you got a vendetta. I sat back waiting. I was counting. I said, day 1, day 2, day 25, day 35, day 115. God still blessing me every day. I said, oh, man, what a dumb Negro. What a dumb Negro talking. Where he doing? What, he on the run from the IRS? Where he on to talk? Yeah, I be brushing my beard, man. Keeping it clean. They mad because they can't get their beard to connect to their mustache. That's really what it be, man. Niggas be mad because they can't get that beard to connect to the mustache. They beards be patchy. Yeah, they beard don't look as good as yours. So they mad. They mad because you got that Pastor Darby gene. Everybody mad about that. I don't know why they special to them, but that's special to them for some reason. They be like, I want that gene. Yeah, I bet you do, boy, because you a loser. You never did know with your life. All I do is just count out the weeds from the wheat. What that really means is count out the winners from the losers. That's what the Bible is basically saying. The winners and losers. Like, those are the ones. Buddy who think he know God and buddy who actually do know God. Like, there's two different people. Like, boy, you ain't called to get nobody no word, man. You gotta stop doing that stuff. Like, but you are not called to do the word. Stop. You're not good at it. I'm gonna sit at this lovely bench over here. Soak up the lovely night air. That's why I said the fact that people are still tuned in now and watching me at what 10:30 at night, like that just shows that people literally want to see what I got going on, what I'm doing. People support me. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, most people, man, like I said, that's why I was saying earlier, you got a bunch of haters, man. You got a bunch of people that just, they negative about stuff. They always got to find something to be negative about. And so that's why I don't hang with or associate myself with those type of people, man. I make sure I get away from those type of folk. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. So I meant what I said. I'm reaching a whole different audience, man. Either that, or I'm just gonna get rid of this channel and start over. Like I'm just gonna start another one. But I'm reaching a whole different audience, man, because I don't really like the one I got over here. And that's why I was telling people. I said, man, vacancies open up in the Discord. I told you, I said I ain't worried about one sensitive old bitter black woman mad about something because she want to be mad today. I'm like, I got that nigga out of there. I'm like, bye. If you don't want to be a part of the community, you take your old bitter, nasty having self and go somewhere else where they do that. I don't care about you being bitter. I don't care about you being no black woman. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your problems. If you can't cooperate as a grown adult, a grown old nigga, then you can go be an old bitter nigga on somebody else's time. We don't do that. And I said, watch, other people are going to come in. And then I added my homeboy, somebody else joined, and we going to have some more people join in a little bit too. I don't care because people are mad about something. Nigga, I don't care about your life. If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. But I said, you ain't going to put that on me. Like, that's my problem. Nigga, that's your problem. Like, you just mad because don't nobody care about you. Then they want to run off and think people going to ask what they worry about. I ain't asking what your worry about is, nigga. You are grown. You don't want to talk, don't talk. We don't need you. We'll find people that want to be a part of stuff. Because believe me, there are people here that want to be a part of stuff. And that's the same thing with your life, man. Find people in your life that want to be there. I'm so calm and cool now. That's why I say I don't care no more. I don't care who leaves. I don't care who stays, who leaves. I want people to be there, but if they don't want to be, go. You ain't got to stay. I'm not gonna beg no more people to be a part of my stuff. I never beg people to be on my channel. I never begged them to stay. So I told everybody because they ain't my audience anyways. I was like, I don't care if you unsubscribe. Good G. I don't want no old niggas on my YouTube algorithm, man. This ain't a channel for the old niggas. This is a channel for the young people. It's a channel for people that want to do something with their life, man. That ain't losers and old niggas that watch Pastor Darby who ain't never did nothing with their life. Not saying if you watch Pastor Darby. I'm saying it's the old niggas that ain't never did nothing with their life. I'm like, daggone losers, man. They ain't never did nothing with your life, boy. Watching another man and his son on the screen all day. What type of freak is you? Stop watching me. Go watch your mama. Watch your son. That's why your son out here in the streets. Be watching everybody but their kids. Watching everything but their life, man. That's why your life sucks. You can't hide behind the word of God with that crappy life of yours. Your life still sucks. It don't matter if you love the word or not, boy. Your life still sucks. Don't worry about it. It's the same thing. That's why I said, don't think it's different. It's the same thing when people hide behind weed, they hide behind drugs, they hide behind sex or porn or whatever. Negroes go to church and hide behind that too because their life sucks. They don't want to deal with it, so that's why they walking around here trying to make somebody else deal with it. Don't be bamboozled, man. People use church as the ultimate cover-up, man. That's why I said I don't know how people don't see it. I ain't stupid. I know a nigga when I see one. We've been doing this for 27 years. You don't think I know an idiot when I see one? Like, man, please. All them dumb Hebrews on the internet with they thick beards and they nappy heads, they all idiots. Like, they all of them. Every last one of them and their mamas and their daughters and their kids and all, and they all idiots. They all stupid. Like, they all stupid. I know an idiot when I see one. Like, you can't, and they get mad because you can't be bamboozled by it. You can't bamboozle me, little nigga. Man, please. We know fake church folks when we see it. I know that religious spirit when I see it, man. I don't care about that. I don't even care. I'm just like, bro, I don't like you. I don't care about you. Who cares? I said, you chose the wrong person to come be deep to. I said, dude, I had a man in my life for 23 years who did this. It's called my father. You think I don't know when I see that? Man, please. Like, I need a idiot Hebrew to do that. And that's why I said it's only Negroes. I have no issues with white people that do this. Ain't no white person came on my channel yet did that. It's only Negroes that do this stuff, man. And so that's why I pray every day, God, use your white man, use your white people to make them Negroes, man, so they shut up and leave me alone. Show them that you can use women and white people, the two things that they said God couldn't use. Talking about Esau's a curse. Well, Esau's doing God's will. Esau getting blessed more than you. Esau actually owns the corner. You don't. Esau owns 75th and Martin Luther King Jr. You don't. So. And pretty soon Steve will own it too, and I'm gonna throw all y'all off my property. I would do that just to spite him. I'll go buy up all the blocks so you can't be out there. I'm gonna outlaw that. That's gonna be a new law. You can't be out there. Man, I don't know why y'all be watching me, man. Ain't nothing else I got to say to y'all. We just be wasting our times. But well, who's in here, man? Let me know who's in here, man. I see Doreen. Get off me, man. Boy, get off me. Let's see, we got we got Mike, we got Doreen. Anthony probably sleep. Crystal probably sleep too. Y'all all sleep, man. I'll take a troll. Anybody, come on, somebody give me a run for my money. I got some spare time before I have to get up off of here. I gotta go get me something to drink anyway. So. So I said, realize that I ain't sweet, boy. I mean, I'm just gonna rant to y'all because, like I said, this is on my type of time, and now we just talking. But I think people really start to realize, like, you ain't what they thought. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't sweet, man. I would never take advice from an idiot. I would never take advice from somebody I don't know either. So I told you I had a weird nigga roll up on me one time, man. I was last year at work. Stupid Hebrew Israelite. That's one of them type of niggas. Old nigga. He drove past me. He seen because I was black. And I said, dude, stop coming at me because we black, man. Don't do that old black stupid stuff. We don't do that. I said, just because we black, I mean, I want to talk to you, fool. It's only like the population of black people in San Antonio is like 6%. I don't care, bro. I don't want to talk to you, nigga. Like, man, I came here because there's not many of you here. Nigga came up on me talking about, yeah, man, I just want to tell you, man. It's like talking about Esau, them can't be saved, man. I'm like, why do I care, dude? I'm trying to work. Bother me at work. He's like, here, bro, I want to give you a card, man. He's like, here, pass that around. I came from Staples and just made it because we had Staples next door. He said, I just came from Staples and made that. Man, I took that card and threw it away. I was like, bro, you just wasted about 20 cents giving this to me. I don't want this crap. He probably knew who I was. That's how I think. He probably knew exactly who I was, man. Nigga, come over and mess with me. I don't want this nigga. Hold on. Oh, my bad. He was like, yeah, I got this card for you, man. I was like, man, nah. He started getting angry. He was like, you see, I'm trying to tell you, Esau, they can't be saved, man. They all going to hell, man. I was like, yeah. Says the dumb Hebrew right here hollering at people. I was like, why can't y'all leave me alone? I don't want a channel full of freaks, man. I want people over here that's dumb. Unless you're going to give me some good comebacks, man, some good entertainment. Like, I don't mind throwing jokes, but they ain't jokes. They dead serious. That's the thing with difference with people on the street and doing a different channel. You got people that's trolls, so they like to troll. You know what I'm saying? Like when I had that hostage situation a couple of weeks ago, and I went live about it, I had a lot of people in here because I guess they was watching in the city, and so they was in here. Some people was funny. They was trolling. They was saying like little stupid stuff. So I thought it was funny because I was like, well, I know they not serious. They just playing. But these niggas that come over here, they be dead serious. I'm like, it's not funny because they for real. They taking their heart and soul into this. I'm like, it's not funny, you know. But it's whatever. Hold on. Doreen, where you from? Where you actually from? Columbus, Ohio? Oh boy. I get a lot of Ohio people in here, man. What's up with y'all state? You know, I'm from Kentucky. We only like a state over, boys. Kentucky weird, but Ohio is weird. I got a homeboy. I actually got a homeboy here that's from one of my homies. He's from Columbus. He live here. I said, how you like Columbus? He was like, no, he's from Toledo, I think, Toledo. But they always go to Columbus. I said, how you like it up here? He said, I hated it. He said, bro, I hate Ohio, man. Everybody from Ohio hates it. Like Joe's wife is from Cleveland. She was like, dude, I hate Cleveland so much. That's the one place I know that's worse than Louisville. That's crazy though. Hold on. I'm back on 20%, man. Dang. Hold on. I'm trying to see that with good vision. Hold on. I think I know you, don't I? Doreen, I think I know you. I know who that is. If I ain't mistaken, I think I know who that is. I know so many people, dude. Like, it's crazy. Like, I know people all over the world. So that's why I said, like, I be like, I don't know, man. All over the place. Hold on. Oh no, I thought. Hold on. I thought I knew you. Hold on. I thought I knew you. Cause I was about to say, I was like you. I thought you was that one girl that came from the church, man. One time from Ohio. I think she was from like Dayton or something. Maybe she was from Columbus. I don't even know. Her name was almost as similar to that. Doreen. It was like Doriana or Dorian or something like that. Ow. Yeah, we can have a quick conversation, y'all, if I get off of here. So if y'all want to say something, man, let me know. 'Cause I probably won't be on here too much longer. It's already 10:39 for real. Dang, bro, I was thinking it was like 9 o'clock. Dang, man. All right. How long I been on the stream, y'all? How long has this been going? Cause I don't keep track of this time. Oh, oh my bird. Hmm. But now the other day, man, we had a revival here in San Antonio. It was 100 years back in 1925. They had a big revival in the city, and they went to this historic like land place or whatever, like this park or whatever, and it was actually a river down there. So they had it. Everybody was getting baptized in the river. It was a big move in San Antonio. So by being 2025, it's 100 years. And so I went down there yesterday, yesterday, and enjoyed it with the homies, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it was crazy to be there. It was good, man. I won't lie. It was actually good. It was pretty good. And so they was like, yeah, a lot of these trees back in the day was still here. Like these oak trees be like 100 years old, over 100 years old. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, yeah, these trees been here for forever. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, it's really crazy seeing like a historic landmark. You know what I'm saying? Like something that's anything that's 100 years, man, a whole century. It's like, bro, what was those people thinking back then? You know what I'm saying? Did they think it was gonna be another 100 years on the earth or something? Like, what was they thinking, bro? You know what I'm saying? Cause I know looking at 100 years from now, I was just like, bro, I feel like 2000 was kind of forever ago. Like that was only 25 years ago, but I feel like we would have been further than that. You know what I'm saying? Like you look at stuff like 1300 BC, and then they talking about 1470, or not BC, but like back in the medieval ages, and then they be talking about 1470, and then 1520. It's like that was hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying? Like, did it feel like hundreds of years to them or stuff? Cause I'm like 25 years ago felt like a very long time ago. So I don't know. We only in 2025 in the new millennium, so I'm just like, what about like the 2170 or 2880 or you know what I'm saying? Like, hmm. But I'm gonna go ahead and get up off here, y'all. My battery's on 20%, and then I already talked it out. I'm tired. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm sleepy, so I'm gonna get off here and go get some food. And whatever, but just wanted to bring y'all. This is 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, 5 years ago, man, I got hit. So that's why I wanted to bring y'all this time, bro, just to show y'all. But, I'm glad y'all enjoyed the stream, man. Y'all still tune in and stuff. I think I'm gonna go live tomorrow with the music because I try to do something on Thursdays or Fridays. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna think about it, see what I got going on, and then I'm gonna hit y'all and let y'all know what's up. You know what I'm saying? But definitely gonna, get with y'all on that. But yeah, y'all have a blessed night too, man. I'm gonna catch y'all. Love y'all. Y'all stay safe out here, man. Until next time, we out of here. Peace.